now you're.
Okay, I'm going to call to order our board strategic planning work session. We have all directors in attendance with the exception of Matt O'Connell, who is unable to join us. We have a meeting agenda prepared, and I want to talk through some of the changes I see happening, but if somebody wants to propose, I know there was concern over it, and I think even justified concern, and where I may drop the ball, I really do apologize to everybody. We had scheduled an hour 45 minutes for discussion item D1. We're going to try to keep that discussion to 30 minutes so that we can provide that extended time. The discussion item D2. Those items, D1 is the updated community outreach process for the SRO, School Resource Officer Program feedback. Discussion D2 is the curriculum update and ethnic studies tribal history presentation. That should take us into that recess. And then discussion D4 was supposed to include some of the demographic data of our recent hiring. If we run into a time crunch, D4 is probably the one that we can most afford to lose this afternoon, in my estimation. And then committee updates. The principal one there will be the Superintendent Evaluation Committee. We're up against the contractual obligation with that evaluation. So grateful to the committee for the work they've done behind the scenes to bring something forward to us today. So, my aim, and I know some have to be out of here by 4:30, so that's our hard stop. Yeah.
So for Chair Peterson, because the items are on the agenda, we don't necessarily have to change. The timing can be at the discretion of the group. So if nothing's coming off the agenda specifically at this point, are we just going to approve it as it is? But then the timing, because the times are just suggested. That's not hardwired into.
Yes, we could bring it forward. I'm bringing this agenda forward, but if somebody wants to modify it, I want to provide explanation of certain
items. Just let people know they don't have to say, we're going to do this at 2:30 and we're going to do this at 2:45.
Yep. Okay. So with that, and the data updates, I don't have, are you presenting that, or?
Well, like, John will be called down when I start the SRO. I'll call him down. I'll call Tracy and we'll sit down during that. So they just know they're not far away.
Okay. The data updates was supposed to be the iReady Diagnostic updates. So I think there's an opportunity there to maybe shave a little bit of time. But that is the reason why I had that there. So with that, that's the agenda that's in front of you.
So I propose to move information item 2 and information item 5 off the agenda and discussion item 5 off the agenda, and move those to our regular work session and business meetings. This is a strategic planning meeting. This is an opportunity for the board to set our goals and our priorities. We have a lot of future agenda items that we need to go over that have just been placed on a list that we've made no traction on. So what strategic planning is an opportunity for us to have these discussions to make sure that we have a plan moving forward with our goals, our board's goals and priorities. And there are a significant amount that have just been stacking. And if we don't have it in this meeting, then we're not going to get to it at all. And so I would recommend limiting staff presentations, like limiting a lot of the discussion to what is our work, where are we going, what are we going to do. And so, and to be able to talk about that, we really need to move some of this work to regular scheduled meetings so we can do strategic planning while we're here to do.
Tell me again, which agenda items, 5 and what?
So, item 2, informational item 2, so item 2 is the policy review.
So B2.
Oh, so B2 and B5, I assume that,
So don't go into discussion, because then we don't have a motion on it, so just say, you want to remove B2 and B5.
B2 and
Yeah.
B5. Well, I just wanted to do, like, I thought B5, or B5 was data updates. I thought we were gonna hear, like, disciplinary, discrepancies within our discipline, within our achievement gaps, looking at race. I thought it was that. If it's what you said, if it's just going over the metrics of, like, a training model that we have, I don't think that's useful for us, for our discussions today. And then, yeah, what's it? B5.
B5 is, okay, I'm not going to discuss.
Okay, I'm bringing as a proposal, if you, I can provide my defense of those 2 items, or we can take it into motion, and then I can provide that clarification in a discussion.
Can I get clarification on B5, because it does look like that it's attendance, student discipline, and student assessment.
That's not how they explain it.
Yeah, to be honest, when I saw it, I knew that we had asked for the iReady diagnostic data. Anybody here?
I can pull it up, I do know that we were looking at iReady, but
So on the disciplinary data, my recollection of the conversation, which I'm realizing very well may be flawed, is we've been in online instruction for a year, and so the data that we have on disciplinary data was already shared with the board at a previous work session. And so, on that agenda item in particular, my recall of the conversations we had with the board members would contact the district leadership individually to review that data, until we had updated data to bring before the whole board. As far as iReady Diagnostic, my defense of that is the only lens that we have for achievement gaps right now in our building. That's the only picture that we have, and this March update is supposed to provide our K-2 update that we didn't even have any data on last time.
And I think all these informations are important, and we're gonna hear about them, but just not at our strategic planning meeting, because they're not pertinent to our goals.
What was the other one
So D2, policy, because that's
that? Oh,
good.
B2, B2, B5.
B2, B5, and then, D5, committee discussions. And I know a lot of that, the superintendent update, but again, that's just our regular business meeting information. It doesn't have to do with our goals, it's just our
The only
work.
thing on if it's the superintendent process, we're obligated by Monday to
Yeah,
have that done.
yeah, I added that one on there because we're late on.
Yeah.
Well, if we're already late on it, then let's just push it back.
That violates our contract with our own employees.
Well, this is extremely
Yeah, I
disappointing
understand.
that we are using our strategic planning meetings to do regular business meetings. This is not what strategic planning is supposed to be. This is not a good use of my time.
I hear that,
So
I hear your
Blake,
concern.
Chair Peterson,
Yes,
we can request, from the superintendent to delay it a specific time, so that we don't just ignore it, but it is in the contract due by Monday, March 15th. We've done this before where we've delayed it. So with the superintendent's agreement, if she's available to delay it for, I would say, no more than 2 weeks, get it done before spring break, that we could do that and move it forward.
I'm fine with that, like the agenda items that we're moving out, if we decide to move them out, I like for us to have a date of when we're gonna come back, just so that our, knows and we all know that we're not just deleting them from the agenda, but we're coming back to them.
okay, the only one that probably won't come back is policy review first reading. We don't have to, we're not obligated to have a first reading of our policies, but that will come into our consent agenda in April. So, so I'd encourage the board to seek clarification with staff or with the committee over those policies. And I'm no debate there. I vehemently disagree that identifying achievement gaps is not part of our strategic planning and visioning process, but if that's the will of the board, then I take my direction from you. So with that, I'd entertain a motion.
Robert, you want to make a motion?
Oh, I move.
That'd be a good idea.
I move to move information item B2 and B5 to future meeting dates, April. And I move to have discussion item B5 move to a future meeting date, April. And I don't know about the inclusion of the strategic planning conversation, but it's integrated in the discussion item about future agenda topics.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Robin, seconded by Myra to approve an agenda in which information item B2 and B5 are moved to future meeting as well as discussion item B5. So, been moved and seconded to move B2, B5, and D5 to future meetings, and I accept the agenda as otherwise written.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make an amendment to that we retain information item B5. It's relevant to our upcoming budget process, our evaluation of how we've done with online learning, and to see where we are. It was an hour presentation. I'm concerned where we could fit that into a future work session. So I make an amendment that we can, B as in boy, 5, the data update, we maintain that one today.
What was your last comment? Something about...
We don't have an hour in one of our work sessions to do this data information related to our upcoming budget as well as our online learning.
Okay, so, is there a second to the amendment?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Chris, seconded by Myra to amend the previous proposal of moving B2, B5, and D5 to a future meeting to only move B2 and D5 to a future meeting. Discussion about the amendment. Okay.
The data updates have been provided to us in a document. Like, couldn't we have just gotten that in a report?
I'd rather have discussion with the person who's providing the data, because otherwise, how would we know if the data is what we're looking for, dig into it, looking on a piece of paper, I think is not always complete.
I'm still not sure what we're looking at here. So what we're looking at, attendance, discipline, and assessments over distance learning?
It's the what's it called?
I-RATE is our formative assessment that shows us beginning, middle, and end of year progress on all of our students K through 8. And when we first gave you an update on these areas, we only had the time the first of the beginning of the year, and now we have mid-year. So it shows you progress and growth of every student and every grade. And it is our only assessment that we have from the previous year not having OSAC. So that's the purpose.
So you think that data is going to help us know what we should do this summer, considering that we are going to receive funding for summer intervention, and we can know how to fund this.
Could that be a 20-minute presentation?
It's a lot of information, Robin, and I think it's important to present it with context. And I'm sure everyone here is confident in reading data. But it is important that we inform not just the board, but our public as well, because our public is also, even though it's virtual, important for us to give those benchmarks throughout.
I'm just disappointed that this information is in our strategic planning session. I'm very disappointed. This could have been presented to us before, it could have helped us prepare, it could have helped us set goals, but I don't see how it's relevant, like, right now. We're not going to create goals based on what we hear right now, but if the board wants to listen to it, that's the board.
Any other discussion about the amendment? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can you raise your hand just so we can get it? Or, okay, all those opposed? Does that mean abstention for two?
I'm abstaining. I'm still not sure, like, what it would look like if it was a document or what, so I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to be looking at, so I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, so the proposed agenda then is that B2 and B5 will be moved to future meeting dates. We had the discussion about the amendment, now do we have discussion about the actual agenda?
You can, yeah, because the agenda is the motion's been amended, that it's just talking about B2 and B5.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we have an agenda. We're going to move B1, and my encouragement with all of these presentations is we're going to keep the presentation material as brief as possible, but as thorough as necessary. First up is Jordan with Alloview, an introduction to Alloview.
Thank you, Chair Peterson. I'm joined this morning by Megan Stanton from Alloview. Alloview is a Baltimore-based ed-spin tech company founded by a former teacher. I won't go into the whole story, but she had good reasons for being really concerned about how resources are allocated between different schools in her school district. So she founded this company with help of some friends, and I worked with Alloview when I was in Ashland, and Alloview has also partnered with Indianapolis Public Schools, I think Denver Public Schools, Cherry Creek in Colorado, several other school districts all across the country. The purpose of their program is the financial planning and analysis tool that puts relevant and accessible financial data in the hands of administrators, building administrators, and supervisors, so that we can more closely, not only more precisely budget our resources, but also ensure that our actuals, which is really what it comes down to in the end, are being utilized to move our district priorities in the right direction. So there's also a tool that I've asked, so they have a suite of tools. The tool I've asked Megan to focus on this morning is called Allocate, and I think that's going to be the tool that's most relevant to the board in terms of strategic planning. Megan will be using demonstration data. This is not GBSD data for this demonstration because we're still building out the tool, so we don't have GBSD data in it. But this tool is used to develop equitable funding models across our schools. It will, the way that I utilized it in Ashland and the way I intend to utilize it here is for developing what's called the colloquial term for it is a backpack funding model. The idea being that resources follow students, not follow buildings. And so Megan is going to walk us through that tool and then a brief overview of the manage and budget tools, if time allows, that staff will be using. We are building it out this spring, and then it will be used in future years. So Megan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Jordan. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So Jordan stole a lot of my introductory material, but I will say, hello, my name is Megan. I'm from Allaview. I'm going to share my screen really quickly. Is it possible for someone to allow me to share my screen? It seems that the screen sharing has been disabled. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, go ahead and try it now.
There we go. Okay. Okay, is everyone able to see my screen? Okay. Great. So I will try to be as thorough and as brief as I can because I understand that you all have a lot on your agenda today. But as Jordan mentioned, I do think in particular the Allocate tool may be relevant to these strategic conversations. So I'm excited to show you how that all works. But just wanted to give you a brief introduction first to Allaview and to myself. My name is Megan Stanton. I'm an account advisor here at Allaview. I am usually the first person to interact with our new customers, understanding what's happening financially at the district and helping to see where our products might be able to fill in some gaps. I also work with existing customers, managing their accounts and seeing if there are any additional resources we can give them. So a little bit about Allaview. As Jordan mentioned, we are a Baltimore-based company. Our CEO, Jess, founded the company because she was a public school teacher in Baltimore City and noticed some really striking discrepancies between the resources that she had access to as a teacher, where she was spending her own money to buy paper and supplies, where another school in the district up the street had a carnival at their PTA meeting. So in trying to investigate why there were those differences were so stark, she determined that a large part of it is because a lot of times school finance data looks like this. If you don't know already how to speak the language of these account codes, some in this room may be able to do so. This is a very mysterious data set to look at. It doesn't really tell you a story, and it's hard to figure out how and why dollars are flowing. So in determining that, Jess realized that she wanted to change how this data is processed. And so she created our tools that take all of that number, all those numbers and all that information and make it look like this. So it's a lot easier to understand whether or not you are a CPA. I wanted to share as well a couple of successes we've had with the tool. We found that even just in integrating our products, going over the financial data and doing the work that you need to do to make our system function provides opportunities to uncover errors that may be years or even decades old, but sometimes those old problems can sit and get thornier and thornier as they are missed or not addressed, and just getting a clean look at your data can really make a huge difference. This $17 million saved was a big one. A district who came and integrated with us discovered that they were, I believe, they had duplicate positions such that they realized they had essentially $17 million of savings that they could repurpose and more effectively use. So the way that Allaview works, we sit on top of the existing accounting system at Gresham-Barlow. That system, Infinite Visions, it remains the source of truth. We read data from it. We allow for the creation of strategic formulas and budgets that can then be imported into Infinite Visions. But we are careful to make sure that the data that is in that financial system remains sacred and can be your source of truth at all times. So with all of that said, I'm going to hop over quickly into the actual products. So as Jordan said, this is all demo data. It is not actually Gresham-Barlow's data, but my understanding from our team is that we are quite close to being able to get Gresham's actual data staged up in this. This is the manage page, which you saw in that slideshow, but I'm going to hop over into Allocate to spend a little bit of time in there before I give you an overview of the other tools. So Allocate is the tool that is focused on the pre-budgeting portion of your financial journey. when Gresham-Barlow has the whole pie of money that they can distribute amongst school locations and programs and, you know, have dollars follow students, this is the tool that helps you take that big pie and figure out how to slice it. So normally this work, if it's happening, happens in extremely complicated Excel spreadsheets that are likely to break, or we had a customer that we worked with for a while who had a spreadsheet with all of this data in it, and when she made a change, it took about 5 minutes to populate in the spreadsheet. So, you know, making a quick change to see how it impacted people, and then deciding that it wasn't the right thing and changing it back, that represents 10 minutes of someone's day. And it makes looking at this, how these formulas work, really, it takes such a long time that it's almost impossible. So we decided to try to figure out how fast we could make it work. The tool Allocate, we collect some basic configuration information, things like your institutions, which is all of your school sites. And in this chart, we have filled in with our dummy data here, the previous year's data on per pupil spend, on enrollments, which we load in, we'll help you load in. Essentially, it's just a spreadsheet that you upload. School characteristics. We have some examples loaded in here of things like, you know, elementary, middle, high, but you can really, it can be anything that you want. If there are schools that have a high transient population, you can have that as something you can assign to a school. If they're urban or rural, anything that you might want to be a mechanism that could cause dollars to flow to a particular school in a different way, you can build in here. We also have sub-enrollments. So things like English language learners, free and reduced price meal students, all of these gen ed groups. Again, this is just getting down even further into the data to allow you to identify groups of students who may need additional resources, whether they are students with disabilities or gifted and talented students. Just, again, another mechanism, this time at the student level, for potentially changing as a lever how dollars are flowing. And then finally, we work with you to get job types and average salaries uploaded in here. So depending on how you just work your funding formula, some folks do a staffing model. You know, staff and people are 70 to 80, 90% of spending in a district usually. So a lot of folks work from the positions and then go from there. Some folks, you know, just do it all using sort of a system like Jordan was talking about, a more backpack style where dollars are attached to students. And then it's at the discretion of a campus to decide how they want to distribute the funds that have been assigned to them. So all of that data uploaded, essentially we're creating a template that can then be combined with enrollment projections. So we all know, I'm sure, 2020 has been a wild year for everybody. And things like enrollment, a lot of folks are trying to project out multiple scenarios. A lot of districts that we talk to have seen dips in enrollment, and it's unclear whether students are going to be coming back or if parents who have tried alternatives to public education are going to keep their kids in those alternative situations rather than returning them to the system. So this is exactly the kind of scenario where you might want to have, you know, 3, 4, 5 different enrollment projections that you can pair with that configuration data to start creating formulas and scenarios. So formulas here. These formulas are essentially rule books that instruct this system how you would like dollars to flow. They can be things like, you see here an example of a principal. That's an easy one-to-one. Every school gets a principal. But there are a lot of different types of rules that all do various things. You can gross dollar allocation, just a baseline, send a certain number of dollars to every campus. You could set that as a baseline rule. The per pupil and the subgroup per pupil dollar allocation, again, can work on the either just the sense of, you know, an equal distribution. We want to make sure that $100 follows every student for their supplies and materials. But then you can get more granular and say, excuse me, on top of that, we want our English language learners to have additional funds following them throughout the district. So with both of those, it's a little bit more focused on that student mechanism that kids are affecting how dollars flow. Staffing allocation, that principal rule is an example. If there's any one-to-ones of just, we know this campus always needs this staff person, you can create those rules. Or you can go on ratio-based staffing allocation. So something like class size, or if there are particular subgroups like English language learners, where once you reach a certain number of English language learner students, you can assign additional counselors or additional teachers. That we've seen some folks use this too for students with disabilities. If you have folks, you can divide them into folks who really need, kids who really need one-to-one care. You can create a subgroup ratio-based allocation that says, if a student is present, has high need, they are assigned someone who is following them around to help, foster their education. And then finally, the last kind of, usual one is just a manual adjustment, especially as you're digging in to start doing this kind of funding formula work. That can be the kind of thing that allows you to make sure you're holding harmless of, you don't want an adjustment that you're making here to cause a huge dip or a huge increase in funds to a particular school. So once you've done all this complicated rule building, you can use that manual adjustment to, if you just can't make something work, you can use that manual adjustment to make it look the way that it should. So once those formulas are built, the formulas and the enrollment projections combine in here to create scenarios. And I think scenarios is where you can really see the power of this tool and how it can be strategically impactful in a district. Just clicking into let's do this compare tool. I think this is the real clear power of this tool. So as you're creating multiple enrollment projections, potentially multiple formulas, you can create scenarios and then compare them side by side to see how things are changing at the district level and down at the school level. You can get really granular. So if you're looking at, whether it's comparing the previous year's enrollment and rule building to the upcoming years to make sure that you're not, creating a situation where there's huge change or something unexpected is happening in your enrollment that might need to be addressed. But the great thing about this tool also is that you can dig into this data. So here's an example of a situation where even though enrollment is going up, their per pupil amount is going down. So presumably something is happening in the sub-enrollment groups at this school. Maybe some high need students have graduated and moved on to another institution. But the great thing here is that, let me see if this will work. Can you all see this print preview that's coming up? Well, all of the pages of this tool, basically anytime you generate a scenario like this, they're all meant to be printable so that you can easily have a conversation with a principal, with a program director, who has questions about why things are changing with a formula or why dollars are flowing differently. And all of the rules that you created previously are translated here in plain English for people so that people can understand why the rules that you have made have affected the dollars that have flowed to this particular school. So I think in addition to being a powerful finance tool, it's also an extremely powerful internal transparency tool that really allows for folks to look at data side by side and allows for, it translates specifically that data so that everyone can be on the same page and coming to a conversation with the same understanding of what they're talking about, rather than needing to have a lot of really complicated finance information translated out of account code and into something that you can understand. Overall, I think the power of this tool is both in allowing you to get really granular with dollars and really we've found spelling out what you're doing now and articulating the rules and the ways that dollars are flowing now can often be a really illuminating experience. There are sometimes things that come up in those conversations that are like, you know, why do these dollars flow the way they do? Well, that's just how we've always done it. And there's not always a clear articulation of why and why those dollars are valuable. And in doing the work just of building your current formula, you learn what those, you know, status quo things are. And then you can really start to identify what the things are that might need to change and why. And that, I think, comes to the second value of this tool, which is that this process is incredibly fast. If you're in here working and you make a change to a formula rule or to an enrollment projection, everything is automatically updated instantaneously. So you would see how that changes in a scenario immediately. You'd be able to compare it to another scenario immediately. And I think it starts you off strong with articulating why dollars are flowing the way that they are, which is such an important first step to then having the further conversation about budgeting and resources at the actual school level. I'll pause there. Jordan, is there anything I didn't hit that you want me to cover before I move on to budget or manage?
Well, I think for the sake of time, because we got started late, I think we'll just stop at allocate. I would love for the board to see budget and manage, but I don't think it's going to be relevant necessarily to the conversation today. I do appreciate the board taking time to look at this today. The reason why we wanted you to see this, and we've looked for other work session opportunities, it just hasn't fit. But the reason we wanted you to see this today is because if you look at ORS 327.013, or all of ORS 327, it spells out how the state calculates funding for school districts in a weighted funding model, right? And that's really, it's not going to be the same as the state school fund, but that's really what a backpack methodology is as a district, we would define parameters, or we would define demographics that require additional resources, and then we will build those funding models in. Certainly, we can just do that as staff under our own volition. We have license to do that, I guess, and ask you all to adopt it in the budget process. But I am hoping that through the policy committee, we can codify some of these ideas to ensure that with different boards, different management, these types of ideas continue where we are attaching resources to the students who need them rather than to the buildings or to the adults in our system. So I wanted you to see how this works by utilizing the comparison tool. I think this is something that we can use going forward, the staff can use to support your strategic decision-making in that area, and also for things like what, I don't think I dubbed this term, but I call it the equity cost of some of the decisions we make. I shared with Blake privately back here, an example is with like a CBA that doesn't allow for the district to transfer teachers around from school to school. We end up having to budget on an average salary cost across our schools. And I suspect that will continue. In real terms, it's very difficult to maintain a staff who wants to work for us if we're going to force transfer people every single year. So I expect that to continue, but this tool allows us to look at if our most experienced people are at one school and our least experienced are at another, our actual cost per pupil of providing services to those two schools from a personnel perspective are different. And so we should probably be making some decisions about what kind of supports we're offering to the less experienced teachers in terms of professional development or supports and things like that. This tool allows us to model those things out. This is what it looks like when we average salary budget. This is what we look like what it looks like when we actual salary budget. Here's the differences between the schools. Because if we just look at the average budgets, then you end up missing those opportunities. When you do average salary budgeting, you end up doing all of the same exact supports for PD, all of the same supports with technology across all the schools. And those are the kind of hidden ways that we end up with an inequitable service delivery model. So I wanted the board to see this, to know that this is something we're going to be working with. I think from the board's perspective, it'll probably be more useful as an accountability tool than a strategic planning tool, but there is also functionality here that we can use to support your strategic planning as well.
So, just for clarification for me, funding won't be distributed equally among equitably, as well as, are we gonna take into staff experience consideration as well when they're moving around?
I think we have to, Myra, and a good point. Again, as we look across our district, we do have some districts, some schools that have, again, blessing and a curse, I'll say, because blessing is you have people with longevity, but you have a lot of the funding going to that school who more than likely, in most cases, don't need that much funding. So, again, we have to balance it out, and it's important for us to do that. The state doesn't necessarily push us in that direction, but it's something that Jordan and I have talked about since he came on board. I wanted a better way to be able to distribute dollars. Because right now, it's pretty much equal, and that's...
Just a reminder to our board, like, teachers get paid by...
I can't hear you, Myra.
Teachers get paid by experience,
Yeah.
so the longer they've been teaching, the more they cost.
Again, blessing and a curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we want longevity, and we want people to stay and do things, but again, it becomes imbalance when you see those scenarios happening. So this gives us a good way to kind of drill down into that, so that we can look at where we can reallocate dollars or people or staffing. I'm gonna steal a line from Jordan, in that all of these budget items will tell a story about who we are and what we're doing. And it's much more easier for a layperson, if you will, to look at some of the outcomes through Allaview and be able to know what that story is. We say we're gonna do something right now in Infinite Vision, it's very hard for you to find that in our budget. You don't know what you're looking for. But this will give a better option and opportunity. And it'll also be utilized, at the school buildings as well. So I know Jordan has a group of principals, but
That's what I was gonna ask.
they're doing it right now. It's just, they all want it now, I'm like, you can't.
We're using it too. We used it
Yeah.
yesterday, and it's very helpful. And one thing that maybe you didn't quite say is, ideally, knowing that we are responsible for programs, that the programs don't necessarily equally support students across the district. So it's a better way to then provide that support to students versus the program.
So when we go to the budget 101 meeting, we are gonna be looking at this tool, our data through this tool, or not yet?
I don't think we'll
Not
have it
yet,
for the budget 101.
But I wanted you all to have that mind frame to ensure that you, know where we're going with our budget. I don't know we're ready to do that with, our budget 101.
Absolutely for budget 101 next year. And I also, I want to make sure that the board knows that just because we won't have it set up and ready to go for budget 101 doesn't mean that we're just going to punt strategic resource allocation to next year. That's not what's going to happen. We will, certainly we'll go through the compliance process with the board of getting appropriations, but we've already talked with our department supervisors and with our principals about the fact that throughout this summer, once we have this tool set up, we're going to be able to run these scenario models. So we will ask the board to appropriate to the broad categories that we always do: instruction, support services, community services, things like that. But within those appropriation categories, we can still move resources around. And so we will be using this tool throughout the spring and summer, because this is one of the things I always say, you don't want to move so fast that you get it wrong, because then you can do more harm than good. But at the same time, every year we don't do this is another entire class of students who have been impacted for the rest of their lives. And so there is definitely a sense of urgency to this. Like I said, I don't think you'll see it at the budget 101, but I do intend throughout the summer, because of course we'll update the board if we make those kinds of changes. I do expect to be able to show you that. Also, next year, this budgeting season is going to be like probably nothing any of us have ever seen before, even those who have lived through the Great Recession, because we don't have any idea how many of our students are coming back. We don't know which districts they're going to land at. The 13 largest districts in the state collectively lost 11,000 students this year. And so we don't know if all of Portland Public's folks have moved out into the suburbs and now we're all going to absorb them. We don't know if our students have moved into the city and PPS is going. So local revenue, people are unsure about. I mean, we're kind of all over the place with revenue and expenditure projections right now statewide. which means that next year, when we actually have kids show up, or not, we're gonna need to make adjustments. And that is also where the power of this tool is at. We're not going to be relying on Excel spreadsheets. As confident as I feel in my Excel skills, very easy to break a formula, or to miss an interdependency, and it's all built in to the system. So it is going to help us, in long range. One of the keys to, providing equitable service is what I call service chain agility. It's a term I've adapted from supply chain agility, where we need to be able to provide services to students when they show up. In the budgeting process, all we can do is guess as to who's going to show up and you know, which school they're going to be at and things like that. Once they actually show up and we know what support students need, we have to be able to move resources through our system. So that's, I mean, it's a lot, and I know we're short on time, and so I'm gonna try to button this up, but that's why we're utilizing a financial planning and analysis tool, one that allows us to do scenario planning. The other two parts of the tool that we're not gonna show you today will be used by building administrators in conjunction with central admin, to be able to make real-time decisions about how we can move resources around certain kids.
The pilot group
Yeah,
has.
the pilot group has been trained. Yesterday during the leveled principal meeting, I showed some of the functionality. That was the plan for this spring, was that the pilot group we would work with, but as we rolled out different things, we would show it to the whole group so that people had an idea of what was coming. And after yesterday's leveled meetings, every single principal asked for access to it now. So we're gonna expand that out. Principals will be able to use it through the spring.
Jordan, a question, because I see a couple of opportunities with this, and I want to kind of validate them. The rule setting, I'm sure there's some granularity to it, but would there be any reluctance, or would it be impractical to see that rule set provided in plain language through an equity committee and through policy committee?
That would be huge.
Yeah, because I think that level of review from the board is really the level of engagement that we look for. But that would really allow us to speak a common language through all of the application of board oversight, including budget. That's encouraging. Are those rules set at a district-wide stance or by level?
I would actually lean on Catrice and Lisa to lead that work as to how we need to.
But you can
move,
set
but
it
we
by
can
level.
set, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can, and
We can set it by school.
yes.
And sometimes you do choose, I mean, we already choose allocations slightly different for our Title I schools, that's what Title I does, support, in addition. And so this is just a way to very much try, it's something that we can decide as a cabinet. It's exciting, I really loved using it yesterday, thank you, George.
Last comment from me, but just walking through how I'd like to see this. I imagine the board will not see any of this from a practical view, except I really do. I would nominate that our equity committee, our budget committee sees it, or our policy committee, and then those committees, by the time our finance committee is sitting down, I want us to be speaking a common language of rules to understand how we're making appropriations, or how you're allocating appropriations, I guess is probably a better way. Because we're gonna appropriate in big buckets.
Yep.
But it's important for us to understand at the granular level. So, for me, equity, policy, and then through finance committee or through budget committee.
I think, like you've covered a few of the things, I'm making notes on here. This is really exciting. This is absolutely, this is gonna be fun. I wanna play with it, and I know I can't, but I would love to have that. I agree that it needs to go with the budget committee. Board needs to be engaged in making sure how we're having a conversation. I also am very pleased to hear that we're gonna be looking at what the, teacher, experience level is in the buildings, because I think anecdotally, I can point to exactly which schools have teachers that have been there longer and their allocation of money is higher. I don't necessarily look at that as a good thing, Sometimes I think teachers need to be encouraged to go to a different building, and we shouldn't just say, well, you've been there for a long time, you get to stay. So that's kind of my just personal philosophy on that.
The other piece of that, Chris, is that it's a higher pay, but it's not a great, better outcome.
Yeah, exactly.
And it cancels out the Title I funding.
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
exactly. And so then the other thing that I'd like for us, I don't know where this comes into it as well, but again, anecdotally, we have some schools who are able to do better localized support, soft grants, fundraising, teachers who pay for things that have resources of their own to pay for, things that happen, student teachers that are assigned to buildings. All of those, I think, are some soft costs that have not been tracked in any way, and I'm not sure if that can also be sort of part of the conversation of what really is going into a building to support the students. And I just think this looks like something that will be very helpful as long as, like Blake said, the language and how it's used is consistent, that when we're talking about certain aspects of it, that we know what we're talking about. I think from the budget committee standpoint as well, over the years, we've had budget committees that we see such a big bucket of money that it's hard to know what you're doing as far as allocating resources. And we've had budget committee members who wanted to do line items, which is also not where we want to dive in. That really doesn't tell you a story either. So I am definitely, this looks very exciting. I'd love to see it demonstrated in action sometime if I need to set up a.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This for me is, this is what I like to see. And again, we have had inequities in our buildings, and how to figure out where those inequities are, really, and then make that change that benefits the kids. Because that's where I'm at, is it benefits the kids
Yes.
in the end.
I'm glad it sparks interest in everyone, because, again, it's just something that's been eating away at me since I arrived here and seeing things differently. And knowing that I'm bound by a contract, that I can't really move folks around like I have been in other places, this really gives us the data and the information that we really need to be able to make those decisions as well.
Yeah.
As I said, we're talking about the outcomes. We've got some schools that are very expensive staffing-wise, and the outcomes are no better than anywhere else. So that really concerns me, and again, this is a tool to help us do that.
I wish we had more time to go over this tool in a work session, because I don't think it's pertinent for today in our work. And for me, this conversation is a bit frustrating because of the timing, because I think we could have a longer conversation. And I think we're all very excited about it, but I would like to move on for the sake of time.
Yeah, we can certainly bring it back later.
Chair.
Yeah, I think we're wrapping up. Megan, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. We're very excited to work with you guys.
Yeah.
What are the other two sections, Jordan?
So this one's called Allocate, and then there's Manage and Budget. So Budget is the tool. After we develop the funding models, we then load that into Budget, and so each school will see how much they have in terms of resource to work for. We load in the staffing that they have and all that, and then they can decide how to use the other resources. In terms of strategy, it allows us to, we can't use hard coding to match every line item in our budget to the strategies in our continuous improvement plan. So Lisa and her team have that continuous improvement plan. I believe the board has at least reviewed it or adopted it. I don't know what the process is on that, but we'll be able to load in each one of those strategies in the SIP into this system so that principals can tag line items in their budget. This is what we're using it for, things like that. And then when, so that's for planning, and then for analysis, the Manage tool allows principals to then track progress against these strategies that they, during the planning process, because as Catrice said, a budget, everything in a budget should tell a story about how we intend to serve students. Everything in our actual should tell a story about how we did serve students. And so the tool is built to help our building administrators and our department supervisors or directors be able to effectively ensure that we have allocated resources appropriately, and then also that we utilize those resources appropriately.
Okay. Well, thanks again for joining us, Megan. I'm sorry we weren't able to see the other two modules, and I'm sorry for us more than I'm sorry for you, but appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great, productive rest of your day, and I'm sure we'll all chat again soon.
Okay. we're gonna move forward, information item B2, by motion was moved off. That's one that's not gonna come to us in a work session, so those policies will be in consent agenda on April 1. If you have issues with those policies, I encourage you to engage with the policy committee, or superintendent in advance. Okay, next is B3, equity audit discussion. So at the January 7th, 2021 board work session, the administration shared information with the board on the request for information process around the possibility of hiring an equity consultant to assist with equity work in the district. The board discussed various questions that would need to be answered in order to issue an RFI for an equity consultant. During the board discussion, it was suggested that the district could have an equity audit completed. Time has been set aside on the agenda for the board to continue the discussion around the possibility of an equity audit. Specifically, this has come forward because in advance of the budget season, and as we look toward next year and envisioning what that will look like in the future, wanted a chance for the board to come to some level of clarity for the district leadership in how to advance this with some specific constraints. So with that, Dr. Pereira, do you have any introductory kind of where your gaps are as far as understanding what the board will want here, kind of what options are on the table, or?
I mean, again, we were looking for guidance as to what to do. I know that back in December, we were asked to look at some information, and specifically regarding our SO program, but also looking at curriculum opportunities, to have that audited as well, through an equity lens. And we just need some guidance from the board as to what your preference is, where you want to go with this, what you want to do.
I think we can each say what is it that we would be looking for in an audit. I know, from an equity audit, I would be looking at, the experience of our BIPOC staff, what the work climate and environment is for them, to help us retain our staff, if we're gonna continue recruiting. And in terms of kids, I think we use Panorama, do we? Yes. So even, if we could look at, climate and culture through the kids' eyes, using that tool, I think we'll have to do another.
And I mentioned this, I think, at a work session before, but I've had the privilege to work with the Wallace Foundation that has put together one of the first district-wide audits, because typically audits are done at a school-wide level. And I'm going to be introducing the 6 components today because it's what I utilize for the SRO evaluation. And I encourage, if you want more information, I can certainly share it with you all. But you're talking about one of like many parts.
Yeah.
And so what's really nice about using the Wallace Foundation, which is a nonprofit that works with educational services, is that they're pretty good at not missing an area, and there's a way to do it internally, which does take manpower, time, and energy, and I think that's why the superintendent is looking for, what are you looking for, and what type of time commitment? Or we could utilize that service with Wallace as an external audit, or there are other places to go. But I think you're right, Myra, to say, hey, I don't want to miss this opportunity about our staff, because HR and other things are one of many things that we can look at. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Did you say we use Wallace for our SRO conversation?
I use the edit, I'm going to present it today, but it was the components that I used for the lens of the small group session.
Okay. I think what would be useful is, yes, a list of consultants, equity consultants that the district thinks, are good options, and just go out with an RFP, district-wide equity audit. Sometimes I think when we get too specific, especially when we don't have that expertise, we can be very limiting in the information that we get back. And I think that would be a good first start in just seeing who are the consultants out there, what are their proposals, what services do they have to offer to the district to move forward. This conversation started because, we had a really, as we'll talk about it, bad SRO outreach. You know, we were not meeting our targets with centering around equity. And that was an issue, right? It's just like we needed support, and like how are we centering our most vulnerable populations when the tools we're using don't even have the capacity to look at the information on that level. So for me, for this equity audit, I think it would be really useful to get a list of consultants, the Wallace Foundation, whatever other foundation, do a request for proposal, and then just present those proposals back to the board so we can just look at them side by side and see where we want to go. But I think for what we're looking for district-wide, staffing, the budgetary issues, equitable distribution of funds and resources, amenities at school, services, you know, people who do this, they know what they're going to be looking for. They'll let us know as well.
And this is where I could use better information about, you know, my experience with RFPs are very narrowly defined by the customer, but it sounds like your experience is broader than mine on this, and those RFPs is more open-ended. Is that what you're saying? So the RFP, that the guidance you give to the staff as they issue an RFP is let the consultant define and describe what service they're intending to deliver?
It can be both, but I think an open-ended one, especially if we don't have the language and if we don't have specifics of what we're using, what we're looking for, the consultants can fill in that gap in what is useful, what they offer, what they can do, and give us a variety of things that we might not have even thought of. And so it could be very specific if we're looking for very, very specific things, or it could be a bit broader. And then we can rely on like the expertise of the consultants to bring forward, you know, best practices.
I'd rather be more narrow as well, because of the fact of time and effort. You're looking at the procurement officer right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, Jordan, and we're going into budget season. So I would ask that you do have, and we can bring back some ideas of those things, would you like?
Yeah.
But RFP takes time, and it's a process. Maybe a request for information might be more of the scenario we're looking for.
Yeah, that would be better,
Our thought. That's a long and arduous process for procurement, because at that point, people are thinking you're looking to do procurement to secure something. Just looking for information, that's a different piece.
Yeah, I think
Can you just briefly summarize RFI versus RFP for our benefit?
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's somebody in the public who.
Well, so a request for information and is something that specifically leads into a request for proposals. Request for proposals has to be, or I shouldn't say has to be, I've seen some bad ones, they should be specific. Because we have to have a grading rubric that we use, like we have to have an objective thing that vendors can shoot for, and then we be able to say to them, this other vendor performed better than you did at showing us how they could accomplish these things. So there has to be specificity in an RFP. An RFI, we could issue an RFI that, under statute, the RFI is used to gather information about an RFP an entity intends to issue. I would say what I'm hearing is a request for just market research. And that is the route that I would propose, is that, and that just involves Lisa and me going out to the market, and seeing who's out there and what services they provide, getting, you know, informational documentation that we can bring to the board and say, this company in their equity audit looks at budget, school resources, you know, all the things that Robin mentioned. And then we can bring that back to the board and say, which of these options do you think is the best? I think at that point, we could then issue an RFP. I think it becomes a bit of an empty process, because you've already determined that what that vendor provides is what you're looking for. So at that point, I would propose a sole source procurement, where you say this person provides a service that's proprietary, and we have determined as a district that is the service we need. So we're just going to, we would then write a sole source justification, bring it before the board. The board has to, of course, as the local contracting board, then would have to approve that sole source procurement methodology for that. This is, I just want to put it out in the room, this is a little different than how procurement normally works. You know, where normally the executive branch proposes a procurement and the contract board of the legislative branch says yes or no. In this case, it does feel like there's a lot of board direction in how we should move forward with this. So for that, I would propose or recommend that the board establish a committee on this, a subcommittee, and then provide direction to staff about how you want us to move forward.
Okay, so there's kind of two ways forward that are on the table right now. One is that we issue an RFI, which would come with an intent to issue the RFP, the request for information, and then a request for proposal. Our procurement officer has recommended having an internal market research that will ultimately result in a sole source procurement, which we would see as a board. And then added onto that the committee. And I think that might marry the two a little bit more, but in the way that it would provide board more nimble board clarification on that road. I would, my question that would help me kind of, this route finding, are there local districts, is there a strong basis of local districts who have successfully gone through an equity audit and implemented solutions?
They have, but it's a specific area, you know, so again, like, is it curriculum we're looking at, is it interacting with community, is it discipline, what is it that we want to really have assessed through the equitable lens? Because again, it could be broad everything, or something specific that we know may need some assistance.
So would it be, I'm just kind of thinking through some of it as well, depending on what the market research showed, and the market research could be as broad as it needs to be. I don't know that there's anybody local versus a little bit out versus a long ways out. But is it possible then that there would be one company that does one type of equity review, one subset really well, the culture and climate for students, another one that does a really great one on curriculum.
Yeah.
And so we might be looking at two different processes, rather than trying to get these things that we're interested in, the chances that we would find it in one company might be pretty slim.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, okay, all right,
Not from my experience, I would not recommend.
okay.
So again, I think we need to have to prioritize which area first, that we'd like to look at. And culture and climate, fine, that's what we're going to look for. But we have to prioritize, because we won't be able to conduct the entire thing in the next few months or even the next year.
And in some of,
Because they're very competent.
right, and in some of what, like the curriculum aspect, some of that the state is requiring us to do
Yeah.
with theirs, so I'm not sure how much we would gain, and we would want to know what we have, but are these other things, like the student climate, the how to retain our staff that we're trying to encourage to come, and then how do we make sure that they stay? So those are things that I would be somewhat more interested in.
And we had a curriculum audit my first year here.
Right. So it sounds like a subcommittee, Blake?
Well, or within the charter of the equity committee. Right, don't we? I thought Myra. Yeah, is that a superintendent committee or is that a board committee? Because we do want it to be a board committee.
It's really, yeah, it's the district, but not necessarily mine, but I do interact with them a lot, yes.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Blake. You mean the regional equity?
Well, it may have been a de facto kind of, you, Amanda, and Myra.
Right, but that's the regional, that doesn't necessarily have to do with.
Okay, so we want to establish something.
Yeah, I think because there's a whole lot of, and I don't know, Amanda, Myra, you can add, but that would be where I would look to this kind of district level conversation. That's more a broader perspective about the regional area. Is that right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
How about one I will tell you that's really on our minds and concerns, and that we are hearing, and you'll hear in the presentation with, Lisa with the SRO stuff. It's a lot of culture and climate.
Yeah.
And so that is an area that I can share that, again, we can assess that somewhat through our students, through the panorama and others. But I hear that too consistently from students, about the culture and climate of their schools. And also, we have a prime opportunity going into the fall. My team heard me talk about this, where every level has, quote unquote, 3 new grades. Everybody that's going into high school next year will be that freshman class, be this freshman class in this year, the one last year, and neither of them will have gone through a whole year. So there are no norms necessarily really set. So the principals have a good opportunity to be able to remold their culture and climate. The same is true at sixth grade, at middle school. They'll have all 3, brand new basically. And then same at elementary with kindergarten. They'll basically have 3 grades in kindergarten again. Reshifting, shaping that culture and climate of a learning environment.
And would it be possible then, if that's part of it as well, to make sure that there's the part about staff, the staff that's come in, that we said we want to have our staff be closer to the diverse population that we have, and so that seems like that would fit. If the culture is difficult for the children, then
it's the staff.
It's most likely difficult for the staff also.
The subcommittee proposal, kind of elaborate on that. Is that,
as we've talked about, I'm not sure.
Or is it a broader community, recruitment?
No, I think it's just us.
Yeah, and I think
It's a committee.
Because it's what we want to know.
Yeah, and I think it
We do
sounds
have
like.
an equity committee, yeah.
Yeah, but it sounds like, at least in this, we've got 2 strong things that we would like to look at. And Robin, I'm gonna, because you've been bringing this up, I want to make sure that we're not leaving something out. But to accomplish all of it seems pretty wide, with the culture and climate and the staff be a good place for us to start, and have them find out who's out there, who can help support that, who can facilitate that.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. And I mean, if we've already want to narrow it, I don't even think we should, need a subcommittee.
Yeah.
I think maybe an hour in a work session would just help, if we set goals, staff does the legwork, we just come back, we review it, it's a couple work sessions, and staff is going to take the lead, really.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It sounds like we're in an exploratory kind of fact-finding stage right now.
Should we just give direction for market research? Like, I think that's great, the market research, and then the sole source procurement, like, move forward with that. And, I'm fine with doing culture and climate, and what was the other one?
The retention of BIPOC.
Retention of BIPOC staff, the focus of that, and understanding that this is an ongoing process, and we can start with those 2 things.
So try to keep it as defined as we can without
Well,
limiting what we can find out.
But also, something to think of, like, when we were having conversations about the SROs, like, we really missed the mark with the community engagement, we really, as a district, we're not understanding how to equitably engage and center, or maybe we just didn't have the tools at the time to be able to do that effectively. And so that was the thing that kickstarted the conversation around, like, are we centering the voices of the most vulnerable populations? And the tool that we were using, it couldn't, those populations were too small, that it couldn't aggregate that information to any usable information. So I don't know, that was the start of the conversation with the SROs and saying, we need an equity audit. Does this meet that need of going forward and how we, because everyth's important, and everything has hopefully we'll get to it, but considering how we started this conversation, would that help us move forward with that kind of work? Or maybe start off with culture and climate, and as we are doing work with BIPOC staff right now, maybe do in community engagement outreach. Huh?
Maybe just starting with finding out how welcome our families feel.
Yeah.
Do they feel like they can come in and ask for support or even just ask for information when they come into our building.
Maybe that's both internal and external, culture and climate here, and culture and climate, how the community, the trust, community trust.
Yeah, because I think principals would be interested in knowing too, how their buildings are doing.
That's really where the culture and climate
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
So, let me hash through this with my team on culture and climate, and then bring a couple ideas back. Because, again, as Robin just shared, everything's important, and now how do you prioritize when everything is? And so I think it's important for us to look at our capacity as well, and how we can make this happen. So certainly wouldn't just, not give the team some level of guidance.
So it looks like culture and climate, but looking at staff and students internally and externally.
Yeah, I think we start,
Community and
because
family.
I've heard so much with kids, I'd like to start there. Doesn't mean we can't expand out, but I would like to start where our center is, and that is on kids.
I appreciate the clarity that I think we're bringing. By we, I mean me being a participant of very smart people in this group. I really would look at it as a phased approach, but an ambitious phased approach. So if we prioritize climate and culture, then recruitment and retention of BIPOC staff is right on its heels. And part of as you do your research and bring it back to the board, it's clear that the board wants touch points along the way to help inform this process in an agile way. So with that proposal, if you have ideas to work with us to know how we can engage meaningfully, if that means we're establishing a committee dedicated to this purpose, then I think everybody here would be on board with that. We'll find the best participants for that committee. But bring that proposal for how the board is engaged along the way as well.
We'll tie it to our goals.
Any other conversation that's
No conversation, just a comment from me. I attended the, Student Advisory Council that Patrice helped organize, and I'm really glad that we're having this conversation, because I think maybe like 90% of the students that were there were saying that they wanted just more racial sensitivity within their schools. They wanted their students and teachers to just be more, just culturally aware of other folks. So, I'm glad that we're getting to work on that, so.
Part of the vision.
Yep.
Culturally responsive too.
So let's talk timeline then. And we're heading into budget season. I think the next step for the board is to clarify this timeline in partnership with the district leadership team who has to deliver, to make sure that when we go to appropriate a budget, we've provided sufficient priority for you to know how quickly we're taking action, I guess I'd want to start with the district leadership team. What kind of timeline do you see bringing forward back to us, kind of this market research, plus kind of a scope proposal for us?
And I can give you one, but I'd rather know what consulting firm that does the culture and climate, what are all the details, because I don't know them off the top of my head. And then that allows us to better build the timeline, but bottom line, we have to have something in place before we approve the budget.
So you think next academic year is absolutely a reasonable request from the board to you? Because that's what I'm hearing the board say without saying it.
And again, I mean, no secret, I'd like to have in our budget what we know we're spending it on. So this is a good start, to start the process of, market research, getting the information, really knowing what all is involved, because I don't know off the top of my head, so I don't want to, I just know that we have to have some level of a proposal ready for budget before we approve this one that we have.
So I can get to work testing the market. That's how I figure out pricing. There's lots of different pricing models that consultant firms will use, but they usually end up about the same gross cost. So I can get to work on that so that we have a number to put into the budget. and I can do that, I think I can do that relatively quickly. I think the process of identifying who's going to best serve our district probably needs longer deliberation. So I can work over the next couple of weeks to find a reasonable budget estimate. And then, Lisa, I'll let you speak to how long you think we need to identify a responsible vendor.
Well,
I think we'd have something by May.
yeah. Yeah, given the parameters of typical item, even RFPs, we know that it takes time to do due diligence and not really moving in. I think that's probably very. And really, I think what hasn't been particularly said is if you're going to analyze what the budget should be on those, that's kind of a narrow scope of a district-wide audit. So I think that's something to be said, and then the second to be said, that if we need to have a budget, that means July 1, that it starts, correct?
Yeah, but
Well, I'll
before,
need the number wait.
yeah,
I know you
yeah.
need the number before
The
then,
board has to
that means
approve
that
that first.
the
Yeah.
procurement will
But
be
yeah, the
after
money is there
July 1.
July 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I can understand, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it looks like this audit would probably take place next school year, starting probably fall, winter, and then maybe something around spring, depending on how
There could
long.
be some pre-work done over the summer, but again, the students not, we have kids in, but it's all recovery type of stuff.
Yeah,
I'd rather them do with the general student body population as a whole.
I
But yes,
agree,
doesn't mean we can't do it along the way.
yeah.
And I think in culture and climate, it's not something you can just hit once or twice and think it's resolved. It's an ongoing battle.
All right.
Again, because you don't have the exact same students every year. They evolve, they move on, they matriculate through our system.
That would be current research of what's happening now, but I think there is the investigation when you audit, that you go back 3-5 years to see what has been done, what's been provided, what are in notes, what are in board sessions, what are in committee notes, and there's a lot of research that we will have to provide to a strong audit. And so it's not just currently happening for students, it's also, let's look at the flow of the district and their commitment and how it's improved, or the suggestions.
Yeah, I think of like looking like at audit. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but yeah, like, looking at those, like, those audits to see if our findings have improved at all, or changed.
Okay.
Let us hash it out a little bit, and then we can bring it back. I just needed some direction as to, hey, what is it really we're looking for? I think eventually we can do everything, but right now, no.
Yeah, and I don't, I presume that everybody in the room also sees that there's an implementation appropriation that needs to be there as well.
Yes.
Because I think, I'm certain that our strategies will emerge next academic year and begin implementation, so, yeah, okay.
There's also an opportunity to get whatever that is into our school improvement plans as well, that's just why it's going into the public. But they're all aligned.
Okay, so, just for the sake of clarity, Dr. Pereira or Jordan, could you re-summarize to the board what you've heard from us, and what you're walking forward with?
You want me to do that?
Go ahead.
So, my understanding is that we are going to engage in market research for an equity consulting firm, an educational equity consulting firm, with an emphasis on school climate and culture, and staff recruitment and retention, diverse staff recruitment and retention. So, partner with James on that part. I'll partner with Lisa on the culture and climate part. Over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to test the market to see if I can get a rough estimate of costs that we should anticipate for budgeting purposes and just for the board to understand the impact, the fiscal impact this will have. I don't think any of us are really going to have concerns about that. And then by May work session, I think is what I heard, we will be reporting back to you on the market research conducted, giving you an overview of the vendors that we spoke with, that we felt were responsible vendors, and at that point, I think we'll ask the board to act on, which consult to use, which, the other thing that I'll research in the meantime is that process. That's an unconventional procurement process in a public body, but I think for this particular procurement, it makes the most sense. So, I'll report back to the board on that when I report back on the fiscal impact.
And one other factor is that DOT will help to identify what that culture climate piece is on.
And something that I want to see if we want for clarification, as in culture and climate, that staff and students, and that, did that also include families, community and families?
Right, that's.
Yeah, external, all right.
That clarification
Family
is important,
experience is
so,
gonna be the student's experience, so that's why I target kids.
Not always.
Not always, but most times.
yeah, so, families, of students that we are serving?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so not community external yet,
No.
but that can be,
Like,
okay.
like when they come, like, you know, we just started having the cameras and the doorbells and like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's parent participation.
perfect.
Mhm.
No, I think that's excellent. It sounds like you summarized. Is any concern from the board about that process? So mid-May work session is when we'd anticipate seeing that, and we'll have it as dedicated agenda.
Great.
Okay? Thank you, board. Thank you, staff. We have a recess break. Let's take it, 15 minutes, and we can be back here at 10. Do you want to do 12 minutes or 15?
15.
Okay, 10:18. 10:18 back here.
Robin, do you wanna talk about that email? You wanna talk about that?
Oh, sure.
Hey, bathrooms are straight back.
Oh, yeah, so, I know we, some of the things. So.
Can I borrow
Childcare.
paper? I'm writing down one of them. about data updates.
I know, yeah, like,
Ms. Collins, Dr. Collins. 10 words, 10 Collins.
You can choose, I've been called much worse, so. With that, I want to say welcome. Today, we're going to just take a few minutes and look back, just a couple of months, looking at iReady data, looking at our high school data
So, Tim,
around Clause 1.
While you're standing up there talking, I can hear you better if you take your mask off, if you're
Okay.
comfortable with it. It's a
I'm-
little muffled, and I have trouble.
I'm okay with it.
I think,
Okay.
thank you.
Just stay 10 feet.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So with that, we're going to just spend a few minutes taking a look at some data from this first semester, Quads 1 and Quads 2. We also have some iReady data that we'll be pulling in that's just completed within the last week or so. So with that, we're just going to spend some time taking a look to see how are we doing. How has this year been for us specifically, just doing a compare and contrast to where we are this year versus where we were last year about the same point in time. And then also looking ahead to graduation and graduation rates and just doing some anticipation on what that might look like based on the school year so far. As far as questions and those sorts of things, my thinking at this point is I'll go through all of the information that's here first. So if you want to take notes as we're going through, that would be helpful. My concern is if we stop in one place, we get sidetracked. So feel free to take some notes, but there'll be plenty of time at the end to ask questions and go back and look at specific slides individually. So if you want to note those as you go through, that would be helpful. So just a quick reminder in terms of mission, vision, and values, thinking about how do we inspire and empower each student. With that, this is an interesting presentation because we're looking at data in aggregate. We're not looking at data individually, student by student, but we're looking at some aggregate data. With that, just want to point out, especially when it comes to iReady data, one of the things that we've noticed is that the averaging of iReady data really masks a lot of the variation that we see both grade by grade and also school by school. And that's a conversation I've been having with our building principals. Because we're averaging and because we're offering the iReady assessment virtually as opposed to face-to-face, we're seeing a lot of variation student by student. The averaging masks out. So for every student whose parent might be helping them on the iReady assessment, we have another student who might be going through too quickly. And so the averaging diminishes some of that variability as we go through. But we are thinking about how is each student impacted, especially as we think about distance learning in this environment. Creating culturally responsive graduates, looking ahead, anticipating what that looks like this spring as our 12th graders walk across whatever is in place, whether that's a stage, whether that's a drive-through, that is yet to be seen. And this is about stewardship, community, and integrity in terms of how we're using the resources that we've been allotted in order to serve our kids. It's about looking at high-quality instruction and also thinking about an equity lens as we go through and think about not only this year, but how does this impact next year as well, and the decisions that we make. Thinking about that bigger picture in terms of the learning model, accessible and intentional instruction, that's what these numbers are about. But really, this evidence-based decision-making, thinking through what is it that we know, and then with that information, what changes might we need to make. So we've got really 4 things that we're looking at, and like I keep remembering the question that you asked back in January with the graduation numbers, how is distance learning impacting student achievement, and what do we know? So we're looking really at 4 things today. We'll look at iReady math, we'll look at iReady reading, we'll look at high school just overall achievement in terms of grades, grades 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then also looking at graduation on track. So how many of our kids right now in terms of grade 12 are actually on track to graduate by the time June rolls around. So those are the 4 main categories I want to take a look at as we go through. So with that, we'll start with the iReady reading analysis. Our students completed the iReady reading analysis on March 5th. That's when the window closed. So this data is very recent. We don't have any national data to compare this to yet, so this is just simply our data. This is our first look at it. In terms of overall completion rates, Diagnostic number 1 took place in the fall. Diagnostic number 2 just took place or just closed this last week. In terms of overall participation, you can see from this year versus last year, our participation rates are down by about 6%. And before I forget, Sarah, were you able to push the presentation out to the board members as well? If they wanted to see?
We're just seeing that there, right?
Let me see if Sarah can push it out to you, because some of the numbers and the graphics, I think will be easier to see if you have your own copies. I will wait. While we're waiting for that, one of the things we did, diagnostic number 2, is we flip-flopped the order of reading and math. What we noticed is that our reading participation was lower than our math participation was, because math was offered first in the fall, so we flipped those. And that actually made a difference in terms of the completion rate, and we'll see that with math in just a few minutes. But one of the challenges that we had, because it is a remote diagnostic as opposed to face-to-face, is it was much more challenging to get all of our students to engage in the diagnostic itself. And that was with parents, or teachers calling home, principals sending out newsletters, educational assistants, doing phone calls and those sorts of things, encouraging students to finish the diagnostic, so we have some data that's accurate and relevant to move forward. So even with that, our participation rates were lower, which is one of the reasons we're thinking about the opportunity to bring kids back. Should in fact this for diagnostic number 3. Absolutely. So Sarah, how are we doing?
Loading.
Waiting for it. It's a large file.
Okay, so just saying that, so if board members are in the board docs agenda, you may have to refresh, and that presentation should be on the agenda item now.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I'll give you guys a second to pull it up if you want. Excellent. So I'm going to start with this one, the cohort data. And a quick caveat with this one, it's not a true cohort, so to speak. For this first slide that you're looking at, I wanted to see how did our students do over time. So where it says grade 3 are these most recent points here closest to me on the screen. Right here you've got grade 2, and then back on the far left you've got grade 1. Touch screen, we can't do that. Okay, so what I wanted to see was when our third graders were back in first grade, how were they doing? The numbers are comparable year by year, so you can actually take a look at what growth looks like for each of your cohorts, each of your students. You can compare the diagnostic from first grade to the diagnostic in third grade. iReady has scaled those so that the numbers are comparable to each other. So what you'll notice is that grade 3, 5, and 7, over time, our students are growing. Whether it's first grade, second grade, or even third grade this year, the data indicates that our students have been growing in their ability to read. The other thing as well that's interesting by using grade 3, 5, and 7, right here, this 491 and this 500, this is grade 3, which is where this grade 5 group started. So what you can see is that our students here in third grade are about the same place that our fifth graders were back when they were in third grade. So in terms of kind of like a leveling, so to speak, this gives a pretty strong indication that our students are close to where the fifth graders were back when they were in third grade. And the same thing is true if you compare our fifth graders to our current seventh graders. So grade 1, 2, 3, grades 3, 4, and 5, and then 5, 6, and 7. It's the same group of students on those lines as we're looking to see what does this change look like over time. One of the things that you're also going to notice and see as you look at the data.
Could you say that one more time? So
Sure.
the blue, they're all the same
This is
students?
this is this
Starting
year's,
at third grade, starting at,
this is this year's third graders.
okay,
This is where they were in first grade,
okay,
second grade, and this is where they are this year in third grade.
in third,
So this column here on the right is the most current data, and then we just tracked it backwards to see when they were in other grades, what did their data look
all
like.
right, that.
And that's an appropriate way to assess data, because otherwise you're looking at it in isolation.
Yeah,
Like 1 year, you're in third, I'm in fifth, and then you get to fifth, and you compare it to my, like it's not equivalent.
yeah,
You
okay.
look back at the student, or the group itself.
Yeah. A couple of other things you'll notice as you look through, the steeper the line, the more growth is indicated by that particular measure. So for our younger students, you'll see that the blue line seems to be steeper than our yellow line up on the top. And what that says is that our students were growing more relative to reading when they were younger as opposed to in the upper grades, because the assessment gets harder, so that makes sense. The other thing you're going to notice, Blake, this goes back to your question, how has learning been impacted by distance learning? If you're going to compare these two dots right here, 445 to 470, 491 to 450, This was Diagnostic 1, this was Diagnostic 2. You can see there's kind of a steep slope to that one. As opposed to 491 to 500, the line starts to level out. Session's been right in that. You're gonna notice this trend all the way through. So our students are growing? The answer is absolutely yes, they're growing, even in the midst of distance learning. Are they growing as fast as they normally would have if they were in face-to-face instruction? The data seems to indicate that the answer is no. So students are growing, but you'll see this tailing off effect as we go all the way through, where the data seems to be steeper at the beginning, and it doesn't really matter which cohort you're looking at, grades 3, 5, and 7, and we'll keep this one all the way through. You'll see kind of the tailing effect when you're closer this year as opposed to previous years. So focus on these dots here as we go through, but if you compare this to where they started, that gives you a pretty good indication of what growth might look like versus where they are now. Growing, yes, but not as much as what we might have anticipated or expected.
So go ahead. This is just a data question. Those trend lines are internally contained, so that blue 500 is affecting that trend line, correct?
That is correct.
So it wasn't like this is a projection without CDL, or this is a projection with the potential effects of CDL.
The blue trend line is simply the average of the data points. That's all that is. Yep. And that's why you'll see, because there's a greater difference between 445 and 470, these are off of the line as opposed to these are more flat. They're actually on the line. So the lines that you see are simply the average of the data points that are there, and it's the average of all of the data points for that particular set of data. So you're talking about which grade 3, you're looking at about 400 data points that it's averaging out.
So what it's saying right here is our current third graders are a bit below, about 6 points below our fifth graders at the same age.
When they were the same age 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yep,
So that's when
exactly
you
right.
said that there's disparity.
Correct. Yep.
But they're not big at all, and that's with distance learning, right?
That is with distance learning, correct.
Mm-hmm.
But there still are gaps, or there's still a difference between where they are versus what we might have expected or hoped.
Yes.
Wait, I'd like to clarify that, because that's a good clarification. I'm seeing that our current third graders are 4 points ahead of where fifth graders were at the same grade. Is that what was just said and I just misunderstood?
We're behind.
So, behind. So right now, our third graders, their average score on the iReady reading exam was a 500. For diagnostic number 2. Oh, you're right, diagnostic number 2, thank you. They're 6 points ahead, thank you. Good point.
But isn't it D1 versus D2? And so I was comparing D1 at 491 to D1 at 496.
They were both third graders. I see what you're.
But I don't know kind of how that.
No, great point. For the reading, I don't know why this was the case. This was before I was at the district office. We didn't do an initial diagnostic for the 18-19 school year. There's no D1 data.
We didn't have that already.
Oh, okay. So that data point is missing. So D2 right here corresponds to D2 right there. That's the major point. There's no D1 data. On math, we do have the D1 data.
Oh, so they're 4 points ahead, is that it?
6 points. 4 points, thank you, yes.
4 points ahead, all right.
Yep. Good
So
catch.
we're doing better.
Yes.
Even with distance learning, we've progressed. That's good to know. Mhm.
Yes. There's another graphic at the end.
Parents could be helping at home too.
I heard.
out about.
I heard.
Yourself in the backyard on their own, right?
I heard you logged on, I was like, okay, I'm gonna help you, I'm at it.
But this is simply one way to slice the data. There's some other ways to slice it as well. You'll see some other pieces.
We're gonna put this thing off the rails.
I was trying to put questions at the end, but I want to do more of a conversation, right? Well,
Could I ask a,
Go ahead.
data conversation?
I said we're gonna put this off the rails, but it's gonna be me.
We'll blame it on board chair.
No, she's not helping the kids, all right? She's not. But, and neither am I, because I can't. Is there a bias in the data because of the participation? Like, do you see that 6% bump? Is there a correlation between where those 6% of missing data would typically score? You know, would that drop the 500? Would it raise the 500? Because these are students who have disengaged. You know what I'm saying?
I do, and I didn't do that analysis. So the questions I don't know. How would that difference have impacted the overall data? That's a good question. Because they didn't test, right? The other piece here that we're also looking at This group that's here in first grade at the very beginning is only about 80% similar to this group of third graders through the very end, right? Because we have students moving in and out. So this is not an intact cohort. This is simply grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 at those particular levels. So the cohorting isn't exactly a true cohort. There are some students missing and some students have been added to the mix. And so that also affects the variability. So the average helps with that in terms of.
But that's true all the time, you know?
Cohorting, or the lack thereof. So it's a close approximation. What I wanted to do then is start to take a look to see, in terms of demographics, how are we doing? And I chose the two largest demographics in order to make sure the graph is readable. So we're looking at students who identified as white and students who identified as Hispanic in the database as well. Similar sort of trends and patterns, so let me walk you through it here. Grade 3 is down below, grade 5 is in the center, grade 7 is up on top. Same sort of idea, and you can see that same pattern holding true in terms of, like if I were to compare the diagnostic in 1920, diagnostic now, you'll see a greater change last year versus this year, so a slight leveling off or a slight peaking off. The good news as you're looking at these, in terms of growth, for a number of our grades, for grade 3 and for grade 7, the growth is about equal regardless of demographic. So all of our kids are growing, but the gap isn't closing. Grade 5 is the exception in this particular case, where there's a greater difference between our students identified as white versus our students identified as Hispanic, in terms of their achievement on this I-ready exam specifically. So you can see kind of a widening of the gap as you go from left to right. So students are growing, absolutely. Is the gap closing? The gap is not, according to this particular diagnostic as you go through. The other piece, just to point out the obvious, diagnostic number 3 is missing because we didn't do the diagnostic at the end of the last school year. I mean, that would have been a data point that would have been tremendously valuable if we could have picked it up at that point, but I already wasn't set up for remote administration yet. So when we start looking and breaking the data down, same trends and patterns holding true as what we started. But there's some issues that we need to address in terms of some of the gaps we're noticing within our data. And you'll see this grade 5 piece come up again in the slide at the very end of this reading summary as well. When you take a look at special ed, I just looked at grades 3 and 7, putting grade 5 on here maybe it would be messy. What you're looking at here, interestingly enough, for our students in grade 3, you'll actually notice a narrowing of the gap between our students who are just the general overall population versus those who identify as special education. So you can see just a slight narrowing of the band as you go from first grade to third grade. In contrast, when you take a look at our students from grade 5 to grade 7 with the cohort, you'll actually see a widening of the gap between the reading diagnostic with what our students are able to do. Some of that makes sense in terms of the content getting more challenging and more difficult. Explain part of this, but once again, that demonstrates the need that we have to think through how do we not only keep our trajectory consistent, but how do we start to narrow?
I think this is really telling because it doesn't say that this gap is created based on a challenging content because of the gap that widens at the same time with our Latino and white population, but it's probably the structure of our courses or of that, and you think of this time as this is when they're going into middle school, right?
Correct.
And so that probably is a big contributor to that gap between students in special ed and students are BIPOC students. I mean, that's just a guess, right?
No, well, it also brings up the challenge of, is our core curriculum serving the needs of all of our students, which I think is exactly what you're saying. So,
the support that special ed students receive in elementary, doesn't it change when they go to secondary level? Do they still have their pair of like one-on-one? How does
so the service model is different based on level, so I can't speak to that as specifically.
It's also individualized for an IEP, and I wouldn't make the assumption that they have support as a tentative thing, what you're saying. Those supports would remain within their group, their
The
IEP.
ELL data looks very, very similar in terms of the difference between our students who are identified as English language learners on the reading diagnostic. Whether you're looking at grade 3 or grade 7, the pattern is consistent where we have a widening of that gap between our students in that specialized program versus
general population.
What is this again? What's going on?
This is our ELL cohort data.
Our EL cohort.
So grade 3, grade 7, so this is almost the same as what the special ed graph looked like. I just switched the cohort.
And that's even bigger.
The gap is even larger, correct.
Even larger, so they are getting more support in elementary school. But it's just, no, it's two different tracks of students. as
Yeah,
well.
so this is
something else
correct.
could be happening, right?
Correct.
So this track of students might continue to, but that even widens from younger to older as, it's in the younger cohort too. So it starts out as smaller and then something is happening within the curriculum. And Myra, you're, you know, have more specialization in ELL. I know like with dual-lingual education, sometimes like they are behind and then they jump ahead. Oh.
I'm saving that question because I was gonna ask Lisa about that.
We'll know in 4 more years.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well, and that's a good question, because our dual language students just started their I-ready diagnostic this year.
And then, is there an I-ready in Spanish?
Yeah.
Yes, so, I did not pull that data specifically, but that actually is a great question, because you can go back.
Because like fourth
It'll
grade.
take some doing,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
But we can't pull
by,
that.
You should
by fifth grade,
You
it's
should see a definite, improvement because research tells you that that is best, support for your dual language learner, and you're going to have options for testing as well.
So, remind me the model we're using, 90-10 or?
90%.
So this one will give you guys, about 30 seconds just to kind of digest what's here, because this one has a lot of information in a short amount of time. As you take a look at the bars within the column, the orange indicates that that student is either at the mid-level in terms of achievement for that particular year or above. The green means that they're either at grade level or slightly below where they should be for that point in time within the year. So they're within the grade band, but they're not within the middle of the year in terms of achievement within the reading standards. Yellow was 1 grade below, red is 2 grades below, and then the blue bars are students that are 3 or more grades below in terms of their achievement relative to the standards for reading. So as you take a look, I'll give you, like I said, just a few seconds to digest that, and I'll walk you through what's here.
process.
That's why I wanted to give you guys just a few seconds to digest what's here. So ideally, what we would like to see is we'd like to see an expanding of the orange, and we'd like to see a shrinking of the blue. That's really what we want to see. So these at the bottom should get smaller, and those at the top should get larger. What this is telling us is even though we've had our students growing over time relative to where they should be consistent to grade level standards, and now we're comparing to standards as opposed to each other. Comparing back to grade level standards, we have significant work that we need to do to move our students up to the grade level standards that they should be at in grades 3, 5, and 7. So what this tells me here is that when students are in grade 3, if I look at the red and blue bars, I've got a much smaller percentage of portion of our population that's below grade level than when I jump up to 7th grade.
And this is comparing within the same year, so within the first year. So, I mean,
Yes. So
there's
this is,
significant improvements, it looks like, in grade 3 and 7.
absolutely. This is comparing Diagnostic 1 that happened back in October to Diagnostic 2 that just finished up. So we're looking at this year alone. How did our students do? Are we making progress and are we making movement around getting our students up to grade level standards? And the answer is we absolutely are, which is what the graphs were showing on those first couple of slides. But this also indicates that we still have plenty of work we need to do around analyzing our core curriculum to get all of our students up to grade level standards. That's what this graph is indicating. So you're seeing the oranges increasing all the way across the board, which is great for grade 3. You're seeing some slight reduction in terms of those students that are significantly behind in terms of grade level standards, all the way across the board. But when you start comparing these students to the standards, that's the work that we need to do.
I think, so I know it's not in this, is there what's that 1920 D2 breakdown look like? I mean, I know that it's not there,
Yes.
but I think that, this slide in isolation is encouraging to me because we're seeing the green and the orange bands grow at each grade level. That means
Correct, that teachers in comprehensive distance learning are owning the stage and doing a great job for our kids. But,
It's verifying that this is taking place, that we're getting positive growth.
yes, but is that growth to what degree that growth is stunted is what's missing. And I would be curious to know what those bands look like in D2 for that cohort.
But if we can go back as well, or this is just ELL, but again, applying the same method, that like if we're comparing these, like the D1, D2 to 2 years ago, you know, like what the disparity is among there, you know, if they had the
Yeah.
same models, that could give you like a small indication if there's.
Those bars typically look like the MTS triangle, where you do want to see the orange and the green growing, and I still look at that and say, I'm glad that we have it listed at iReady and reading, because we should see a reduction, and when it's done with fidelity, and so we do look at a number of minutes and put that into the day, and as you parents know, you say, oh my gosh, we do iReady. But it's the fidelity that will encourage us to see growth of 2 or more years in some cases. We're not seeing that in this, yet.
Yeah, growth mindset, not yet.
So, sorry, I have a quick question,
Yeah.
go back to that last
Right.
slide, please. I don't mean to be like that person, like focusing on the bad, but, I'm just curious about like the blue for 7th grade.
Right.
So they must have been in this program for like 2 years already. I'm sure that's maybe.
Barely.
Okay.
We adopted, iReady, the beginning of last year, and so they have not had the program.
Oh, okay. All right.
We do have reading longer, but, we did not have any, formative assessments of review until the beginning of last year or the year before. I'm sorry, I'm blending.
Yeah.
Beginning of last
Last year,
year.
19.
Thank you.
All right.
I wanted it the year before.
No, but that speaks to some of the changes that are being made, and thinking through how do we use this data to inform our practice. And that's really what our coaches are doing, and have been tremendously involved in that process, both at the elementary and middle school level, because it's only K through 8. I'm working specifically with language arts or mathematics teachers going, here's the data, what does this mean, both big picture around our curriculum as a whole, and then what does this mean for our students individually, starting to use the iReady data to target that instruction for those students that need it specifically, because of the report that iReady did before. So we should see, in the next year or two, the payoff from that, as we start seeing more and more students getting some of the targeted instruction that's relevant to their learning.
I'm going to just ask quick, so in normal years, would the students have been doing the iReady as part of their classroom, or would they have been doing this off?
It's both, because, first of all, iReady is just, right now, it's the formative assessment, and because it's the first year and comprehensive distance learning, we have not really put the parameters in place of the fidelity of the minutes. We have done that with math. It is done in class, and it is done at home, because it's you can use it in any setting, and that it is encouraged. However, when we move into our curriculum updates, you're going to see where we are with our core ELA, and how that also plays into this. iReady is a support, it's not a full curriculum.
Right. Because I was just looking at with the 7th grade, is that kind of what we were talking about? Is that the grade where they might be more independently doing this, finishing it? Because does it matter if you didn't finish it? Is there you have to get through all 30 questions for it to count?
For the test
Yes.
itself,
For the diagnostic, you do, yes.
you have to finish it for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one of the things that iReady does take a look at is how often are students participating in these online lessons or these online supplements?
Okay.
How often are they logging on? How much time are they taking? Are they completing the lessons accurately? Are they just going quick, right? So iReady does provide some nice data that way, so the teachers can actually follow individually and go, hey, it looks like
You just pressed all A.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the time, you want the accuracy of completing more.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So on average, how much time should they be?
So for those, yeah,
50? Oh, Juliana's not doing hers.
All right, we'll get on it, Mom.
She's so quick.
She might be the one. So this was most intriguing to me. What I wanted to do is I wanted to plot two things on this graph. And I wanted to take a look at, already lets us know what percentile, on average, the students fall into for their grade band. And a 50 percentile means that they're exactly average with the rest of the nation in terms of those particular standards. Down below, so right here on the side, I've got percentile. So how close is it at 50% mark, which is kind of where they would want it to be or would want it to be, versus growth down below, how much did their score change between September and March? So if they're more towards me, they had a greater change in their score. If they're more towards the top, then they're closer to what would be considered grade level standards at 50% mark. So what you see here is that for grades 2, 3, and 4, they're high on the growth end of things, which is what we would want. But we also notice that they're lower in terms of their overall performance of their percentile. The encouraging thing to me is that students go from grades 2, 3, and 4 to grades 6, 7, and 8. Their percentile increases, which means they're getting closer to where they should be for that particular grade level band. But their overall growth decreases because the content gets more challenging, more difficult. So ideally what we want to see is we want to see everyone up here in this general section, right? We want to see people that have a high percentile with a high growth rate. That's what we want to see. But right now we've got kind of this backwards or negative slope where we've got low percentile but high growth. And then as students get older, this is just simply looking at a snapshot over time. The percentile increases with the growth. So this is for reading data, and it's fairly consistent. And I said that grade 5 band on that first slide is an interesting grade to look at. You can see that in terms of growth, the grade 5 students had very little growth, and their overall score relative to everyone else here in the chart was fairly low. And that's interesting and concerning to me. I don't know whether that's necessarily due to kids not taking the diagnostic seriously or if there's other sort of factors involved. But this data point really sticks out to me as intriguing and interesting, and I don't know why. So go ahead.
With teachers, have you looked at individual classrooms and identified the effective strategies of those teachers?
We certainly can, sorry, but that's
Yeah.
something that our administrators do quite frequently. And when Tim and I come into our data meetings, those are the things that they're looking at, talking at with their teachers during PLCs, and really, you're getting the overall, as Tim keeps saying, but it's the individual that really matters. Like, you really want to see if who's growing, who's not growing, what are they doing, diving into why, right?
So how is that information shared with parents? And so that, like, are tips, advice shared with parents when they get their kids reports?
I know that already has information that they're pushing out, but I'm not sure, teachers push that out as part of that.
There are lots of different reports, and so right now, it's not something that Tim's department or my department is saying you must send this type of report. We can look at those sorts of things because as a teacher and a parent myself, I think that we want to see those formatives and know. It certainly can be in those conversations that you have daily when we have interaction with parents. If they know about it, we try to give updates, and if it's part of the tier 2 or tier 3 meeting and intervention, then we definitely come across that.
I also want to say that this slide speaks to, I think, what many of us hear on a regular basis, that third grade reading, they really need the strong reading skills. And it's not that they can't read beyond that, but if they're at a frustration level there, it only gets worse for them and they fall further behind their peers. Because it's more application of the learning, not just reading for comprehension, but you're actually applying all the other skills as well at the higher grade levels, which is why you see most times a drop in the middle schools, because there's more application of the learning.
I'm just wondering, how do we empower parents so that Blake can help?
Let's see information about me, everybody.
Well, I would say more practice on this, because what occurs is that where the students are weak during the practice sessions, they give them more of those questions so that they can build that skill, right? And if it's something that's really easy, then they increase the rigor on that type of question, or they move them on to something else. That's the beauty of this opportunity. That's why, as Lisa said, it's a supplementary resource to the classroom, but it also gives us an opportunity to assess. So that third grade reading skill really is key. It's not just, hey, we need this because we want to measure it, but going forward, it really does impact reading. And a kid just pronouncing the word doesn't mean they can read.
Right.
I mean, that's just fluency.
Comprehension is another, and as Patrice said, that third grade is the big difference, and how we say it a lot of the time is, you're learning to read, and then you're reading to learn, and that switch at third is difficult.
And it gets more rigorous.
So this is just reading. The math data, yes.
That was me. Just, is COVID taking something out of that? I mean, are the kids not at the schools, are they at their homes? Could that be something about it?
Good question. So my hunch on this one is that our overall percentiles are probably lower than they should be due to some limitations of just learning and online instruction.
Right.
It's not really face-to-face. So in terms of is there a COVID impact? Probably. Without COVID, these would probably be higher, closer to that 50% range. So the math data is going to look very similar. So you'll see a similar set of slides, and you'll see a similar set of trends actually as we go through. So this will probably be a little faster because this is going to be a rehash in some ways. In terms of the diagnostic completion rate, something I want to point out that going to jump out at you. We did the math diagnostic first and had a 90% completion rate. This time we did the math diagnostic second. In other words, reading came first, and we didn't start the math diagnostic until, I think, last week of February. And the completion rate went significantly down. What that indicates to me is a little bit of technology fatigue. Students just going to the place where, like, look, I'm in Zoom meetings, I'm taking an iReady diagnostic, I think I'm done. So in terms of overall completion rates, our math diagnostic data has less data points in it, simply because I think students got tired of the digital or the online testing environment. When you're doing face-to-face, it's a different experience. So this is one of the limitations of doing a virtual or doing an iReady diagnostic in an online setting. The students or the parents are the ones helping to motivate and try to move the students through that particular experience. But
I'm more curious about the 92 to 82 jump in 1920. Any indication of, because that's in class.
And that's a good question, and I'm not sure what.
First year we did it.
No, it was math.
Yeah, math is year 3.5. I can only go back to 18, 19. So I don't know if that's when we started or if we have any data before that. Blake, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure what caused the % drop.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 to 3, if I were in a vacuum, I would think diagnostic 1 is important because that's your entry test, and diagnostic 3 is important because that's your end of year. I don't know if that approach entered into the mindset of people who are facilitating this, but.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like you just proved every educator's point. Learning is multivariate, and there are lots of things that play into it. Just having the knowledge is not. There are things that play into it. There's the variations you're considering and sharing. That is definitely a reality.
You know, maybe the darkest of the winter months has, you know, like all sorts of things impact. This graph is very similar to what you saw for the reading, trends over time, grades 3, 5, and 7, same sort of thing. Where our students are right now, you can take a look at D1 for 3rd grade versus D1 for 3rd grade back for that 5th grade cohort group. And the same thing here, D1 for our 5th graders versus the 5th graders of that next cohort up. So once again, some similar sorts of trends and patterns, steeper lines or steeper growth lines for the younger grades, shallower growth lines for the upper grades. Now, the same sort of pattern, especially if you take a look at that tailing off this year, it's even more pronounced on this graph. We have a tailing off for D1 and D2, as opposed to where D1 and D2 were in prior years, looking at growth over time. So once again, hence that there is an impact to distance learning in terms of the growth trajectories for our students as they've been doing distance learning. Same sort of pattern here that we saw before with the reading data for grades 3 and 5. The lines are pretty consistent in terms of parallel growth over time. there aren't any gains or losses necessarily, except for this grade 5 group. Once again, you'll see kind of a widening of the gap between students identified as white versus students identified as Hispanic. And once again, just chose the two largest demographic groups, just to keep things simple in terms of the patterns that are there. But very similar to what we see with the reading data. Great, I love it.
That's okay.
Welcome to middle
I think you liked that.
I like that echo.
Yeah. I love having this back in the building. It's so good.
Yeah.
I thought I saw it. No?
No, I just said welcome to middle
As far as by Fed, same sort of pattern. We don't see any closing of the gap for grade 3 like we saw with the reading. The math stays fairly consistent and parallel all the way through. You do see a widening of the gap for the older grade 7 for special education students. And then the same sort of pattern holds true for the EL data, a widening of the gap, the older students get. Same sort of graph that you saw before. I'll give you guys a few seconds to digest this one.
There's less movement in that.
That's the first thing that I noticed right away. There is less movement over time in that.
You know, not that we like to look at negative forecasts, but we were really concerned about, obviously, comprehensive distance learning. And what we had seen from Europe and other places that started sooner than us is that there was going to be a more difficult in the numeracy than in the reading section, because reading is you grab a book or you have something and you're doing it, and you're not necessarily doing math in everyday life. So that's what we're seeing as well.
And the adult at home can more than likely help them with reading than they can help them with math.
But there's already also starting conversations around, so what does it look like next year as we step into situations where we anticipate more face-to-face instruction happening for all of our students? And one of the things that I was listening to about 3 or 4 weeks ago, one of the people was talking about, instead of talking about learning loss, which implies that the student had it and then somehow misplaced it, really what we have here are missed learning opportunities because some of those learning chances that students normally have had just haven't been there. So how do we accelerate students and provide those learning opportunities that will maximize the growth that they have over time? And that's even the work that we're starting now, both Tracy and Lakeisha, around identifying, stepping back into next year, we're going to have students that have holes in their knowledge. And so what are we going to do proactively to meet those needs? And it's not about remediation, it's about acceleration.
Well, and I know that there probably isn't a way to measure this, but what if they're computer literacy? What is it going to be like after?
Well, and there are
Computer literacy,
Has grown exponentially.
right?
Well, they're computer good. No, but I was gonna say, when it comes to specific math areas like content, you know, and place values, and you can really figure out on that individual basis and small group and so forth. So it's not always just the big picture of math.
Right.
Breaking it down.
And just their life skills. I mean, they are learning so much right now. That has nothing to do with that.
And it's things that aren't necessarily measured,
And
right?
they're not measured.
So, or they're not measured with the tools that we're using, maybe a better way.
My kids have learned a lot of children.
Which will probably help them
They are gonna
tremendously
need
down
that
the
when they
road.
move
Organization.
Organization.
This one's a little more scattered. This is that same graph before looking at growth versus percentile performance. One of the things you'll notice is that overall percentile performance is lower than the reading, generally speaking. So in terms of our students relative to the standard for their grade level, our students are performing generally lower than what grade level standards would be, and that's what this graph indicates. Which goes to both the impact of COVID, but also what Lisa was talking about. From other districts and entities, we know that math is a challenge, especially math in a distance learning environment, and our numbers bear that out.
Great, that's in the right quadrant.
This is where we want them to be. But in terms of overall performance, we have work to do, right? Ideally, we want everyone up here, continue to work that direction. And I know, for example, Shannon Farbankin has been spending a tremendous amount of time at the middle school, especially working with the iReady data figuring out what do we do with this now that the data's here.
If we had more information about this, this could be like indicator of developmental, like where kids are developmentally and just like how fast they grow and so forth, like if it's consistent, fifth graders, more than curriculum.
True, absolutely. And, I think looking at this over time would also be instructive and, intuitive for us as well.
Who has had the most support in this second grade, Mr. Devereaux?
And I think this one with national benchmarks or regional benchmarks would be, give some better context.
Well, this is nationally benchmarked, so the percentile.
The percentile is nationally benchmarked?
Yes, the percentile is nationally.
So that's scary, I see.
Yes. But the growth numbers for math are smaller as well. So the reading, you saw increases 10 to 12 in terms of the difference in reading points from Diagnostic 1 to Diagnostic 2. For math, the average growth is much smaller. So the scale is different.
I think, good, on that national benchmark, I guess I'm looking more point in time benchmarked. Because I'd imagine that national benchmark isn't like built on a curve of how COVID has affected nationally, right?
Yeah,
So our seventh graders are assessed against a typical seventh grader who's been in-person instruction. And I would imagine that all of these numbers nationwide have come down.
correct. And that's where, because our data is so new, I read it provided the national comparison.
Oh, okay.
In a month.
Yeah, to 6
And
weeks.
then they come
Once
out.
they collate and compile their data, they'll actually give us a chance to compare our students to the rest of the nation on that particular diagnostic. So right now, I'm comparing to iReady's multi-year comparison. Absolutely. So we'll be able to see that finer grain detail in about 5 to 6 weeks, once iReady sends us that.
Can we do a quick time check and when should,
Yeah, we're at 11:09, we start at 10:22.
so that's 10 minutes?
Yeah, 13 minutes.
Perfect. To go? Okay. And we'll make it. As far as high school academic analysis, what I wanted to do is just spend a few minutes taking a look at how has distance learning impacted our overall passing rates at the high school level. This is an aggregate of Springwater, Barlow, and Gresham, the three schools we're looking at. You'll notice on here there's a new indicator. There's no F on this particular sheet. There's an NG instead. That's a change that we've made this year specifically by taking the F off the report card. One, it doesn't impact their overall GPA. But the second thing is we've been working specifically with students to try to find opportunities for them to make up that credit, either by completing any outstanding assignments or other sorts of things. So this actually looks really similar to an I or an incomplete. At some point in time, it will flip over to an F on a transcript. But at this point, we're going to keep it as an NG as long as we possibly can, encouraging students, knowing this is a distance learning environment, to complete those outstanding assignments. Maybe it's a major project or two that they just didn't get to based on circumstances. So really the NG is giving students the benefit of the doubt to say, we know that there's other things that are taking place right now, how can we help you?
So are kids getting, completion plans like they did last spring?
The different high schools have put completion plans in place.
And that's really obviously starting with the seniors and completion plans.
Yeah.
There is a drop in date eventually that an NG is not gonna help you, so those are the ones that we're working on first. And then, moving forward, this is a beginning to a new direction of what a grade does and provides and how it can be a support and it doesn't have to be a deterrent. Also, as Tim, spoke to, it's not a all or nothing. It's not retaking a course. It's looking at the percentage of the course that you need to complete and having a completion plan that's appropriate for that individual student.
And also really pushing the idea that language matters, right? If you have a failure on your report card versus a non-grade just simply says you're not there yet, right? As opposed to a failure says you're done. Or at least it tends to be that in mind for some of our students. So the move was intentional for a number of reasons, but really thinking through the language that our students will hear when they see this, we thought was very important, encouraging that growth mindset to say, there's still an opportunity. We're not done yet. Two things I want to point out on this one. The number of our students in grade 10 versus the other grades that are here, our grade 10 students are the ones that are struggling the most. and our high school principals have been telling us that, for the last couple of months, saying it's our grade 10 students that seem to be having the greatest challenges right now with distance learning, passing courses, staying engaged, and the data bears that out. Our seniors are the ones that are doing the best by and large.
Well, they've had the longest high school experience. I know that's silly to say. However, think about those semesters. They haven't had a high school experience. And the ninth grade, I mean, haven't either. So, I mean, I just really feel like we're looking, again, what we've been saying, we have multiple years of freshmen sitting in our school.
Also, at grade 9, we spent significant time at the high school level putting houses in place, at Springwater, Gresham, and at Barlow. So the other thing that we think is involved with that, particularly non-grade or non-passing rate, is the impact of our houses, where teachers are spending more time getting to know groups of students, working with other teachers within the house, so to speak. And our 9th grade teams are meeting on a regular basis, figuring out how do we help students that have indications that they're struggling. So we think that 10.5% not passing rate is an indication of some of the good work that those teams are doing, because knowing that the first is the highest of the grades that we normally have, historically speaking. So just wanted to point out, those are some of the trends that we're seeing in terms of the pattern. I'll show you last year's semester 1, just so you can see the difference between the two.
And one more thing about the 9th to 10th is, 10th grade is, you always need that transitional support. That 9th grade, that's the another 98 funding that really keeps them on track. Because in the past, in history, it would be a high number of freshmen with that transition struggling. We might see the sophomore year a little higher because of that support, and it's a really, also.
This is last year's semester 1, so this is kind of an apples to oranges comparison, but it's at certain point in time. The failure rate at that point was 9.5%, so slightly higher this year in terms of those students that weren't passing, of course, by the end of that first semester. Once again, you'll also see in terms of freshman success, we started implementing our freshman success teams with more fidelity last school year. So we're still seeing that same sort of pattern holding true as we go through. Once again, our seniors are going through a bunch in terms of those that were passing the class. So once again, back to your question, are we seeing an impact to distance learning? The answer is yes, we are. But our high schools are actively working to mitigate some of the challenges that our students are facing as they go through.
Are we looking at, like, implementing something like houses in sophomore, junior? Well, it sounds like seniors have support, but like for juniors and sophomores?
So those are discussions I know that are taking place at the secondary level in terms of how do we replicate the success that we've seen at grade 9. And with that, so grade 9, all of the students are in houses. The discussion that I've heard at this point is, can we do a more targeted approach for those students that need it? Sophomores are starting to differentiate a little more in terms of the courses that they're taking, and that's one of the challenges that they're looking at. The other piece with that is how do we promote acceleration towards college credit-bearing courses for all of our students? That's something that Carla's been working on specifically, is removing hurdles and barriers that students face to access that college-level credit course that they could be taking in the high school setting. So that's part of the conversation as well. One other piece, just a quick breakdown in terms of just like content area. The reason I put this one out, normally we see that math has the highest percentage of students not passing. What you'll notice in this particular, and CTE usually has the lowest, CTE and fine arts. In this particular case, you're seeing more parity across the board, which means that our students, I think, are struggling to engage regardless of the content area. So instead of math sticking out like a sore thumb, we're seeing parity all the way across the board, which is something we don't normally see in terms of students passing versus not passing. So once again, this is an indication distance learning is having an impact on our students. Two other data points I want to point out just briefly. The number of students that had incomplete, this is based on where we were at the end of the school year last year. So last year, we had 165 students at Gresham High School, for example, that had one or more incompletes. Over the course of this last semester, quads 1 and quads 2, they dropped it down to only 126 students that remain with one or more incompletes still left on their transcript. Interestingly, Barlow had a slight increase, and the reason for that is we had students that moved in to the district, coming from other places, and they brought their completes with them. So Sam Barlow is specifically working with Ray Academy, and trying to figure out, because a number of those courses we just don't offer. So working with Edgenuity to try to figure out opportunities for those kids, to complete those incompletes that are still outstanding. So great work on the work of our high schools, getting those incompletes up to a passing mark. And the same thing, just an overall number of courses, significant work that Gresham's been doing. And Sam Barlow's been doing work as well, but it's just masked by some of the kids that moved in with significant needs related to the courses that they brought with them. So that's just a quick overview in terms of the high school setting, and I know for time, let me just quickly get the students on track as far as graduation status, so you can see just briefly. There are 4 different categories you're about to see. On track are those that are predicted to graduate on time. They've passed everything up to this point. Everything's looking really good. Warning means that those students are a half credit behind in one or more required areas. When you look at their schedule, they should be able to take those courses in the regular school day and be just fine to graduate on time, and those that do. High risk are those students that require a credit recovery course, but they're no more than 3 credits behind, so they're able to do that in the course of the semester, taking other sorts of opportunities in both Gresham, Sam Barlow, and Springwater Trail are given that as part of their quad system, so students can actually take credit recovery during the day. On the seriously off track are those that are more than about half a year behind in terms of credit, so the credit recovery piece would be significant. There are some seriously off track students that are able to graduate on time, but the load is pretty significant, the lift is pretty high. So just in terms of where we are overall.
What I was gonna say about that on track and off track, that really comes down to utilizing our tools well, and Panorama is that early warning system. It does track that, includes behaviors, includes attendance, and those things are a little less relative this year. However, it's our job to be checking on our off track, on track, K-12.
In terms of graduation on track overall, last year we were about 84%. If all of our on track and all of our students in this warning category were to finish on time, our graduation rate would be about the same this year as it was last year. And that's not counting these students in these other categories that might get up a little far on that one. I'll do it forward quickly. This is just a quick breakdown in terms of graduation status. You can compare the numbers that are here to the breakdown of a demographic that's there within the slide itself. You'll notice that if you take a look, for example, at our students that identify as white, if you add the on track and warning, the graduation rate is about the same as it was last year. There's some work to do. We're about, I think, 4 percentage points behind if you add the first column to those students that identify as Hispanic. And I know that our buildings are working on this, specifically Gresham High School, doing some specific reaching out to students that they've identified.
I just think it's important to point out as well, whenever we have these slides, see like who is seriously off track, and if the average is 6%, and we have our Native American populations at 30, Black at 30, Hispanic at 16, so that was their 30, Tourma race is 13, that there are significant disparities, racial disparities within our districts that we are perpetuating, and just to really keep those students in mind and focus on that.
Although part of it is that when the group is so small, one student can be that 33%.
But
One of those.
But that's a racist, I'm sorry, that's a racist argument, because like, that one person is a significant part of that community, and if we let that one person go off track, then we need to be.
And I don't think I'm saying that one person doesn't count, but when you look at it in a percentage, it throws it off. The one person still has every right to graduate.
But that
everyone
argument
else does.
detracts from the conversation on like, that there are major racial disparities, and that we need to keep those, conversations centered on those people.
Well, and I'm wondering if our numbers are that small, like Pacific Islanders, American Indian Cousins, like, is there a way to provide the individualized support, sort of like an or a completion plan for them early, like if this is a trend, starting that early on, like in grade?
So I know that Carla's been looking into some of those things, especially with some of the grants that she oversees, asking those exact questions about how do we leverage our resources to specifically identify students by demographic, to make sure the resources are specific. Here's what I think you need. This may not be what you need at all, right? So no, Carla's been doing and taking the lead on some of that work, especially with the counseling group, to be more specific with that and to expand those resources.
Right. Yeah, because if it's only 3, I mean, you.
But
you
it's
know
still,
what I mean?
it's still 3 kids, right?
Yeah, it's still 3 kids, but I mean, like, it shouldn't be so hard to provide that individual.
And that's just a comparison, you can see, where we were last year versus special education, ELL, same sorts of, challenges we've identified, in some other groups as well. So, I know we're running short on time, that's the last slide that I had in the deck. This has been for me, a tremendously enjoyable conversation, so hopefully you guys have had a chance, to ask the questions that you needed. I was curious, were there any other questions you guys had in the short time we've got left?
I just have one question that I
Yeah.
kind of thought of when we were looking at the demographics. What category would you put our MENA students under, like our Middle Eastern and North African students?
That is a good question. Normally, they tend to fall underneath the white category.
Well,
But it depends. This is where students self-identify. So we don't actually identify a student. They actually refer to us.
Well, do they have an option to say that they identify as MENA?
No, not within our current system. So this is aligned with the federal categories that are used, which, I mean, you bring up a great point in terms of these categories don't capture adequately all of the identities that our students bring.
Can't wait to work on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a limitation that we have right now. But it's a great question worth asking, it's a great question worth pushing back. Same sort of thing, gender is a great example, right? Where people sort of pushing back to, wait a second, this doesn't adequately capture what our students need. So that's a great point.
I think there's productive questions to ask, but I want to get a sense from the board. So our next agenda item is lunch at 11:45. We can cut this off. I don't think that we'd be prepared to accelerate lunch. I checked that. I mean, so we're kind of in limbo for the next 20 minutes.
Do we start one of the other?
Yeah.
items?
I would like to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Collins.
Thanks, Tim.
yeah, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, I might talk to you offline a little bit.
Sure.
I'd be curious to see those trend lines.
Yeah.
Fixed up through 1922.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
To see, maybe that would be more representative of our fallout. But I want to talk with you about whether that's an action.
Not in here, but.
Good question. So, my initial thinking, Blake, is I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, James.
I got,
James, like that one in Westward.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Cool.
There you go.
You did on,
Yes, in order to find out.
Yeah, it's so much, yeah.
So what that makes me want to do,
I know this place is cool.
How was your last day? I brought water and snacks.
Yes.
I brought Rajiv with me, so they were,
but it's rough.
anyway, we find it out. Body of water. Good grief.
could be.
My guess is probably
Yeah, this is very beautiful. The land and everything, even when I drove by it, like, my husband never even noticed it, he's like, that's how old school looks. He likes to show it.
I don't know if Blake's gonna, Blake's gonna.
I would have.
It's hard to
I
know.
would walk folks out there if they want to.
Extrapolate it out.
So, here's my guess. Just about. And I would have had, I don't want to give you three.
I know, like.
What have the learning off that you're seeing is probably close to average.
So, how do I reach,
The loss that happened.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but I needed it.
Tell you what, let's reconvene
Oh, yeah.
at 11:35. 11:35, we'll reconvene for a 10-minute introduction into the actual conversation. We'll break for lunch and then come back for our.
Oh, no, because my car was. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so for lunch, because of stuff like this right here, white down.
Yeah, so I can put a, I can just go and get, and then I'm like, I want,
Sure it is. The other.
like,
I think somebody who went to.
You're in?
Where you're.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
So you don't need me to.
Oh, yeah, there's so there's a little, bike shop. And there's
It's Friday.
We might go there.
I mean, it's anyway.
It's like the only one that it is. It's right by the Max track.
oh, okay.
And then I got mine, but that's a whole different one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I really.
That is cute. It's technology.
The bike rack.
Oh, no, oh, yeah. They're gonna have that, yeah.
So, and I also think,
Yeah.
I feel like I've been to the spot like you.
Yeah.
So,
That would be cool, like next week, let's go over to the bike rack.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that would, yeah.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
that.
I also have the one in Gresham. I also, Fred told me about your rack on Sandy.
Yep, so but those are so, well, the re-rack, kind of,
Dr. Collins. And they're
not brand new.
They're not that new, but,
It's not letting me connect, John. Is yours gonna connect? Yours is newer.
if it's not, I'm gonna enjoy it.
Well, or actually probably computer or something to see if they have stuff.
One of my friends.
However they feed them.
Told me that, yeah, I would be.
So that's cool. Oh, yeah, I've been, and again, that's I think the entire last year. On my back.
All right, I'm out. You saw everything I had in there last week.
Oh.
I have an anxiety attack.
So when everybody goes, I'm
Tell her.
perfect, so I can tell this old lady. Yep, the bikini, absolutely. Very good. You don't have to.
Take my,
Whatever.
my stuff out on the bus.
That's not the spray one that we have?
This one you could just.
Right, go.
Just see how it dries. Okay. Seriously. We'll do it. They might not even pick up.
Oh, you can go hard.
Oh, that means numbers work not the other way. That's right. I suspected that it's all about you. Oh, yeah.
Place will.
Thank you. That's my Canadian friends that say, oh, yeah, no. You're wrong. But I don't want to say it. I was just making sure, because I was making sure that there was any something.
I pushed them away a little bit so they would reach them.
So Katrina asked that we just spray and let it sit
But yeah, it's just.
and see how it does. Well, my understanding is that about 3 to 4 people. If you let it, yeah, that's why I have it.
Hey, nicely done, whatever you want.
I gotta be online.
Yeah. You were playing that game, weren't you?
John? I'm about to spray you. I probably. Sure. Video stream? Yes. The board, lunch is now available.
Okay.
So what if we break now, come back 12:30 and save us 15 minutes on the back end of lunch so that we can, so
Also, if anyone wants to go to the eco lab, I'll walk you out there. Carla, we went there last weekend.
I'm gonna go down to the
Oh,
classroom
they're
real
gonna
quick.
show that? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And last
and kind of go over what has happened from the last update that we gave, which was at the end of January, heading into February. The district leadership team was charged to review the effectiveness of the SRO program and determine how it could be improved to better serve students, staff, and the district. So we're here to update the most recent information that we've received and to put it to purpose for the board. So the purpose of today's overview is really that we want to give you an update that we have had several reach outs and listening sessions with culturally specific groups that were interviewed in an informal fashion. And I wanted to share the methodologies that we utilized I utilized to update the board today. I want to share with you the audit information that I referenced earlier about through the Wallace Foundation and the work that I've been doing through San Diego State University, the template and the format that I felt was necessary for this update, and share with you themes that came across specifically with these culturally specific small group sessions, and then share with you recommendations from both the participants and also the district with their analyzing of the data. So the overview is that I wanted to remind everyone of the purpose because we're here to serve the board, and the board had asked us to look at how we can better utilize our SRO officers, and that we wanted to make sure that we reviewed quickly, again, for everyone, that what we have done in the year 2021 for SRO engagements with the community. I wanted to specifically dive into some of the information from the individual and small group participation of the culturally specific groups. I want to share with you the descriptors that the audit, which is an equity audit, will provide us, and it really sort of sets a lens of what our expectations should be for the district. And then the methodologies used and the overarching themes and recommendations again. So the past engagement, and we have shared this with you once before, is that the community town halls have been going on for quite some time, but this particular year was in person the last in person, which was January. And then in 2016, a reminder when the bond passed, and we really had the focus and the community support on how do we improve student safety in a variety of ways. We had worked on the safety through the bond and then continue to make that part of the community town halls, even though other conversations arose. We also have continued with Superintendent Carrera's regular, I think they're twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year, key communicator reach outs. It has been a topic. Again, those key communicators are faith-based, business-based, certified, classified, specific students and families and administrators. And then finally, we've had several building meetings at the high school level, of course, because this is where we're talking about SROs, with parents about school safety and specifically SROs with staff meetings. So let's go to the specifics around the groups that we reached out to and the last month of research and evaluation that we've done. Through February, we engaged with the following specific, culturally specific groups. There are a lot of them, and so you can just take a minute to peruse them. But what has been great is we have really built the connection, and I have a really good connection with many of these folks because of the work that we did with the SIA dollars. We were asked to enlist more than just our key communicators, more than just our staff, more than just our families, but reach out to those partners that support our most vulnerable students and culturally specific groups that support. And these are continuing to grow, and these partnerships continue to grow. So not only are we going to use this with our SROs and our conversations this time, but we'll go back to these groups as well when we're looking at budget, most likely when we're looking at the audits that you're recommending for next year, and then certainly with the SIA dollars. We also had a participation of students on the superintendent student advisory group. And much of what they do is around students' views and values and how they feel, and making sure that we have an equity lens as we're doing the work that we do.
I would like to know how you engage them, because Youth Oregon, for example, that's on there, has been reaching out to engage, and they haven't really been engaged in any meaningful way. And so what does that mean that you've reached out to them, or that you've engaged with them?
So in the month of February, we sent a letter out inviting groups, and they were given a variety of, I think, 5 different, and I'm fairly certain that there was representation from that group. I'll have to look.
So you just sent out like an invitation letter to participate? Was that what it was?
Yes, we,
Okay.
For Zoom meetings, where then we held specifically small groups. So we didn't want to have all like 15 groups come together and have one big group. So we had 5 or 6 in the month of February where they could choose what was the best fitting for them. And then we had myself included, and then anyone like Karina and others to be there as well for translation and support. All right, so the outreach, again, this is sort of an increase from the last slide that you have seen. We talked about, okay, it'll be on the next slide, but the total number of people that we have have had some participation include everything that we've done so far. So this is the attendance of different safety meetings. This is also the numbers that you had seen from the thought exchange that we will talk about, because that was one of them. And then this also includes our small group, individualized and personalized interaction sessions.
Could you also, I'm sorry, I'm going back to, your culturally specific groups. Was there a good representation of, and what was the representation of our diverse groups that we were trying to engage?
Well, every one of these are considered a diverse group because they support a specific group of students. And I would have to go back and look at each specific group as how they attended. But most of them had representation with 1, 2, or 3 members. We didn't have a group, say, like Naya, for example, didn't have, their whole board member group, but they had a representation from there.
So, like Apanos, Asian Pacific Islander, Urko is African, Youth Oregon is diversity, NARA is that Native American?
Yes.
Naya is Native American, FACT is who?
Students with disabilities.
Yeah.
Disabilities. NAMI is who?
That's a migrant.
Migrant. ARC, NC counties, and so that looks generic, autism, Metro Family Services generic, and PFLAG, what's that, PFLAG?
For LGBTQ plus.
Okay, STEM, East County Rising, Hispano Latino Trio, who's Trio?
TRIO is a college program for first-gen students.
Okay, and that's BGCA Rockwood, who's that?
That was the Rockford, we went to that center.
It's the road.
Yes.
Something, the one over by Sukasa and
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, and then outside in, so you don't have a Black-specific organization on there? I just want to point that out.
What was the recommendation of the
There's many Black-specific organizations. There's Imagine Black, Black Community of Portland, Beyond Black. There's Urban League. Urko up there that's for
Play, Grow,
African
Learn.
Or Play, Grow, Learn.
Go get your child.
Yeah, Go Get Your Child. There's many, but I saw that, and I think that is a really important group to engage with specifically.
Thank you. All right, so in our findings, which we'll share in just a moment, but also I wanted to share the 2 slides that we really just presented with these groups. And that is that we wanted to ensure that those who are having conversations on behalf of students and the stories of those students, that they understood what an SRO is and what their roles are. So this was the first slide that we just said, we want them to contribute to a safe and welcoming school and the culture of that. We do know that they provide law enforcement related
to education, counseling, and prevention on site. We know that they promote health and student wellness, that they do provide assistance during safety events, extra events, emergency and crises, and investigate and respond to criminal behavior. Last but not least, they are a liaison between the Gresham Police Department and Gresham-Barlow School District. So that was shared with the group. And then what also is opened up, which was just a very informal discussion of listening, which is, what is your experience? And now many of these were representing students, and so they were adults of those groups. What is your experience with SROs in a building or the buildings that your students are in? What other experiences are you aware of that may be different than yours? And then how does this collection of your experience shape your thinking about how the district should engage with SROs? Through those open questions, the listening session, and then when responses were needed for clarifying questions, things like that. We did not rush, we didn't have a specific time, and when people felt that their stories were collected, their experiences shared, their experiences that they were telling us that were maybe not firsthand, but certainly from the hands of the students that they work with, then we ended the session. I wanted to share with you then the results, and so we just put together a quick one-pager, so I will pass that out to you now. And that is, yeah, you can no. So, a one-pager is just documents that you can take with you, and we have a small exercise to help guide the conversation after the presentation. But as I said before, I've had the pleasure of working with the Wallace Foundation through San Diego State University, and one of the districts that we've worked with this entire year on an equity audit was Chula Vista Elementary School District. Through that, we were enlisting what is called DARE. It's a district audit for respecting equity. And there are 6, you like DARE? Because DARE used to be a dog, and, you know, so we're gonna, yeah, well, we're gonna change that now, and it's DARE, but I think it works well with, we dare to audit to respect equity. So the categories that are, the 6 categories that are really a very full district audit are as follows: that you want to understand the district's stance on equity, you want to look at the intended focus of equity efforts, you want to consider the opportunities to learn. I didn't utilize that because in those descriptors, this wasn't, it didn't quite fit the categories, but I'll explain to you the descriptors in a moment. Equity in operations certainly fit. Equity evidence in governance, equity in the organizational climate. All of those fit well within the components of what we wanted to gather. Specifically the descriptors, because each one of those categories, with a complex district audit of those 6 categories, there's about 8 to 10 large descriptors under each one. But here I pulled these 7 out, which we want to make sure if we are to be charged with improving SROs, we believe that the district needs to systematically collect and analyze and act upon a variety of quantitative and qualitative data. We want to ensure that we are utilizing student voice, family, community, interests, and perceptions that are regularly sought out through formal and informal ways. So this last month was really an informal way to gather from interviews and such. We wanted to make sure that our improvement plan for SROs promoted student voice, agency, autonomy as appropriate, and determined by multiple stakeholder groups and input. And so that's where we reached out. Student well-being, including social and emotional wellness indicators, are also central to our improvement. And then parents and families are recognized as equal partners in their children's education, and employees proactively build a culture that fosters, connects, and supports and trust. These are the descriptors that we were looking for, or I was looking for evidence around the SRO. The methodology that I used over this last month was that we had small group individual interviews with culturally specific community groups enlisted there. And then there was some document analysis. So I went back and I looked at the contract agreement review and what we had done because I wasn't the reviewer over the past year. The board minutes review, I went back a few years just to see how many public comments there were prior to this year, and wanted to see when it came up, when the contracts came up, when it was approved, what things were stated. The safety town hall reviews, because we had the presentations, we had the handouts, and we had who attended, and then also the results from the thought exchange, which we've already covered with you, and we knew that that was another piece of data to include besides these small group sessions. So the themes in the small group sessions that I collected really said a few things. And one, and that's why I put the role of the SRO in this presentation, is that, number one, staff, students, and partners do not have a strong understanding of the role of SROs and officers in our building. I also saw a theme of participants that understand the roles of SROs have a positive perception of SROs in the school, although there are not very many. 3, students that are Black, Indigenous, people of color, and partners representing those students have an overall negative perception of SROs in the school. No formal district-wide database to collect interactions with the data of SROs is in place. Data is recorded internally by the police department, not systematically uploaded to a district database, and can be considered more of just a journal. Yearly reviews of SRO responsibilities have not been provided and is not always part of a high school teacher orientation or a back-to-school orientation or a part of a staff meeting on a regular basis. And then also we saw that the SROs do participate in supporting school rules, but perhaps more than other staff, and can be more visible in the hallways and asking for those things that are not necessarily related to law enforcement. Some of the recommendations that we'd like to share with you, because this is an ongoing step, is that through this last month of interviews and research, is that we believe a district task force at a definite interval, providing cohesion and a focus on this initiative, should be developed, and that a range of stakeholders who collaborate and determine the focus of system-wide efforts are there. Within that group, although it says this later, is that we would like regular quarterly updates provided to the board from this committee or advisory group, so you're regularly informed of how people are feeling and the reflections that we're getting from our students and staff. We want to develop a formalized data system for the SRO's interaction with students and log incidents. So currently, right now, if there is a law enforcement issue, it's either reported in, most likely, it's going to be an expulsion, something like that, and then we have to look into it that way. Structures are utilized to communicate with the broader parent community and include their input and feedback on a regular basis. Consider a variation of the uniform, and I know that's come up in your conversations, and what that uniform might look like that might have a more positive presence. We would like principals and the SROs and other monitors that are safety monitors or connected to safety and health in the school to participate in and provide training sessions for staff each year and work together to ensure the roles and responsibilities don't underlap or overlap. For example, other people in the building might want to say, hey, take your headphones out, instead of an SRO. Also, we want to utilize the language from the ACLU contract that was shared, and I know some of the board members are aware of that, and I think that came from Myra. And some of it already has been put in the contract, and when we contract review again, we'd like to share those with you. And then, again, as I said, quarterly updates to the board from that advisory committee was recommended. And then we also recommend that the Gresham Police Department send their SROs to the regional trainings, which have ongoing support around positive behavior systems and updates to best practices. So on the next page, what we've shared with you is a SWOT analysis, because again, this is just an overview of the last month's small interview, small group sections, and then of course the research around some of the documents that were covered. And we know that there are some strengths that have come out and some weaknesses that we need to still talk about, and definitely opportunities, because as you know, every theme was an opportunity to go back and make improvements and make those recommendations known, and perhaps you have some. And then also continual threats that we feel about this process. I've included some of the references that I had been utilizing to determine what indicators we really should be looking at to keep an equity lens at the forefront of the SRO discussion. So I want I think the protocol that I would like to use is take a few moments to pause and about 2 minutes to just really reflect on some of the information that was just provided. And then if you could just quietly jot down on your SWOT, which is just, you can write on the white piece, because sometimes it's hard to write on the colors. But if you want to write down some of the things that we still need to discuss, specifically about the SROs, and then we can obviously can't this after your discussion, but it might help with the discussion.
I'm going to interrupt this very racist process. First of all, you did not have representation of Black student groups, and you did not represent the theme of BIPOC, and these community groups were saying that they did not want representation from police in our schools. They did not want SROs. That is not reflected in any of this. And I think that is, we are taking information and using information gained from our culturally diverse communities to reinforce our bias that this is a good program and this is what we want to move forward on. We have said right here in our findings, staff and partners, they don't have a strong understanding, but the people who do have a strong understanding, they support it. And I think that is very telling of our bias that, only if we understood what SROs did, then people would be able to support us. When I know at these meetings, it was probably a reoccurring theme, time and time again, that we're saying, these communities do not want it, these communities do not want it. And now in this SWOT analysis, we're using this to be like, well, how do we use that information to improve this program? I think that these are two different conversations. I think if we say our BIPOC communities and these communities, these partners, they overwhelmingly did not support it, or like highlight, they did not want to support it. And then this is a different part, like regardless, like we don't care what they think, or we're going to take this information regardless and kind of put it in our equity outreach. But these are not combined processes, and I'm really disappointed to like see that this is where we are, knowing that people are very opposed to this program, and then twisting the information to say that these are the concerns. It's like when many people were not supportive, and we didn't get that information today. So I think that we should just move forward. I don't think that this information for me is going to give me like, this is a way to move forward or not. This doesn't inform me at all in my decision.
I would also add that there were Black students represented. I have several in my group that also gave impact, and all of our students that participated. So there were culturally specific group of Black students, but there are Black students, and we actually are just forming a Black student organization.
No, I'm going to go back to our student groups, Apano, ERCO, Youth Oregon, NARA, NEA, FACT Oregon, NAMI. None of these are culturally specific Black groups. And I think that's important.
And I think
not to say that there wasn't Black representation, but we have these groups that are going there, representing their communities, representing their specific groups, and we didn't have that. And I think that that was a huge oversight on our end, and for me, I would like to move on. I don't think that this informs the process moving forward at all until we have a clear representation and get the words from those community groups, what they feel, not our interpretation through a lens. This is not equity work right here. This is not. Like, this is an interpretation, and I understand, we were tasked with, and we gave them tasks, let's improve the program, and just within that question creates a bias, let's improve the program. And so when we have our community groups that are coming out and saying, we don't like this, and their task, and your task was saying, how do we improve it? You're not trying to say, like, how do we, that's not the question that you're trying to answer. You are rightfully so trying to answer the question, how do we improve it? But that stops the conversation with, is this a program that needs to be improved? And when we get information like this, that is really not a true representation of how these community groups holistically feel about the program or how it's interpreted through our lens of how do we improve this, even when we're getting a lot of comments like, we don't want it, that creates a challenge for you. It's like, okay, well, how do we improve it based on these other concerns that they have about the program? And I completely understand that, but I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this part of the program, and I'll just abstain from participating if the board proceeds to go forward with this.
No, I think, Robin, for what it's worth, I reading those bullets, the concern that you brought forward is the same one that I would share, right? The way that reads, is, it does create more questions than answers. And so I would ask from, Dr. Ferrer and Lisa, and I want to back up, the challenge of this conversation is owned by the board for either lack of clarity or a clear moment followed by, a lack of clarity. So in an effort to improve the board's engagement on this issue and to provide better clarity, could you clarify what you mean in a summary form of those top 3 bullets specifically on themes? You know, how, because you put it on paper and either you agree that it's in conflict and you're saying, board, we're only hearing that you want to improve the program, but we have an inherent,
I'll speak to that because
Okay.
I took on this project, and so what I put at the beginning of the slide is what I felt I was tasked to do. So maybe we go back to that at hand, because I think you brought that both up. That I thought that the board had tasked our district office to see how we could improve upon the SRO.
and
so that's why I
I fully agree with that.
And if you want me to speak to the theme, because again, this is a process that is through the Wallace Foundation, and so I can see exactly how you feel. However, it's asked that the overall audit just summarizes what they hear. Now, what you don't know is that, is that very few of these groups understood SROs, that there was 1 or 2 people that had been working in these foundations for a long time and had a very close working relationship, maybe even a past SRO or something. And that was specifically brought in 2 separate sessions. Now, is that a majority? No. And so I know that alerts you and you go, oh my gosh, this is in conflict. But what I felt and my intent of the themes were, there is a big issue. We are seeing loud and clear when we put on paper. They are not feeling that they're positive. They are not feeling safe. They are not, and so I feel like most of those bullets say that. But I had to speak on behalf of the 2 or few of those representations of, I totally understand it, and here's what I believe to be true. And so it was 1 bullet, yes.
Board, I want to make sure that this is open for the conversation that needs to happen, but I am also in concurrence with Robin that if it's not going to be a productive conversation, what we need though, what I need and what whoever's going to lead this board in conversation going forward will need clarity of what we're expecting of the district leadership team. Yes, I agree that the board has provided you consistent guidance to look for ways to improve this program. It's never been brought forward to the board, a recommendation from the district leadership that we should terminate the program. If that is a recommendation of the district leadership team, I'm not expecting it today, but that would need to be brought before the board. I don't want you to feel that you're in conflict with guidance from the board and what you think is right for students. And I don't think anybody else here wants that. So, leaving it very open, my proposal for the way forward is, I appreciate the groundwork, and I don't think that it's for naught. I'd like to see these articulated as a proposal for improvements in the next academic year, or else the proposal to eliminate or terminate the program so that the board can deliberate those choices in front of us. That's my proposal.
I'm gonna ask for a third-party review on this as opposed to my team. My team has spent a lot of time and effort, evenings on this, and that's our task to do. But the list is getting heavier as our students return to the building, and I'm gonna ask that we look for a third-party review on this, because we started off with something different at the beginning, and now we're being asked again. It's not that I'm not willing to do so, but those guys have spent a lot of time, and so have I, on this, and I need to have a third party do this, because I can't have my team continuously working.
Yeah, probably.
Having been a police chief, we know that Chief Sells has left. And there needs to be a time for things to heal. And right now, I think this conversation isn't going to help in this way until we figure that out. I mean, we now have a police department that many times people come out from the legislature and stuff and try and make it all change and happen. I think we need to recognize that we do need to do some work around SROs and those sorts of things when we have a new chief or someone that's going to make it happen.
Thank you, Carla. Chris?
Just kind of looking at this, and as it's moving forward, whether it's a third party or not, I realize one piece of this that is missing for me to look at and be able to see the whole picture, is what the role is of our employees who are in the building, the campus security folks. I don't know their roles and their interactions. I think I know we have 2 SROs, one at Barlow, one at Gresham. So we have Springwater Trail, we have 3 large middle schools, we have other places where we're still concerned with security for our kids. We're still concerned with the things that are on the safe and welcoming school culture. So the piece of the puzzle that's missing for me is, what are the SROs doing within the confines of what we're saying they should do compared to the campus security, compared to that component of it, and wanting to hear from the folks that are directly impacted by it. I think from the initial thought exchange, I'm not so sure, and I am willing to hear a different side of it, but I'm not so sure that the community is the first group that I want to hear from. People that don't have children in school, people that are not the parents of the children, people that are not directly impacted by this. I'm not quite sure where their voice needs to be heard in terms of how it was opened up with the thought exchange, that anyone could sign on and do that. So that's just a thought that's in for me. But mostly, I know that we have security. We have little cities, which are our school buildings, which have a variety of activities going on all the time. And our teachers aren't the security people, they're teaching. So for me, I would like to know, what else do we have? And how is that being taken care of at the elementary school? And is there a different way of reviewing the support? I know we've had Officer, whatever his name is, speak to us about the work that they do in the threat assessment. that to me is a different component of in-building work. I don't know where that fits together, and I'm not seeing that in, really what's going on, you know, a threat assessment. I don't really see that as.
Chris, they wouldn't be involved in threat assessments, that's a district role.
That's
We
it.
train our counselors.
I meant more the threat of, someone posts
violence,
online that
okay,
says
gotcha.
bomb the school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
that's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of,
fair.
and that I'm not sure where that falls. I'm not offering a solution to that, I'm just saying those are the thoughts that came to me at this time. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. I didn't
With
even
that.
know we had campus security, so I would like
Oh,
to
yeah.
know, yeah, exactly what is the role of campus security, and now we have police on top of that, right? And so those are things that aren't even, I didn't even know about, that our parents don't know about, that would be very helpful in this role of safety. They're looking at how are their children going into school and being safe, and they're looking at the police officers as the only line of defense if anything happens, and they don't recognize all these other safety procedures that we have in place that would really shape the conversation of how our district responds to, you know, responds to conflict or threat or safety issues in our district. So I would like to hear about.
It's an important role to clarify.
I was just gonna say, when I reviewed the documents that were provided in the open, meeting, those things were provided to parents, because yes, it started at the bond about the time of like the safe entryway, but it also talked about all of the different measures. So I think you're right, that has to be reversed, and you haven't had that reversal of who does what on the campus. But when we have those annual safety meetings, it does include all of those parts.
And to reinforce what Lisa just said, that they do serve different roles, distinctly different roles that needs to be illustrated for everybody, that's clear too. I also know that back up what Superintendent Ferrer said, that an outside audit would be a benefit, because I do think they would find a good deal of things behind the scene at the county level of how GPD is being recognized for their program, because we do some things differently than other agencies.
And one final thing on that, John, you bring up the work we did with the bond, a session that I went to, that it was a school safety session, presented by, the mom of one of the Sandy Hook kids. And we can put as much fortress stuff as we want on our building, and it won't stop someone who's going to come in. So we need that human part of it, that human relationship, that human connection. But just putting a buzz-in door isn't gonna stop anybody who really wants to come in and cause problems. And I don't think, when I think of SROs, that's not what I think of. By the time somebody comes in with a gun, an SRO isn't gonna stop them. That's not it. It's that relationship part. So what are we looking for from keeping our buildings safe? What does the relationship look like? And I think that's where I would like for us to.
Go ahead.
I just think that's an important part of the conversation that the board needs to have. The Department of Homeland Security has determined that really the only thing that makes a difference in an active shooter situation is how fast the law enforcement agent engages with the shooter. And so an SRO being on campus absolutely does change the severity of an active shooter situation. That is why the SRO program started. That is not me making a blanket defense of an SRO program. That's not what I'm saying here. We're balancing risks. That's what we do with everything we do in school safety.
And can you bring us that information, because that statement has been made a couple times here, and I've never seen any information ever that SROs have eliminated severity, and you have already offered to send us stuff, and I've never received
No,
it.
you can get it right now, it's on the Secret Service website.
I don't want a secret, send it to me, and I will see, I will validate the source myself.
Amanda had a question.
Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to point out a few things. I know that, school shootings have been going on for, decades now. It doesn't matter how much money we throw at police, it's still gonna happen. And then I also just want to point out, I don't know if we all saw the report from the city, the, equity audit for the police department and everything. I have a hard time trusting, even our SROs, if they're not gonna, stand up to this racist institution and hold them accountable, I don't think I trust them in our schools. And we also have a campus security monitor from Sam Barlow that attended an anti-Black Lives Matter rally last summer and tried to play it off as back the blue, even though it was clearly advertised by Joe Deemers that it was an anti-Black Lives Matter rally. So I feel like a lot of these folks that come in with this background, I don't think they truly understand equity work, and I don't know if we're ever really gonna find like anyone in our community anytime soon that really comprehends equity work and the type of law enforcement work that you guys want. I guess it's law enforcement work that we do in here. So honestly, that's just where I'm standing. I'm gonna have a hard time trusting a whole lot of candidates that we bring in, just given the racist institution that Gresham Police Department has, and anyone affiliated with it for the most part.
I think if we're gonna move forward with having this proposal, I wanna see what the MOU is gonna look like. I'd like to see, like, what their job description is going to be, and making sure that they have very clear that they won't be the first responders for any discipline issues, that our staff are trained in knowing what the role of the SRO is, and providing our kids a holistic approach to what safety is in our schools. And I think that will come out in the climate and culture audit, and what that means to them and what they need. The history of SROs were not started to prevent violence in our schools. They were started to be a bridge between our schools and our community. And because of school shootings, that role has changed. But if we can go back to the history of the purpose, it was mentorship, it was guidance, it was community building with our kids. And that is not what it is now, and that has contributed to our kids feeling, to our BIPOC students in particular, feeling unsafe having them on campus. So I don't know if the best solution is to just eliminate them, because police officers are still going to be out in our community, and they are still going to have those negative biases about our kids. So I would like to explore the option of going back to their original purpose, because they have a lot to learn from our kids, and I want them to humanize our kids, to see our kids as kids, so that when they do go out in the community, they are not targeted. And I also want the kids to feel safe and not get nervous when they see a police officer.
But I think that it's already tricky, right? You know, it's very tricky because, like, we're here to teach, you know, is that our role, to teach our officers not to attack Black kids, not to attack Latino kids, and it's just like, that's what we need. But it seems like the police department, and we're paying them to learn this, and it's only that one officer, and maybe in some level, but just like, looking at the program holistically, you know, when you go back to the 21st Century Police Audit, which the Gresham-Barlow Police Department, you know, or the Gresham Police Department, you know, which they have been very opposed to, is like that community investment in the schools, you know, and I think that that is work that they definitely need to be doing. They definitely need to be learning, you know, getting to know our students. They definitely need to be getting to know our families, and they need to be doing that work instead of us trying to, like, force it as the district. So that's kind of where I see, like, I agree everything what you say. I think that there's a role, there's partnership opportunities. Like, I think kids love write-ins. It's like great economic, you know, development, you know, great careers and things like that. And, you know, it's just like, well, what is the accountability for the police department to step up and to partner and to fund rather than us to pay for a service, which is, I think, complicating issues.
And maybe that's why a third party would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because we're not the only district having this conversation right now, we know that. And I would like to do, what is this for, I mean, especially if there are, like you said, Carla, no opportunity within the police chief. Like, what can that look like? What can that partnership look like? What can the relationship between our BIPOC families look like with our police department?
And I also wanted to alert the board that one of our pathways, the career success pathways, one of those under the Human and Public Services is a kind of junior ROTC cadet, such as what you do in Salem Kaiser. So we will have more kids involved in programs such as that, and that always yields positive interaction coming forward. We were trying to launch that for the fall, but I don't think we're there yet. So it'll probably be fall of next year. But nonetheless, I just wanted to give the board a heads up about that, because that is, of our future pathways to career success, Human and Public Services does have that tenet and a pathway. Lisa, does it include fire as well, or is it just?
Yes.
Fire as well. Firefighting.
And some of the different.
I'm sorry?
there's more than just fire.
Yeah, I mean, I know there'll be other ones, but I know that for the fall of, not this year, but next. So again, I'm happy to, just as we're doing with the equity audits, to solicit some third party. And again, I need my team back doing what we need to do. This has been a year and a half, and I want to make sure that we're also focused on the remainder of the school year. We've got some work to do as the kids return. And speaking of, I know I'm going off track here, but by the way, they are looking at extending or relaxing some of the spacing, in school.
I'm supportive of the third-party audit. I think it'd be really good for us to have the outsider person and to come up with those recommendations. I'm very supportive.
Recognizing the time constraints too, though, I mean, we're heading into next academic year planning. I don't, we're past our time on this subject, but I think the staff's recommendations internally are also very productive steps, that aren't mutually exclusive of having a third-party review. So personally,
No, you can count on those.
I would encourage those recommendations to be
Count on those.
in place, and then we'll check out a third-party review.
That's a given. That fourth bullet from the bottom is what Chris touched on about knowing what's their role. Because the monitors are in there as well. And again, we know we had an incident about a year and a half ago where the administrator failed the situation and involved the police we shouldn't have. But again, that's our role to make sure that they know that that's not okay.
That we okay, well, it sounds like you have a pretty broad consensus, I think a unanimous consensus to move forward with third-party audit, as the available and implement the recommendations that you put forward.
Can I ask if you would like to have once we select who that is, you have that person come and have a conversation with you about what is expected and wanted going forward?
Yes, almost a dedicated work session.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lisa, thank you for the work you've done. John as well, and Catrice. I've learned a lot in this process. One of the biggest things I've learned is the necessity for drawing out clarity, and I apologize to you for where we failed you on that. Okay. Board, we're feeling good. Do we want to do a 5-minute recess?
I would like to.
Okay, 5-minute recess. Let's do 8 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30.
I'm asking it out of, so are you aware? No. If in maybe we have this person here.
That's why I said that's a great idea. I'm sure Tracy will.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we still have another year. So we could ask the city. Yeah. And I think because of the, you know, when we want to take care of the community, that's fine.
Fine, and so that third person, our audit will be now.
Like, we don't give them enough. They got it. Our parents did. My grandma has to, and I'm like, tell you that. I will forward.
That was kind of where I was gonna go, and I just wanted to confirm that was.
I mean, I don't know. No, I'm but I also
you know, enough to know. And if we are interested in, you know, in teaching this, and doing this is very, then we can take aggressive action. It's not, I'm sorry, 90%, I'm sorry, 90%. But we have to say no. I know they make you feel safer, but I didn't say for me, it's
But one piece is not like the whole bag of this on the conversation. Oh, that's, I don't know. No, it's
no, I understand.
That's like when we talk about.
Forever. The pandemic just messed up.
I know. We can do elbows.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to do it, you can try and make it a little bit better, we all have that.
That's what we do.
I need to get a shortcut, so your brain creates a shortcut.
I know, I'm excited.
Right. There's, relationships.
Oh, we have one.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Body
Right, well, I think it's been like, it's so nice to have something that is like, all about clean and like feels good, it's all just like,
I've been doing computer for 35 years. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean,
it feels like the regular work.
Because I can't keep up with it.
you'll be arrested.
Trying not to have the easiest.
I had a trouble. What happened?
That's like I just said,
You're not gonna have
I
one.
just was thinking out because they were coming out every.
Which one do you want?
Nope, I'm not having one.
I don't know.
When I get fired,
Well, she's gonna be in about 4
I think we can get it. I've got work to do.
Me too.
Yeah, it's really young.
But then you have to go back to the electronics to go to the high school.
Yeah, leagues are blessing and
They didn't do one for children.
information. Obviously, we have more people watching, or is it the same? 2 people.
they were gonna hurt somebody, and, you know, where it was.
I do like writing on stuff, like writing.
And it was interesting because of that particular one, it was the kids who left the campus.
When I was
cold and I like it.
Okay, perfect. When I was working on my dissertation, like, you know, they make you buy all this.
Oh, yeah.
So I bought a coding program that was color coded. I didn't like it. I had to have a hard copy of the article and.
Well, maybe I do.
I had
Who
to
knows?
color code myself. Like, I knew my pink highlighter was one project, my yellow highlighter was another, green, like, because I could not do it electronically. I couldn't even see.
I'm going down to harass children.
It was, exactly.
Lakeisha, were you invited? I just wanted to check.
No, I just crashed the party.
You did? Oh, well,
Glad you did.
that's why I asked.
Just try to get in touch with Steve, and he hasn't, and he wasn't about it either.
Look, people have been trying hard for decades. I'm still here.
And he has his phone on, and he still hasn't left. 10 minutes ago, I said, so well.
You're not that funny. No matter how much you see other people laugh, you're not that funny.
Okay.
I'm going down to Mariah. So I'm gonna have more fun.
Yeah, I bet.
Have a nice evening.
All right.
Kind of found out last spring, handing out gift cards.
Oh, grocery store.
No, that's what it takes to eat. I don't fly years ago or whatever, so.
Right, yeah.
Hey, you want to put in the.
All right, let's get going.
I think that dark, I mean, that must be the problem.
But not educators, you're an educator, you can see your family.
You're not very funny here.
What is that?
Lisa? Maybe you guys are ready, like. James and John Gordon, our cheers rally.
All right.
Yep.
I need to figure out where to stand.
Oh, the ice water. Isn't it the ice water?
Sure funny.
We'll reconvene. We move to our discussion item D2, curriculum update, ethnic studies, tribal history presentation. And this has Lisa Riggs' name on it. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, we're getting started.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent Ferreira, and Chair Peterson. We are going to give you a curriculum update, which is quite exciting because we have a lot of things in place for this year and next year we want to cover. But really, it's about the State Board of Education is responsible for maintaining a review cycle at the state level. And in 2019, the State Board delayed the adoption of instructional materials. We want to provide that update to you. Those materials are used in Oregon's classrooms, including Gresham-Barlow's, and they need to reflect the most current information and research and to be aligned to the academic content standards. To this end, these instructional materials are being carefully implemented and reviewed to adhere to the requirements provided in the legislation. The Oregon legislature enacted two bills. One, Senate Bill 13, now known as the Tribal History, Shared History. This law directed the Oregon Department of Education to create a K-12 Native American curriculum for inclusion in Oregon public schools and to provide professional development to educators. Also, House Bill 2845 and 2023 Standards and Materials developed an update to the ethnic studies. These complementary laws ask the state to create standards and ensure instructional materials to adequately address the contributions to a full diversity of the people of Oregon and is now known as ethnic studies and inclusive education. This presentation is a timeline and the processes that we're putting in place to accommodate the current materials, the delay in the adoption, and to follow the Oregon Department of Education's timeline for adoption. And we will update the Board of Directors. So again, I think what's exciting is that we have some things in place, even though the state is a little behind, and so we want to follow that. But again, our mission is to do the best that we can with the curriculum and materials that we have and to deliver great content and follow your mission, your vision, your values, and ensure that we have resources that use an equity lens in our decision-making. We have talked to you earlier about our finance department, our SIA dollars, our title dollars, and our general fund really do work around the portrait of a graduate and also our instructional model. If we don't have an instructional model, we won't reach the path of our portrait graduating where we would like them to be. And so we cover these 4 areas on a regular basis, and you'll hear these covered within the curriculum that we are going to present today. Finally, we need to give you an update about what comprehensive distance learning looks like, although you did see that a little bit in iReady about how we are being able to formulate some ideas of how to move forward next year. We have a lot of ideas that we need to dive into soon to make sure that our student achievement is reflective of this progress. We also wanted to tell you that iReady reading and mathematics mid-year analysis helps us. It's important to share that with the community, but it's important to share with you as well. And I don't want to. Did you have anything to say? No? But it's important for you to know that. Sorry, give me a minute. I'm giving you the wrong. I'm giving you the iReady. Sorry. That's the curriculum update. Because you can see how many I have.
So one of the attached agenda is the correct one.
Yeah, I know, but I apologize. I thought the academic update was different than curriculum update, right? Big problem. Curriculum update? Yep. Okay, what was the other one called? Academic update? Yep. Okay. I know
It is just the beginning slides are all the same.
Thank you for that quick pause. I apologize. Curriculum and academic update. So, covering that, our objectives that didn't look right for a moment are really that we want to give you an update and an overview of the Oregon Department of Education's adoption process and what we do as well. We want to make sure that you are aware of instructional materials that are coming up that you will see, you will want to learn about, and then of course it's a budget issue of bringing it forward to the board. And then also we want to share with you the state mandates that we talked about through those Senate bills around tribal and shared history and ethnic studies. The adoption process is a very important one. It is in your policy, our policy, and it is one that we follow closely. And there have been some improvements to the Oregon Department of Education's adoption process. We also not only follow that adoption process, we have our own policies as well. It's important for you to know that there are basically 3 steps with some substeps in there. We want to identify what the district needs, why we need it, and how it's going to serve our students. We want to prioritize it around, as I said before, our instructional model to make sure that it's meeting the standards for our students. And we want to make sure that we have a strong decision-making process. It really is aligned to the portrait of a graduate. It's really important to identify the budget for materials, committee time, supplementary materials, and professional learning. That's where Jordan and I come together and really prioritize this. This year, we need to let you know that it is our #1 priority. In the past, we have adopted curriculum from the state's guidelines and our guidelines, and then had to be able to only purchase 3 years, 4 years in chunks moving forward through the grades. If you remember, a few years ago, we had to determine by the board if we were going to adopt social studies material for middle or social studies material for high school and make those decisions. Those are difficult decisions to make. We also need to engage our educators, all of our stakeholders in our learning community, families as well. The committee will convene and define roles. We have roles that, of course, those always can be included and added for benefits. Develop the shared vocabulary and characteristics of a strong quality instructional material. We always are including our engagement with the school board, parent groups, associations, and partners, updating all of them regularly. We will develop a rubric with experts and support groups to ensure that our materials are in line with ODE and standards. And clearly communicate to all of those parties the plans, the goals, the updates, and the timelines. Finally, the implementation plan, which is the most important. Once you have the materials, we want to make sure that we assure the time necessary for our teachers to know those materials well, make sure that they understand how they support the standards and how they're going to support our students specifically moving forward from a pandemic teaching. We will make sure that we have supplemental purchases, and we'll explain some of the reasons why we need supplemental materials. And we don't just train teachers, we have to train our administrators, we have to train our coaches, we have to make sure that our instructional leadership team is there to support as well. And then finally, there has to be a reassessment plan, because every approximately 7 years, there's new adoptions, there's new materials, and we need to make sure we can get from here from 7 years. Our estimated budget for adoptions in the next few years, we've combined this year and next year, just so you can see, is that the materials that we need are classroom sets and digital content. That is a change from the past, but we do still need textbooks and materials and library books, etc. There is always going to be hard copy and soft copy. It's very important that we now have soft copy or electronic copy, because we know that that is learning anywhere a student can be. It's also important that you take a look at the elementary ELA. Science for K is this year, and social studies and the cost. And then we have to look at middle school ELA, as that has been a delayed adoption. High school ELA. We'll talk about the ethnic studies and why it's on the list, and science, world languages, and social studies. And then we are also including K through 12 ELL, because it's this year to be looking at that adoption. Supplementary materials, for example, we are moving forward with EGDSD. That's a fully online comprehensive distance learning plan for our students that want to continue in our district and be supported in a new and different way. That takes specific materials and content that will be digital and support those that are trying a different approach to learning. Understanding design for learning, right? Universal. See, UDL is also
Understanding by design.
There you go, and I combined the two. Thank you. That's why they're here. I need to introduce them after I'm done. And literacy resources and school libraries are also part of those supplementary materials that we need to continue to grow. Our adoption process committees take time. When you want to involve community, you want to solve problems around curriculum, you need to include those people that are using the materials and give them the time and the energy and the support necessary to be on those committees. We need paid release time, time for substitutes, and we approximate this for every committee. We have 12 teachers and at least 15 hours of work. And finally, professional learning. That's that implementation stage. If we don't have a strong implementation, then we are not going to be utilizing our materials, and we won't see the turn of improvement if we don't ensure that we put the money towards that. Again, I will say, when we've had adoption processes K through 12, we've not only piecemealed the materials, we have really underserved our teachers in professional learning. It takes more time than we have been providing in the past to really understand how strong the materials are and how to use them. With that, I'm going to turn it over. I don't want to call them the dynamic duo, because they are great in and of their individual selves. However, Lakeisha Washington is our secondary teaching and learning director, and she said it, she's missed out on seeing you because of the pandemic, and she's getting to know you, and I think it's great that she's here to cover all the necessary things important to our secondary teaching and learning. Her position really wasn't here in the past, and it shows in curriculum, it shows in the progress, and it shows that we have a long way to go in that work. Now, Tracy Klinger, Dr. Tracy Klinger is here from principal to district office, and although we did have an elementary support teaching and learning director, I think it's great to have the lens of what do kids need, and what does the classroom look like, and what do principals need to support them, because she's been there and not too long ago. So I'm going to turn it over to them to kind of go over this timeline.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So this is a state adoption schedule, and you can see, we're here, but prior to this, science was supposed to be adopted or going through the review cycle in 2016. Then in 2017, we had health and PE. 2018, we had social sciences. And then in 2019, there was no instructional materials review, and that's what Lisa was referring to. And now we are here at 2021, but actually in 2020 is when the ELA and world language adoption was supposed to occur, but it was postponed due to the COVID pandemic. So what we're looking at now for next school year is going through the review cycle for these subjects and a few more that we missed earlier. And then these dates down here just show the progression of the adoptions for the years after this. So when we think specifically about elementary curriculum, overall, elementary's done a pretty good job keeping up with the adoption cycles and that schedule that the state puts out. We use Ready Classroom for math. That adoption went through an update this last year, and so we're implementing those updates this year. So that's one of the nice things about how curriculum has continued to kind of adapt to digital times, is a lot of those resources are online, and so they can gather teacher feedback in real time and start to make some updates. So we're experiencing that now. With our science curriculum, we utilize STEM Scopes, which is fully online, it's all digital, and we've had to do that over multiple years. We started with purchasing the support for 3rd through 5th grade, this year added 1st and 2nd grade, and we're currently budgeting to purchase kindergarten. So next fall, we will have STEM Scopes for kindergarten through 5th grade. And then with health, we're on track with that adoption cycle with the Great Body Shop, which is a resource that we use. As Lakeisha shared, we're really anxious and excited to do an English language arts adoption, and the state delayed this year. So we were delayed as well. And so we're really, that's a really critical piece of curriculum that we're really excited to dive into and really look at different options and fresh materials for our staff. In social studies, you'll hear a bit more about this when Lakeisha speaks, but that was adopted, the state adopted new curriculum in 2018. We have not purchased any social studies curriculum and updated social studies curriculum since way before that, 2011. And so currently what we do is utilize various resources, some of the texts and things that are in our current language arts adoption, and we integrate that into our English language arts curriculum. So for the high school, I'm going to go over the upcoming review cycle adoptions for this coming school year. In middle school, we will be focusing on the language arts review cycle, but I want to point out that take it to high school. Now, both of our comprehensive high schools will provide AP coursework, so we are aligning ourselves with College Board and the AP advanced courses and across the district, really. So what we feel is that we need to begin preparing students in middle school for success in AP classes in high school. So what we've decided is that in the previous adoption cycle, we adopted Springboard, which is a College Board curriculum that supports pre-AP, which is building those skills to help kids be successful in AP classes. We've decided to continue with Springboard. and adopt the latest version of the Springboard curriculum so that we can ensure that all of our middle school students have the opportunity to build those skills needed for success in the AP classes when they go to high school. So, and then as far as the other areas in middle school, we're on point. We adopted social studies in the right time, and health, we're on schedule for middle school. High school, we're a little bit behind. We will be focusing on our English language arts adoption cycle next year. World languages also. Science, we're really, really behind in science. We need updated curriculum and instructional materials to support the science standards, so we will be adopting science instructional materials next year. And then we will be addressing ethnic studies. So I'll be covering a little bit more about ethnic studies, which the standards are expected to be adopted in September of 2021. So what we plan to do is we're going to be looking at instructional materials to support the integration of the ethnic studies standards across the spectrum, but also we'll be looking at some standalone courses that we can embed into our catalog, and then we'll have to look at materials to support those courses.
All right, Senate Bill 13, Tribal History, Shared History. This has been some really exciting work that we've been able to really dig into in the last couple of months. As Lisa shared, this was a Senate bill that really partnered with the 9 identified tribes in Oregon and their leadership teams to help develop some instructional materials and lesson plans for teachers to use with students in their classrooms. So this year for us is all about professional development and exploring some of those lessons. So currently, there are lessons available for 4th grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade. And the goal is that the state will have kindergarten through 12th grade at the end of June, I believe. So where we've really spent our time is diving into kind of an introduction that all of our staff have participated in at this time. It just kind of helps lay the groundwork and gets the conversation started. And then you'll see 5 different modules that are listed that have been put together by the state through a platform that they have called iLearn. So we'll show you at the end where if you want to go in and register for an iLearn account, you can go in and set yourself up and go through the training yourself. Each one of those trainings is about 90 minutes long, so it's a significant amount of professional learning. The way we've really structured it is in having grade level teams or content area teams really engage in that work together. Next to each module, you will see some different essential understandings. There's 9 essential understandings that the 9 tribes work together to come up with to really help ground and center the work. So module 1, you can see, covers since time immemorial and sovereignty. Module 2, history and tribal government. And then each of the modules goes through to cover those 9 key essential understandings. We have a handful of teachers, I believe 7, that are involved in some work with MESD, where they're working as early adopters and moving faster through the modules and doing some East County kind of collaboration and debriefing those modules in that learning and looking at the lessons. And we do have some teachers that are just too excited not to dive in, that are diving in and starting to utilize some of the content now. But we do have some plans for the fall to really do some work and some planning with our staff around the lesson delivery and what's in that content. Yeah.
I'd just like to make a note, there are 9 federally recognized, but there are many more in Oregon.
Absolutely.
And so will they also be addressing the feds decided who was recognized, but Oregon still has other tribes
That
here.
is very much a part of module 1.
Okay.
To just kind of lay that foundation, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so for ethnic studies, we do have a timeline that we're working with according to ODE for implementation. This school year, what they're doing is they have a panel that's reviewing and revising the proposed ethnic studies standards. And by September of 2021, we expect an adoption of those standards. And so the next step for GBSD is to begin establishing professional learning opportunities for staff. We want staff to have the opportunity to review
the standards and how they're integrated into the social studies standards that currently exist. And also think about how they can, you know, teach those standards. And that includes us looking at supplemental materials that can support the implementation of those new ethnic studies standards. We also, we want to improve teacher content knowledge around that, so that will be a deep dive into those new standards, and as well as the different materials that are recommended by ODE. And then we also going to be encouraging our teachers to sign up for those updates on the social science website. And we want to work with the high schools especially, to identify standalone courses that can support implementation of ethnic studies and kind of honing in on specific subjects, specific areas that around ethnic studies. These are our resources that we provided to you all, so that in the future or after this, you can click on and see more about the adoption cycle timeline, the iLearn account. I'll let Tracy talk about that in a minute. Then we have a link to the tribal history webpage and the ethnic studies webpage for ODE. There you can see the standards, and you can also take a look at the instructional materials and supplemental reading materials that are provided or recommended for us to use. Yeah, so this is directions on how to set up an account if you'd actually like to go to the state portal to work through the modules that are available there. And then on the tribal history slide, as well as on the ethnic studies slide, there were some links there as well. Specifically on the tribal history page, there was a PowerPoint that our coaching staff put together to just kind of help, like I said, kind of lay the groundwork with some short videos on opportunity for reflective conversations to just kind of get things started before people engage in that first module. So if you just kind of want a sense of what the videos look like and a sense of what some of the questions are, that PowerPoint that's linked there can kind of give you an overview of what that's like. And that's all we have for you today. Are there any questions?
Yeah, how are teachers going to implement it for the schools, or like who's going to design the courses?
You mean at the standalone courses?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm thinking we'll work with the high school to come up with a process of getting teacher input on ideas around the different types of courses that they would want to select, maybe thinking about the population of students that are being served at the high school and making sure that we're honing in on providing some of that support and learning around their cultures and experiences in the U.S. But we definitely, what I'm learning and what, you know, what I knew, but what I'm learning and living even more so is the importance of getting teacher input at the beginning in the design process. So looking to maybe put together a committee of teachers to begin exploring that information.
Has our district worked with the Oregon Writing Project at all?
We haven't, yes,
We have.
Nobody that I'm aware of in our district is currently on the standards and practices, but we get regular updates. But I was also gonna say, I think Keith is absolutely right, that teacher input from the start in building and developing and really building their fundamental knowledges, but also that student input, what do they want? We can't assume that they maybe want, because honestly, I took optional, ethnic studies in my high school that didn't really comply with it. So I think that's important to include as well. I think that'll be exciting. And then also, back to your HR, so don't forget about certification. And of course, that's part of this whole process.
So is that social studies and language arts?
It could be, but, we can't allow somebody to teach outside of their content as long as it's a standalone. So I think there's just some implications that we just have to be aware about, but as this is kind of a mandate now from the state, TSP people are flexible with us and how this actually rolls out. But all the things that were said is very true. It is about interest. It is about, developing the curriculum and making sure that we have the right people pushing this forward, because I do think while it has to do with licensure, it's more about the person who's teaching it. Right, and then the way they can teach students.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can do more harm than good
Yes,
if you're not
yes.
coming from, you know, your heart isn't in the right place.
Well, and that's why I was asking, like, how they're gonna be selected, but also what training are they gonna get?
That's a whole piece that we have to work to design. And also, you know, looking at the state and see what they have to offer, working with them.
I'm so happy that you're still in the design phase and like talking about this. I think that this is a really important piece in decolonizing our education system. And something, you know, but something I find very concerning is like how we're siloing ethnic studies, you know, and tribal studies, how these are American studies, right? These are all part of American experiences. And so, you know, I think just as a foundation, and I don't know how to give input on this, but be able to, you know, when we're talking about Euro-American history, that we call out, we're talking about Euro-American history. It's just not like, oh, this is American history and this is ethnic studies over here. I think that's really damaging. And it's also damaging because, like, white students, they don't see themselves reflected. And they're like, well, why do we talk about, you know, Native American history or Asian American history and so forth? What about me? And they're not understanding that they're kind of reflected in the invisible conversation of what this is. They're not talking about European American refugees, you know, religious refugees, how, you know, colonization and so forth, and really calling that out. And like, I think that will help build a foundation for even demonstrating how often are we talking about ethnic studies, but Eurocentric ethnic studies, and we're talking about European American history and European American systems and European American, you know, and so to really start painting the picture and showing the uniqueness of the European influence on the Americas and not having it this invisible norm. And so I thought that would be, I don't know how I could put input.
Well, maybe you can be a part of it when we start designing the committee.
I would love to be part of that.
Well, and I understand that at the elementary level, what Robin's talking about is gonna be integrated into context, right? So they are gonna have that foundation, that elementary, at least that's how I understand it.
And that's
So
true.
as they move up, they'll be able to take classes.
As well as integration.
As well as
into
integration,
the
yes.
standards.
Okay.
And the way tribal history has been set up, it is cross-curricular. So there are English language arts lessons, there are math lessons, there are science lessons, there are PE and health lessons. There's one more. Music. And art. Anyway, so the approach is, so as an elementary teacher, I am teaching and engaging in lessons with my students across those different subject areas. As a middle or a high school teacher, regardless of the subject area I am, the goal is to be integrating those conversations into whatever that content is, and that's definitely the approach the state has taken, I think, for much of the reasons that you're sharing from it.
Thank you. But yeah, I just wanted to say that Robin's point is a very good point. I think it's a very great way to combat nationalism within our country. I think it's really important that our students of European descent understand that, like, you know, the South or the Civil War and, like, the Oregon Trail is not their ancestral history. So I'm just wondering, like, if there is text that's already collected by the state, or maybe we're gonna work on that?
There is.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we could, like, find and add and adjust to it, because, I think that's probably where a lot of anger from
They're
national.
really good books. You want
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of looked at it, but I don't think I saw anything for, sorry, I just didn't see anything for, like, European studies on there.
Stanford's on there, teaching columns is on there.
But Amanda, your point is correct, that's why I would put together a supplementary material, because regardless of a great book, representation is so important, and it's very difficult to have it in one just textbook, so it's really important to continue to buy it.
Okay, no, that's great. And then, I just wanted to add another thing, if we're still gonna, like, add and just include things to this curriculum. I saw on the agenda for the next, Latinx Student Success Meeting that we're having on March 16th, I saw that they're gonna include Mesoamerican languages, something to work on. So I'm just wondering how that would look like, if we can make room to, bring that curriculum to our Latinx students. Yeah.
You said Mesoamerican language?
Yeah, like Nahuatl.
I'll look into that.
Thank you.
I I appreciate you all helping us to learn some new things today also, so we can exchange information and work together.
So still in the design process, which is great, and it's important to have input.
So one of the things I remember, and I'm just gonna say I remember it, when they were first talking about the ethnic studies, in particular talking about the tribal studies, they were trying to get, people to sign up to be, and I don't remember this word, but signing up to be cultural support. So for instance, if a teacher wanted to do a segment on beading, that they would have someone who could help support do beading and not turn it into what they think it means, because that sort of defeats the whole purpose of being able to do the culturally responsive type of work. And so did they ever get that underway? Do they have people that they've been talking to about being part of that support?
They really encourage districts across the state to really tap into their local resources and connect with their local tribes. And MESD is doing some of that work as well. They just received a grant to help support all of us with this work as well. And so that's part of them pulling together this cadre of teachers across districts this spring to really dig into the conversation and support folks through that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions or thoughts or
Before our presentation, we were kind of having a little moment over here before we started, where our teachers were so hungry to dig into something super instructional and super engaging that wasn't about a pandemic, that was really about learning and kids, and so there's been a really positive response from our staff as they've begun to engage in this. So.
And just for clarification, the ethnic studies, like, these are going to be, also integrated into the high school level, or are they gonna be elective?
K through 12, well, the standards that are integrated K through 12.
Okay,
And then we're talking about standalone electives.
so both.
Yeah.
And these are required for graduation, right? Is that the new, I think that's what I read in the bill.
Well, the science, social sciences are, and that would be, it would not be in addition, but you could, it's a substitute, like you could choose your pathway and use count as your social sciences, so yes. They are not elective.
That's cool. Or standalone program
Yeah.
under social science.
Yes.
Any further discussion from the board? I can tell you, as a, obviously I have, to Amanda's point, very Euro-American, European background, ancestry. I've also been dad to 6 Native affiliated kids, and I can't tell you the joy that I have of knowing that they will see belonging in their curriculum, and that the experiences that I've had in my home of understanding we do have a shared history, and more importantly, a shared future. I'm really excited about this work, and I'm very grateful that we're moving forward with it. Yeah, do you need anything from the board related to this?
No, I just want to say I'm actually very proud of Oregon for this kind of work, because they are leading the way in the scenarios, and there are other states who've already ventured out, but I'm really appreciative of the fact that this is well overdue. And I'm excited for it.
Do you know by any chance if, there's an AP course offered?
If there's what?
Offer those AP college courses.
Oh,
I need to look into, I can look into that.
I didn't hear what.
Yeah, there are AP courses that, offered that would meet the ethnic studies requirements as an opportunity to offer like college credit for students taking these type of courses.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes at this point, because I know that there are AP courses that are well beyond what schools offer. Knowing some of the courses that had students take in the past with AP, I'm gonna say yes. I just don't know which area.
Yeah, they know they offer European studies.
They certainly have done more of a stronger integration of the materials covered, and so I think instead of a standalone course, as we're talking, certainly is within the curriculum of
colleague who teaches African American History AP course.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if she designed that or that's through, so I'll need to ask her, but I know that she teaches that course.
And again, I love that they can receive credit if they need it for 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So, there's other additional opportunities later down the road for dual credit and other things at a college level that would be appropriate as well.
And there's a program that Carla shared with us, I'll get the name, but it's through Harvard. And basically, that the high school could work through them to have a Harvard professor teach a course. And these are social studies, and some of the titles I could see applying to ethnic studies. So I'm hoping that Gresham is kind of looking into that, and I'm going to encourage them to choose one that's more ethnic studies focused.
And as for what the board can provide, the reason why I covered my 2 slides, one is to let you know of why we're moving forward with several adoptions at one time, is because of the delay. And also that we will be running through eight adoptions. So that is an intense amount of work. We are going to do our very best to update you. As we said, the community and board input and understanding of the processes are really important. But I also included that budget because the budget's going to look substantial. It's 8, and it's supplementary, and it's making sure that we have the right materials. And as Amanda and others said, is that you can get amazing materials. You're right, Stamped is a book that we all should read, and it's a great discussion. However, we want to make sure the representation is there, and so ensuring that that equity lens of curriculum materials is in play. As you're asking for your audits in other areas, we're asking for those audits in our curriculum as we move forward to make sure that we make the appropriate supplementary and core curriculum and the support around PD, because we haven't done that in the past, and we do not get this wrong. This is vitally important to ensure that we have the right people saying and doing the right things with the right support from the culturally specific population.
Can, those board members who've been here longer than 3 of us share, like, what is our role through an adoption process?
So there is a policy, well, you can see.
We haven't been as engaged as we have in this particular one, because predominantly a math book was a math book. We could review it. Occasionally, they would have the open houses, and board members would go, kind of on the sidelines, as always. It was open for parents to come, community members to come, especially when we were going through the new math adoption. And so we would go and be interested bystanders, but we were not part of the direct process. Ask questions, because we do adopt the curriculum. So we would ask, I think the biggest one we did was when we did the healthy body shop thing. We had the material brought in. We talked about whether or not we had enough bandwidth to support it, because it took a lot of technology to do it. We talked about the appropriateness of the different grade levels. You know, was it going to be appropriate for the different grade levels? And that one, I think, had more questions, because parents around health and body tend to have more questions about what's being taught in schools. So I think some of it's just depended on, you know, what the particular curriculum was. I don't remember ever seeing an English language arts, you know, adoption.
Who approves of the courses?
I'm sorry, what?
Who approves of the courses? Like, when a course is designed, if a teacher says, I want to design a course.
That's them,
Okay.
that's not us, yeah, yeah.
And then what, we
don't have anything to do with it.
Or,
What we do is we bring forward an adoption, which is the process, the amount, and primarily it's the amount, and the process that's what was briefly explained today, so you know that there is,
And so like questions, like I remember with one of the science adoptions, we were getting a whole lot of textbooks, and we asked about whether or not there was more available in digital format. And it's like Patrice just said, a lot of it is budget related and implementation, but not so much the picking and choosing. That's operations, that's not the board.
I think community review is also a process that we have
Right,
requested.
and most people don't show up, but they do,
Right,
we offer
but
it,
I think the process is what we, sorry, right?
Talking about like accountability of the effectiveness of this program, something to track, and I alluded to it before, is like, tracking the percentage of time that is spent teaching European American history, the percentage of time teaching Native American history, so that we can see that, like, where we are with equal representation, the equity within representation that we are presenting. But to be able to do that, you know, within our embedded curriculum, you know, being able, again, to call out, you know, and it's gonna take time because it's very integrated into, like, our norms, and just like, well, what is, you know, how do we start defining that, right? European contributions, European history, European culture, and how do we start calling it out, as in, like, you know, as in we're tracking, okay, you know, today we spent 70% of the time speaking about, you know, European, you know, European-centric social studies, and 10%, you know, Native American. Like, I think that is important to call out as we are tracking how we're doing with this and how we are continuing to integrate and in progress.
I actually think that's already available in the sense with the standards and how the blueprints are, because it's sectioned out as to how long and what you teach at that point. And then we also have required seat minutes, which is, again, I'll say this every time, it's the wrong end of the kid to assess whether or not they know something. You've got to count the number of minutes they're in a chair that says that, yeah, you're proficient enough to move.
Yeah, but like, are we calling, like, when we have a government or politics class, right, or we're learning about, like, the presidents, are we calling that European American history? Or are we just, like, what are we calling out within our education system, Eurocentric system?
I mean, I think we can label it, but I know that it's state mandated areas of study, and as far as the standards go, and we do have a little bit of flexibility on those, but for the most part, it is standards which we will. And usually the blueprint will go from day one to day 170.
Well, I think it'd be good, yeah, if it's already written out, just start
The blueprints are there.
start calling it out, you know, what percentage, if we just have to track it. And so, and I think that it's just changing, like we're talking about, changing the institutional culture, changing, you know, our society's culture and perception on, you know, like I said, European American contributions to, you know, these systems, and, you know, where things come from would be very helpful.
The only discrepancies from that would be, you know, I like teaching about the, I don't know, expansion westward, if you will, and then I stayed 3 weeks on that, when really I was only supposed to stay 2, and you spend the 2 that's required. So there are those variations.
But within that, if we're talking about, like, Western expansion, like, if it's, like, you know, there's Native American history integrated that, there's Black American history, there's Chinese American history, and so not necessarily that we're talking about this one point in history, but what are the integrations of culture and ethnicity within those discussions, and that they are equally distributed. So I just think it's going to be more complex to break down.
It is, but I think also as we start to integrate the new ethnic studies standards into the grade level classes, as well as starting to explore the tribal history, and that's gonna help shape it's gonna build our awareness, and it's gonna help shape how we think about learning and who needs to be included, who needs to be at the table. And I think that alone is gonna help start to shape the culture and how we look at things and how we address various concerns.
Tracy, could you remind me when, because, you know, years kind of go by, when did the Holocaust study, that part of it become required? Didn't they say we have to do?
I believe it's next, I think it's in the same timeline with ethnic studies.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it had already started, but COVID kind of messed everything up, and so I wasn't sure where that was. Yeah, like a year we just couldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holocaust and other genocides, for the 2021 school year, start to select, some of the spring and summer trainings that come out in 2021.
Okay.
To start building some of that capacity.
Okay.
So, similar timeline to ethnic studies.
Here's a reference guide that shares all three, facts about all three of those areas.
Okay.
And you can find it on the website, the ethnic studies
Which
website.
website I can do that?
Black.
Lakeisha, why don't you just send the link?
Probably on all three.
If you send the link to the board.
Well, she sends it to
Yeah,
Sarah.
Sarah gets theirs.
But you know what, right now, I think my internet's going in and out, so I can't
Yeah.
get to it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's in there, is it one of the resource things?
It's not I can go in there and put that link on the, into that
Send it to
slide.
Sarah.
Oh,
She'll
is
send it
it
to
under the adoption cycle timeline? That's the one I can't get to? No,
You
okay.
click on the website for the ethnic studies, it's on the last slide,
Uh-huh,
and if you go onto
Okay.
that website,
okay. Yeah, I don't have internet right now, it keeps popping out.
okay.
Okay, but I've got it, I know that's where it is. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to see you all in person.
Yeah.
Hey, if I could, I'd like to put us in recess for 10 minutes. I need to, really quick, let the board know, and board,
mission here, and our vision, and then our current values, and the district wanting to be the district of choice. So it comes down to making sure that we have the right staff in front of our students. It looks like we
Our internet just had a little hiccup.
looks like we have a little hiccup.
Can you touch,
I
it's a
did,
touch screen, can you try sliding it, maybe it'll let you slide?
There's not anything there to slide.
No.
I put mine on airplane, and then I put it back off again, and I got my Wi-Fi back.
And then we try a couple of airplanes to fly.
Yeah. Got a signal, James? Yeah, I put mine just on, I took it off Wi-Fi for a second, then it came back, but it's not a real strong signal.
What happens when you hit the space bar?
Well, I'll have to get up there. Don't let it get space.
Oh, okay.
Barlow is,
If you are sharing the screen,
the 6-watt system of Barlow, is set to screen.
okay,
Confirmed at 150 this afternoon.
we'll just do it manually.
Okay.
So here's some staffing information. As the board's aware, last Thursday at the board meeting, we had staff that kind of shared some information to you about their abilities to come back to work. We had 175 interactive meetings in December and January with staff around medical considerations due to COVID concerns, as well as childcare and other factors. So once March 5th came around and the governor said that we would be returning back in a hybrid model, HR's tasked was to meet with all of those folks that we had conversations with earlier on, particularly those who had medical doctor's notes. Some of them were specifically ADA, and some of them were not. But we've met with 62 people this week, from Monday through Thursday. So the HR team, Ms. Noel Thielen and myself, met with 62 staff members. And of the 62 staff members who had medical concerns, here's the breakdown. 21 of them on the elementary side and 5 classified are able to return. And we have 1 licensed and 2 classified at the elementary who are not able to return. And then we have 7 undecided at this point on the licensed side, and then 4 classified. And what I mean by undecided is we've given them information. They need to check in with their doctors. They need to check in with their spouses or their family members. They want to talk to their building administrator to see what kinds of things may be available. But really, we talk to them about options. And if someone is not able to return due to a medical consideration, an accommodation that we're providing is utilization of their OPA and FEMLA leaves. And that's 60 days. While it is unpaid, they can use their accumulated sick leave as well as their personal leave days. And there's insurance protection as well as job protection during that time. So we're trying to get, before, when we pivot to come back, which is April 5th for elementary and April 19th for middle school and high school, to get through the middle of June. So it's roughly 60 days or a little bit less. As far as our middle school, we have 1 that is going to return, and really 1 that is undecided at this point. And then for high school, we have 9 that are able to return, and we have 5 that are not able to return, and then we have 6 that are undecided. And when I say undecided, they're going to give us a decision by Monday. Because if they are not able to come back, we actually have to go out and get a substitute for them during that time. It's going to take us a couple of weeks to find a substitute. Now, with that being said, each building, elementary, middle, and high school, will have long-term substitutes that's assigned. We've already done some recruitment, and we will have 2 elementary licensed positions that will be assigned to support teachers that may not be able to be there on a short-term basis, and you get 2 or 3 at the middle school and then 3 at the high school. So that's where we are with staffing. It actually is quite a bit less than I initially thought. When we talked to 175 people, it was not just for medical. There were childcare implications, there were some other things. But of the people we talked to, the 62 people in 4 days, you know, these are our current numbers. So we're taking a collective deep breath, and we're continuing to make sure we figure out the staffing model.
James, if somebody's on FEMLA related, are they allowed to they can have unemployment, or have employment someplace else while they're holding a job here, or?
Outside of education?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They can?
Well, I mean, people have jobs right now outside of education.
But it doesn't do anything that affects, because you wouldn't want to jeopardize your.
They don't
medical
qualify
insurance
for
or return
unemployment.
For a job.
Right.
Okay.
They don't qualify for unemployment, so if you are on open FEMLA, again, it's protected leave, so you don't qualify for unemployment benefits. But if you would like to have a different job, yes, during that time, there are people that are going to be employed elsewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So here's some trend data. I think I shared this information with you as a board earlier in the fall, and it really hasn't changed, but I put it in a little bit different format so it's easier for you to see. And this goes back to 2017-18. Back in 2017-18, actually, a lot of the data, you know, we weren't able to ask at the time as far as, you know, ethnicity and get some of the demographic information. It wasn't required at the time. Of course, things have changed since that time. And really, until 2018-19 school year is when we started getting some specific information. And I will say that it's probably time again for us to update that information. And so this next year in our welcome packets, we will be asking every staff member, licensed, classified, and administrative staff to actually fill out some information for us so that we have updated demographic information. But as you can see, of the 51 to 53 administrators that we have in the district, these are our basic breakdowns of that. Okay. So,
Working now.
it's working now. So as our administrators, you can see that, you know, 4 years ago, we've had 4 BIPOC administrators, and currently we have 6. Okay. So we do recognize that, you know, that's an area that we're going to have to do a better job in as far as our recruitment and our retention of our BIPOC educators in general, specifically in this situation with our administrators. Here's our licensed staff information. It's a little bit better, particularly in the last 3 years. And I will say, you know, Patrice and I came into this position, our positions kind of at the same time. Patrice, our superintendent, I moved from secondary education into HR. And I will say that as we look at the numbers, not working. We look at our BIPOC educators, we are doing a better job. 4 years ago, we had 62, and currently we have 110, okay? And so there are some efforts that I'm going to share with you. 2 of the things that come to my mind right now is the fact that we've been able to partner with some higher ed organizations, like the Portland Teachers Program, and Patrice was able to allow us to offer early contracts to some of our hard-to-fill positions, which was actually helpful because, you know, when you're looking at trying to fill a social worker position or a speech-language pathologist or a special ed teacher or our dual language immersion teachers, you know, they get snatched up pretty quickly. And so our ability to actually offer early contracts, particularly in the last year, has been really helpful for us to get to the space where we are today.
Hired all of them from the Portland Teacher Program.
We did. We call them the PTP 8, because there were 8 of them.
And they all came to work here?
Yes, 7 of the 8, 1 ended up going to Portland.
I know her.
You know the one?
Yeah, the one that's up there.
So as you can imagine, you know, recruitment and retention is not just an HR function, it's really all of us, whether it's other administrators in the district, whether it's our teachers, whether it's our support staff. And so when we talk about recruitment and retention, you know, there are certain things that we've done recently and is very promising. Grow your own. So we're partnering with Multnomah Education Service District, and there's been a grant through the Meyer Memorial Trust. And in which we right now have 15 bilingual Spanish and English classified staff. They're also Sun folks that are actually able to take 2-3 classes, which is kind of your intro to education, like your Education 100 classes. One that's in the spring and in the summer. And then there's going to be another grant that we just found out, Lisa, yesterday that we got.
Oh, is that the ODU one?
Yes.
Oh.
And so we are going to be able to have some culturally and linguistically staff that we're going to pay stipends to be able to mentor our new BIPOC educators. And so we're working with that. We also have a partnership with Warner Pacific for the last couple of years. And in general, we are moving our classified staff into our teaching position. So they're not as, you know, they're not as culturally specific, but again, our classified staff probably make up more of our BIPOC educators in our schools. And then, of course, the Multnomah Clackamas Regional Education Network, and we actually have a work with them. I know Letitia and Carla are part of that, where we're going to be actually trying to recruit, and we're going to try to retain more CTE teachers, right, to help build our programs. And then there's other leadership opportunities as well.
I had seven kindergartners yesterday raise their hand because they want to be teachers.
That's how it's growing.
Yep, start early.
So we did start affinity groups in Gresham-Barlow, started in 2018-19. Now, with that being said, I will say that since CDL this fall, we actually have kind of taken a break from that. And then when we get back into school in April, hopefully by May, we're going to actually set up a couple of opportunities for our affinity groups to get together and continue to provide support to each other, learn from each other, and to be honest, opportunity to just lean on each other and grab some food together. So we are planning to do that again. And then with intentional recruiting, with OALA and OABI and some of those groups, as well as DLI. You know, since we have DLI at Highland, and then now DLI is at North, I know that Karina Brusesti is actively recruiting at the different fairs that we have. And so we're trying to make sure that we have, you know, looking at both licensed, classified, and our administrative colleagues.
I get credit for 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, at one time when there was especially a huge just teacher shortage, regardless of anything, there was a teacher shortage. Is there still conversation around second career people who have a degree in something, but they don't have educator credentials? TSP see any farther along on saying you can do shortened classwork or do something that, because that could be an area as well where someone has started their career in something else and has just always wanted to be a teacher, of course.
In fact, that's really the partnership with Warner Pacific University now, that they are allowing people who have a bachelor's degree, maybe in a different field outside of education, to take education courses and then do their student teaching in the Gresham-Barlow School District. And then, again, according to Patrice, if we have people who already live in our community, either have kids in our community, have worked in our communities, once we know they're in that program, you know, as long as they're halfway through, we can actually offer them early contracts. Because it's likely, you know, it helps us to keep people in our community. So.
Okay, is TSPC doing that also for CTE programs?
Yes.
Finally.
So these are some of the things that we're doing in the district, you know, and again, HR is part of that. I mean, this is a district-wide where we have different events from convocation to our new educators, orientation in our academy, where there's the teaching and learning piece. We actually have 2 licensed mentors for all of our new first-year and second-year teachers, and they do a great job. We try to recruit at the Oregon Professional Educator Job Fair. Unfortunately, the last year and this year will be virtual, and it's always an interesting dynamic when you have to hire people virtually, but we've learned some tricks of the trade and some things that we're trying to do. A lot of the awards from ABCD to the Excellence in Teaching, those kinds of awards, as well as kind of our years of service and our retirement and reception. You know, HR is really about making sure we celebrate people, the people that have to take care of our students each and every day.
Hey, James, why don't you share with the board like the average teacher salary, so that they, if they're out talking to someone, they usually ask that question.
Yeah. So, you know, the average teaching salary is, in the district, is about $52,000. And that's just the salary. That's not necessarily including the 6% that the district also pays into the retirement. So actually, sometimes when we hear from our licensed staff association that they feel like we're kind of in the middle, we think that we're probably more competitive, just because not only do we pay a salary that's competitive, we also pay benefits that are very competitive. We actually pay quite a bit for their professional development and the numbers of credits that they can take each year. And then, of course, with that, the insurance and things of that nature. So it is a huge benefit to, I think, one of the things we'll talk about in a couple of slides, where we are. The top end of the scale in Gresham-Barlow is $82,000. And so, and that's just the salary for 192 or 193-day contract, plus the 6%. So, you know, from the district perspective, I appreciate that as somebody who is trying to recruit and retain the very best educators for our students, because we have to be competitive, particularly when you have Portland that's 15 miles down the road and some of the neighboring districts that need to be competitive to try to get some of the same educators, because we're all kind of vying for the same thing. So a lot of it has to do with recruitment, right? And a lot of recruitment is marketing. And marketing, we use our teachers that have quite a bit of experience, maybe have grown up in Team GBSD, but you'll see a lot of familiar faces here. And what we've asked our educators for is some statements about why they enjoy working in our school district. You know, part of down here, I think it was maybe less than 2 years ago, but Patrice and I had a conversation like, how do we make sure that we have jobs available? And so we need to kind of market. So we have actually our own website. It's called www.gbsdjobs.com. And I always appreciate when our superintendent's on Twitter and is always asking, hey, if you're looking for a job, and she puts that on there, because she has a lot more followers than I do on Twitter. But we also have a QR code, and so there's always accessibility to all of our jobs. We also invite our educators to our job fairs, because we believe that they're going to be great people to talk about what's going well in the district and the benefits of working in our school district. So this is the part where, you know, as kind of Lisa had this SWOT analysis, these are some things that from the HR perspective, we feel like may be going well, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges or opportunities for improvement. And then I would like to engage you as a board into maybe some ideas and thoughts that you might have on how to continue to keep making sure that we have quality educators in our schools. So some of the strengths that we talked about a little bit. So East County living is a little bit more affordable than living in Portland Center. So we feel like we can attract educators to the Gresham-Barlow School District. The interesting thing, in just kind of some analysis that we've done in the HR department, on the license side of the house, we only have about 30% of our teachers that actually live in our community. But on the classified side of the house, we have about 75% of our classified folks. Okay?
And we also have partnered, James, with Landed, that helps those who are associated with education get loans for down payment for homes.
Yep. And so that, we had about a dozen of our educators thus far as taking advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, there's not a income requirement or expectation there, other than it being employed through a school district.
And so we talked about competitive salaries.
working in the district, we are competitive. As far as salary, we're talking about benefits. We actually have a very diverse community. If you think about Gresham, right, 15 miles east of Portland, very diverse. A lot more diverse actually in the last 7 years than it has been in the geography where we're located. You know, beautiful 15 miles from Portland on the way to Mount Hood. So I think our geographic location is very desirable, and that can be a benefit as we recruit and we try to retain, you know, qualified educators. And then, of course, grow your own efforts that we have. Some of the opportunities for improvement, and these are just some of the things that we thought about. Our recruitment effort outside of Oregon. You know, we do well with recruiting within the state. We work well with Portland State, Lewis and Clark, you know, University of Oregon, all those colleges of higher education in our state. But really, our efforts have not been outside of our state. And I can honestly say in the 4 years, 3.5 years that I've done this job, we haven't necessarily ventured outside the state. Actually, Patrice and I had conversations a year and a half ago that we were going to start kind of going outside the state to start recruiting specifically for positions that we need to have hard-to-fill positions. We just haven't been able to get out. And then when the pandemic came, we just didn't have any opportunity. So, challenge for us right now, I mean, our current collective bargaining agreement. You know, I mean, it is what it is, and we have to abide by it. It's been agreed to. But I think sometimes there are challenges for us to have to honor the collective bargaining agreement and still do the things that we need to do.
But there is some legislation with that because of, like when there's a risk, usually the least experienced teachers go first. I like to say in Oregon, we eat our young here. But there's some new legislation that's out there that will help protect some of those. And not just Gresham-Barlow, but lots of districts have put a major effort towards recruiting BIPOC candidates. So a lot of them are in that category right now. Not saying that that's what's happening to us, but that is a scenario possibility anytime soon, right?
And so you saw that 4 years ago, we had 62 BIPOC educators, and now we have 110. Through our collective bargaining agreement and through the reduction in forced language that we have, what Patrice is saying is true. If we were to have a reduction in our budget, a lot of our educators, which were the last hired, which would be a lot of our, you know, BIPOC educators, are probably going to, unfortunately, be reduced if this legislation doesn't pass.
Can you create like a classification, like a special classification of like cultural competency or something that could protect them, as in they are providing a service that other teachers could not provide?
You can do a protected program.
That's some of the language that's in the legislation that will help protect them.
And I will also say to you that when we've tried to introduce some language around speaking a second language or some other things, it hasn't necessarily moved anywhere in our collective bargaining processes. But I will say this last bargain, last spring, where we kind of had stopped in the 1 year, we did get some additional stipends for our hard-to-fill positions for special education and for our DLI teachers. So at least I think we're moving in the right direction with our association to say, and they recognize that, you know, there is a need for us to be able to retain certain staff members. And of course, we have very limited number of BIPOC applications when we have jobs. For instance, right now, we have an assistant principal job at Barlow High School for next school year. I just looked at the applicants last night. Out of 32 applicants, we have 5 that are BIPOC, right? So, you know, and
That's
so,
not bad.
you know what, and all we talk about is get the right one, but, you know, I still get a little disappointed when I look at, you know, where we are as a district and the number of candidates, and that's just for this one administrative position. A lot of times, if it was a third grade teaching position or specific position, you know, the applicants are even smaller, right?
Well, we have a principal too, who's retired.
We will have an elementary principal position that we will be posting.
Oh, right.
And
She
so-
retired last year and came
Right.
back.
Yeah. And then I'm thinking that we have very small affinity group numbers. So right now, our affinity groups is not just our licensed staff, there are administrative and our classified colleagues. So we're kind of in, you know, affinity groups. And we would like to be able to kind of split that out a little bit more, but with our current numbers in the district, it's small enough
and it's new enough where I think that, you know, I think those are still opportunities for us to improve. And then, of course, our community's perception of public education, and just in the challenges around what they see around, you know, through this pandemic and some of the challenges around that. And then, when I look at threats for our contingent work in recruitment and retaining folks, we look at state funding, right? And as Jordan's trying to figure out how much money we're gonna get so we can figure out how many positions we're gonna have, if we don't have stable funding for our schools, then we look at then, you know, how do we continue to recruit and retain? And, you know, this is year 30 for me in education, and, you know, we may not see folks that are gonna want to be in education for 30 years because they look at some of the challenges. You know, you go to college and then you have to get these student loans and you're, you know, in debt $125,000, and then you come out in your first year teaching, you're making $40,000 to $50,000. It doesn't necessarily make sense, right? Because you have to have a master's degree. So a lot of folks are going other pathways. So that's a threat. City amenities, like in the city of Gresham, you know, while we're proud of our city, we don't have a viable Parks and Rec program. So our schools have to be that. And so when we look at asking people to move their families into our community without the kinds of amenities that some communities have, it's challenging for us to actually hire and retain educators in our schools. And of course, again, the cost of higher education, I think I mentioned that. And then the perception of public education, and then affordable housing. Even though East County is more affordable, Oregon in general, and again, I didn't know because I lived in Oregon for 30 years. Teresa, when she came to Oregon and she was looking at housing, she was amazed at how more expensive housing is than where she used to be before.
21% higher.
Wow.
But that's newer, like, that's only been within the past 15 years. Like, I remember, when I was in college, right, like, a studio was like $300.
So, Jamie, the other thing I.
Yeah, downtown Portland.
Yeah, that I would look upon as a threat.
It's recent.
Yeah.
It was the #1 Muslim city, sorry.
A threat on there as well. You were talking earlier on one of the slides about we're trying to talk to our local teaching colleges, which are local people, which are predominantly white people. And we have teachers who are already teachers in other states that want to come here. And TSPC throws that barrier down. Are we pushing harder, and is that something that legislation, because I feel like they act in their own little bubble, that they make up these rules that someone who's been a teacher in Kansas, who has a teaching license, has to go through hoops in order to be a teacher here. And are we still working hard on trying to do something with that? Are they getting farther?
James actually is on the committee to help
Oh, you
provide
are?
some of this.
Okay, all right.
So through TSPC, I think
And TSP is Teacher Standards Practices and Commission.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're actually the governing body for all of us as educators, whether you're a licensed teacher or administrator.
And it's not only teachers, when I came here, I mean, I have national certification,
Superintendent.
I have a national
You were
certification.
national superintendent?
And they have,
Yeah, but I had to
Patrice
get a
has to jump through different hoops.
Yeah.
Lisa's had to do that coming from
Yeah.
outside the state.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah,
say
you
to you,
know what I'm saying.
that Oregon likes to pride themselves on being, I mean, you call it reciprocity. If you are licensed in another state, then reciprocity means you should be able to be licensed, like if I was licensed in Hawaii and licensed in Oregon, I should be able to go both ways.
Yeah.
But just because you have an Oregon license doesn't mean that, or if I have a Hawaii license, doesn't mean that Oregon's gonna give me a same license. That's why you have to take Oregon law class, which is what Patrice and Lisa had to do. You have to take the Oregon finance class, and then there's other things that you have to do. There are a lot of hoops. I do believe our new, executive director for TSPC, Dr. Rosales, he is actually, a little more liberal in thinking about how to bring in educators who have licenses from outside the state. Because literally, just to go from Oregon to Washington, very difficult and challenging. I think they are allowing at least more Washington license to at least have a temporary license while they
allow them to take some classes.
But they still require them to take classes that they shouldn't have to take.
Yeah, I should
That's,
have had
that's
to,
the
I should have
ridiculous
had to
part.
enroll at
No,
University
that's
of
the
Oregon.
ridiculous part, yeah. You could have taught the class.
No, I couldn't have taught it, but I should have had them have it,
Yeah.
because it's not that, finance is finance, I mean,
And honestly, to the
We
point
hired
that's
you.
being made, that the account code structure is almost identical nationwide. I could go to Colorado
Mm-hmm.
and train a superintendent on account coding, you know, so Katrice is correct on the finance part of it.
Yeah.
and it's a shame but for the Pacific Northwest, because the other regions where I've been in, South Central and on Mid-Atlantic, every single one of those states within that region, your license carry over, you're just on a one-year probation when you get to that state.
Yep.
And then you just move over.
No, it does not. Again, we still have a long way to go in Oregon, but as far as recruitment and retention of staff, I do think that, you know, while I feel like we've been doing really good work the last, you know, specifically 3 years, I would say, we still got a lot of work to do. As you see, our numbers are not where we wanted and needed to be. And certainly, it's certainly not reflective of the students and families that we are serving here in Gresham-Barlow. So, you know, there are some takeaways for me and the HR team. But we have a lot of support from the district leadership team. I mean, recruitment and hiring is not just an HR function. I think I mentioned to you, we have a lot of our district leadership team who is really actively involved in helping with that. But it has helped that Patrice has allowed us to actually hire earlier on in the season. And even though with the budgets the way they are, particularly those hard-to-fill positions, we have some special ed jobs, we have some school psych jobs, some SLP jobs, speech language pathologist jobs, that we will be able to hire early. And then I think that we might be able to, you know, continue to grow in that area. And then the other side of it is making sure we're training our principals and our hiring managers that, you know, as you have applicants in your pool, to make sure that we are making, you know, we are asking the right questions and we have processes that allow everybody to have, you know, an equitable opportunity. I won't say equal, equitable, because again, you know, hiring people for these positions, this is hard work in education, and particularly in this last year, we may see some retirement. And as you know, we have a veteran staff in the district, so if there are retirements, you know, we're going to have to hire some people. But we continue to work with Portland State and some of the state organizations, and once this pandemic, you know, we can get on the other side of it, I would really appreciate the opportunity to go outside of Oregon and really try to reach.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because Oregon in itself, all the universities in Oregon, on average, produce about 1,500 teachers a year. And the bigs, like the Salem Kaiser, the Portland, the Beaverton, they could hire every single one of them, and nobody else gets a candidate. So they have on average that many positions open at end of each year. So they could hire every single teaching candidate out there, and the rest of us get zero. So we're going to have to go outside of Oregon and tap into some opportunities and situations, in other areas. I know there's some, HBCUs as well as there are several universities I know in Texas that produce lots of bilingual teachers as well. And they can't hire all of them.
Would we be able to offer, like moving stipends or bonus?
We could look into some of that stuff, absolutely. I mean, I think you have to have some level of it. Like I know from, in Virginia, when I was superintendent there, I offered $5,000 transfer, kind of a bonus thing for someone coming from out of state. I used to like to hire from Bethune-Cookman, special ed teachers, and they were outstanding programs, and I would offer them a $5,000 moving fee.
And I think the relationship with Landed is one that's a good one, because I think for those that are interested in moving to our area, particularly from out of state, having the opportunity to be able to get your down payment.
Yeah, Landed will give them, Landed will do 75% of the down payment.
We gotta recruit during the spring and summer.
Oh, yeah, I understand, I know it.
So, and James,
Well, when I came here, it was in the spring, it was just like this every day.
Can we do a time check to see when we can move on to the next topic of working on our strategic plan?
so I have a quick question. So we're working hard on recruiting. What are we doing about retention? And unfortunately, then when people leave, have we refined the, why are you leaving X interview? And could we have a third party do that if someone's not willing to talk to?
Yeah, we give people an option. If somebody gives us their paperwork that they're resigning or retiring, we always give them an option to fill out, a survey that is, you know, we can't track who it's from, but they give us the information.
Okay.
And so, but I would say that 75% of the folks don't give us information. When it's time for them to go, they go. It would be a good idea for us to try to gather some of that information.
Can't require.
I do
Right.
request to meet with all folks that are retiring or resigning, and sometimes they want to meet with me, and sometimes they
And
don't.
sometimes they don't. Okay, and then, yeah, and then just, especially if we're bringing in younger teachers, you know, I don't know what the process is, but making sure that they're supported.
Our first and second year teachers have quite a bit of support we have 2 coaches that are mentors,
Okay.
and Melissa and Beth Elliott, they are actually work with all first and second year teachers. And then if somebody says, you know, I may not be new to education, but I'm new to Gresham-Barlow and I would like some additional support, then we do have that. And then with this grant, particularly for our BIPOC educators, to allow some, you know, small stipends for additional support and mentoring. So we are looking to try for at least our beginning or newer teachers. Sometimes, you know, not just the beginning and new teachers need support. And so, you know, that's why we're looking at affinity groups. That's how we're looking at maybe some of our district leadership team. We're trying to give people opportunities to step into leadership roles. I know we have 3 or 4 who have just finished administrative licenses, either through OWALA or through COSA, and then we're trying to give them some leadership opportunities, and then hopefully at some point they can step into a leadership role, either in the district or somewhere in the region.
Thank you, Zane. Okay, so, we're not gonna take the next break, because I think our next agenda item is pretty short.
No, we are going to do strategic planning. We're going to sit down and look at that should take the rest of our time, right?
Right now, we're gonna go into executive session to review our superintendent's evaluation.
What?
I thought when we talked about that we were gonna.
Do it another time.
Yeah, we have to do it.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we have 2 hours to do strategic planning, which is what this meeting is supposed to be about.
You're right, I just remembered.
Yeah.
I think, Blake, I was confused too.
So, I mean, this part, it doesn't require a lot of staff support.
Well, not because if we start saying we wanna, you know, do something, we need to have staff at least to say, you're out of your mind,
Well,
or
Chris
yay,
wants
let's
to
do
use
it,
you,
but.
she could use you, but I think that, like, this is like looking at getting like what, if you have some, you know,
I have one.
extravagant
I do.
requests, but I'm thinking like, these are a lot of the requests that we have, the ongoing future agenda topics list that has been piling up all year, that we've gotten through pretty much nothing on that list of like our goals. And just kind of setting a timeline, whether we need resources. So it's not about doing the work right here to get it passed or making any decisions, but it's really just about identifying the work that we want to do and like building an action plan moving forward on how we want to do that.
Okay, so the superintendent would need to say, because that has some work aspects.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course,
But
to stay.
too, I did tell Blake I didn't.
What time are you?
I didn't do 5:40, so I mean, I can say it for them.
Okay, we got it.
No worries, but I mean, it's just an action plan. And with the action plan, it will be, you know, feasibility, it will be bringing back information, it will be us doing the work. And then like, we'll bring it to a future board meeting for the discussion and vote. So we're not going to do like anything, so this is like planning.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys have been in like,
So do you really need me?
I don't think we need you.
Okay, as long as we're not gonna,
I'm willing to say.
You can stay as, I mean, anybody can stay as long as they want.
I got confused about about what we were doing?
It's
I got it.
just planning, right? And so it's just like, if you wanna move forward with, you know, mascots, you know, like, let's have like a timeline, this is when it was gonna go to the board, this is the approval process that we need. And before that, you know, it's going to be like communication individually with staff, and so when we bring something forward for the discussion, if it's not feasible, we just,
We can finally just take it off the list.
we can take it off the
Yeah.
list and move forward, but right now, we've just been stagnant. What's going on over there?
Superintendent evaluation committee.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we're
still
still in
share
our
with you
committee,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you can hear from you.
Right now?
So you guys,
No, not right now.
no, you guys are committee, you guys, you three, so we should stay up, because otherwise we have a quorum.
Oh.
We aren't listening.
No, we're not, we've just told you.
Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah.
Because it's just you and I.
are you,
It's not the agenda.
you're joining anything here?
It's still for the Cheyenne.
Huh?
Because she's at the store, she's covering, you know.
4? But, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And it's like,
They're not on the call, these are extra.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Community members.
Oh, excellent, okay. Wasn't sure. I was counting their laptops.
I think so. And I have to tell him sometime.
You got him.
Okay, so.
Okay, lost that
I
amount.
won't be able to stay on either. I have to be out at 4.
You know, could you find a fabric and a sailboat? Oh, yeah, we can work on that. No, I can't. And for $10 a yard, right?
What are we working on next? We have 45 minutes left.
Strategic planning.
Okay, cool.
2 hours.
No,
No, we said we were gonna be done at 4.
A hard stop at 4:30.
4:30.
Who has a hard stop at 4?
Oh, I thought we said that
I
before we
did.
started the meeting.
I didn't leave my.
Patrice and Blake did.
Patrice had to leave at 4, Blake had to leave now, but we.
Technically,
could
the
stay at
adjournment
stuff.
scheduled at 4:30.
And then the alarm goes on at 4:30, so.
Okay.
But, I mean, if we don't get this done, we're never gonna get to these dates.
Yeah, I
Because
know.
Blake is not putting them on the calendar, period, and I'm really disappointed with, you know, our lack of progress on these things.
And let's see what's going on with them, why we can't.
All right.
There might be
I
some
mean, he
issue
could
about.
just be overwhelmed, who knows, but it's like, this will actually give a timeline and help us, like, progress these things forward.
And then expect.
All right, ladies, let's all get to work and see,
All right,
what we're
we're
on.
gonna get closer. I'm excited. Where is the?
Bye, have a good day.
That's under,
Sarah, could you pull up
it's under our email under
I have a session with
sheets,
Ron.
right? Something like that?
Yes, hang on.
Okay.
It's exactly called,
Yeah,
Where's it at? Is it virtual or?
it's called Board Request 2020, 2001.
Virtual, I gotta get home, you know.
but that's under, go
And
to
I-
email, and then go
Yeah,
to.
I okayed this date for
Google
the
Sheets,
thing
that's right.
without realizing what was on my
I do that all the time.
personal calendar. That's why Sarah doesn't like me, double book all this.
All right, what I have done with these categories, or with this list, is I have listed them into, 4 categories: health and safety, anti-racism, LGBTQ, and board operations. Well, I'm not reading off that list.
Oh, okay.
So under health and safety, we have, mental health specialist, the conversations on SRO, disciplinary practices or restorative justice. We have restrooms, ableism, accessibility policy, and then we have digital equity. Under there, under anti-racism, there is the conversation, continuation of the conversation, recruitment and retention of BIPOC, academic cultural calendar, monthly cultural proclamations, anti-racism campaign, land acknowledgement, removal of inappropriate native mascots, and then our ethnic studies. And then under LGBTQ, there is trans-inclusive policies, LGBTQ panels, support groups, gender-neutral restrooms, anti-bullying / sexual harassment campaigns, and then board proclamations or resolutions in support of LGBTQ. And then under board operations, we have agenda items and looking at, when updates are made, having red lines, having presentations available, in advance of meetings, and then community engagement and public comment. So,
And I'm still waiting. Actually, I've been kind of frustrated all day. This is the crappiest Wi-Fi
I'm
here.
sorry.
What are we doing?
That I'm still trying to get it to launch.
We're doing our work finally.
Well, are we all involved in it, or?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
absolutely. And you guys might want to move a table closer, or we're just gonna yell.
Yeah, so we were,
Either way.
we've been working on, this has come about from working on, Blake has started a list of future agenda topics that we haven't gotten through, and it has a lot of things that we've wanted to work on over the years, and it's never been put on the agenda.
Oh.
And so it would be really good at this time for, as in strategic planning, to go through and see like, well, what are our goals? How do we get there? If these are items that we want to advance on, who's going to take this item to the next level? Like, if it's, for example, we have a trans-inclusive policy, who wants to,
The policy committee.
the policy committee, yeah, but when are we going to bring that forward?
No, see, I would hesitate on that, Myra, because the policy committee can't decide that they're just going to spring a policy on the board if the board has not said that's your charge. We're not in charge of creating policy or altering them to the point, we take the recommendations from OSBA, but we're not creating new policies. We're not that kind of policy committee. And so on something like that, where it's a new policy that's a new deal, we need to make sure that that's what the board wants to have done before we invest any time in it. So that's kind of the question. Yeah, my thing came up. So
there's two of those. There's like a trans-inclusive policy and a mental health specialist policy that, I would like to bring forward, right? And they, definitely the mental health specialist policy would have a budget impact if we were to move forward with that.
And on that one, yeah, I mean, that one could move forward. That one, though, is more operations, because that's setting personnel, and that's a direction of the superintendent, but that's not a policy.
It could be a policy if we make it a requirement to have mental health specialists, at our schools, and we discussed this in our policy meeting, and they said that, there'd be a budgetary impact. Sarah, I don't know if you could pull up the meeting, to share on the screen, so we could go over it together.
My only hesitation with that would be because we don't have policies on the number of teachers that we have for quotas for classrooms, and that would be my only hesitation, because then you're setting a precedent outside of the contract, and I would check the legalities. Not saying you can't create a policy, but here's the thing is that we don't have policies on other positions that have budget implications, other than, well, that's not a policy, it's a contract. That would be my only hesitation.
Well, how do we go forward with that? Because we have, a police contract, right? That's not in a policy, but it was just like,
But the
culturally,
police
we
officer
wanted
is
to.
he's not our employee.
Yeah, well, then we don't have to, we could subcontract or do
We
something,
do, we have several, we do partner with 3 different entities that provide mental health services for our students. In addition to the number of counselors and social workers, I think I shared that with you one of our board meetings, how many that we had in the district. Just 10 at the high schools alone, and there are only 3 high schools. So we do have them. I would hesitate, though, to put in policy a budget implication of a position, simply because in Oregon, what I know about the teachers union, and they have been in a scenario where they're looking to have a quota for the number of teachers that we have per school, or kids in their classrooms that have budget implications. And being an educational entity, prioritizing a non-instructional position over an instructional position, I would not think that would be true.
So how do we go about doing it? That's all I want to know. How do we go about ensuring that we are providing mental health services full-time to each of our high schools. If we
all I can
put
ask,
it in
all I
policy.
can tell you to do is that we can share the data with you of who they are, I mean, where they are and how many we have.
No, because that's not it, that's not what.
But it's
I'm
operational,
looking
it's operational, it's not your choice, it's mine. It's
That's why I'm
operational.
like, if we could make it policy, we could make it ours, but you
But
said to look at the legality of it.
But it's
Yeah.
not, because it's operation. And we don't say, we don't dictate that we have to have X number of kindergarten teachers, X number of math teachers, and X number
But
of.
there are
personal health.
ratios set of like how many, yeah.
That's the superintendent though, that does
But there are
that.
statewide set ratios by how many, nurses, by how many.
No.
They're not
No, no.
ratios?
Unfortunately, there isn't, no.
No, they're not.
Ricky tried to make a bill like that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, what, you
Yeah.
might not want to do that, 'cause no other position is.
It would be nice, yeah, no, that's like TPS, their bargaining negotiated
The
that
only
about 5
required
years ago.
position,
But we don't do
the only required position of the board is the superintendent that you decide to have or not have, that's your choice. Other than the others, we have options to what type of positions that we have. We do not have quotas, and that's what's being, and put in legislation over and over again about trying to have quotas on class sizes. For example, where I was in Virginia, for every 25 kids, I had one teacher. So, but the state funded every single one of those positions. In Oregon, we don't do that.
Well, then how do we just go about saying that we want every high school and middle school student to have access to a full-time mental health worker that's available on the district campus? How do we go about doing that?
Well, the only thing I can think of is we get a legislature to do a bill.
But we
And
can,
I don't want
but
the
we can
legislature to
create
tell me.
programs in our
Well,
school.
no, I
Yeah,
understand, but then I
yeah.
don't know, I mean, what are their other options?
But we can create programs in our school. There's like, the school-based health centers and so forth.
Oh, yeah,
It
sure,
doesn't have
right.
to go through the
So-
state. So at our district, how do we do that?
I think that this is a very reasonable request, considering that I feel like a lot of students really do, like even nationwide, want more mental health services.
Oh,
And even
yeah.
like, the Biden administration is even rolling out as
Yep.
much mental health services as possible. So, I mean, I think this is a very valid conversation that we can explore to see how we can better mental health services for our students. And if we can't have a quota, is there anything else that we can do?
I think that would be a good topic to bring to OSCA.
No,
No?
no.
Like, how
No,
how does it work, like, what does OSCA do? I guess I just don't know what OSCA.
So Oregon School Boards Association, sorry, I can't see my, here. They do a variety of things. They have legal support, they have policy support, they have training for board members, they have advocacy, they have legislative work, they sponsor bills, they, have done some campaign work, that was how we got the corporate tax, whatever, I don't remember what the A stands for. But, as far as operations of your district.
That's the superintendent's job.
That's the superintendent's job. So the question just is framing it as part of having more. And I would hesitate to say one per whatever. What is the right mix? Maybe you need 3 at Barlow, and you don't need any at Hollydale, I don't know. But that's the superintendent's job, that we're telling her, what we would tell our superintendent is, this is important. Figure out how to do it.
And that's
And
what,
if she comes back and says, I hired one person, we might say, that's not providing support. That's one person for 12,000 kids. How many kids do
I've
we have in
added
the district?
6 in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and part of it is how many's available, what's available, what does it look like? But that's operations, that's not the board. The board doesn't do operations.
I'm curious, what does it look like if a student wants to see a mental health specialist, a social worker? How long is the wait, and are they getting the attention they need? Because I don't have a clue what it looks like.
Yeah. I don't know how long the wait is, and I wouldn't dare to say how long that is, because it goes through a referral process. Some of those things can be expedited depending on the situation, which, could be within a few hours or days. The longest wait is 60.
Days?
The longest wait.
Okay.
But those aren't people in our schools. It's not like they can go into, we have like a nursing office, right? A mental health specialist office where kids can go in and get immediate assistance.
How about we share with you all the number we have at each school and what is there, because I think that is important to know and really define what that is, because we are an educational entity, and you get on a slippery slope crossing over into another profession within our schools. And so I would ask that you allow us to provide you with information on how many people we have at each school that helps provide that, as well as the partnerships that we have with mental health services in the community.
Because that's the part I'd like to know as well. I don't know that I want to have 12 people in our school at the expense of 12 teachers.
Yeah.
But what's our relationship with a variety of communities?
But we say it's a slippery slope, but we provide food. We say it's a slippery slope, but we have police officers. We say it's a slippery slope, but we provide all these other additional
And we
services.
do.
So it's just like, but foundationally, what students need, what keeps them safe is that they are, that they have their health, that they are supported, that they are somebody for them to talk to. We know that this is like the #1 preventer of like gun violence, shootings, but yet we say 200,000 for police officers, and it is not even a conversation. It's like, oh yeah, that's.
But Robin, you're coming from an uninformed scenario, an angle, because you don't know how many we have in the building.
Because I've been talking, don't say that, because I've been talking, no, don't say that, because, no, don't say that, because I spoke to James, he has been speaking about it, and the district manipulatively uses the term mental health, it is.
You cannot, Robin.
It's you don't even know what I'm gonna say.
So,
We can't
What am I
manipulate a
gonna say?
position.
It is, the information is manipulated, and it says that we have
We won't accept that,
counselors,
because it is
listen,
not.
it says that we have counselors, and counselors are not mental health specialists, and we have.
That is a title provided by our state.
But we use that term interchangeably when we're talking about mental health specialists, and it confuses people.
So I would
And
ask
feel
you,
like that
are
is
we a
ridiculous.
educational entity, or are we a mental health service? Tell me what you
Are
want.
we a restaurant, or
No,
are
because-
we an education?
because-
Are we a library
The
service?
federal government allows us to do that. The federal government allows us to do that.
That's ridiculous, that's a ridiculous conversation. If we don't care about the overall health and safety of our students, then.
Well, I do.
Then that, well, but that's the thing, if we do, then why are we looking for
But
it?
if we are providing right now those mental health services, and we are providing them, why do you feel like we need more? If right now
So
we.
wait, okay, so I just want to point out that Gresham-Barlow School District does not have a student health facility. Like, there are plenty of other
No, we
schools.
don't have that.
Yeah, but there are other.
Reynolds screwed us.
Yeah,
Really
I know, but I'm just saying that, like, I know that these health facilities, they focus on mental health and like dental work.
Sure.
So I'm just saying that, could we just come together as a board to find these funds? Like, I've had a couple of meetings with them, and so far with COVID and everything, it's kind of looking dire trying to find funds right now. But,
What we wanted to do was have a mobile unit, and they said you can't have a mobile unit, because we wanted to be able to serve the kids at Barlow as well as here, and that's how Reynolds got it. So the money was available, and they said, you can't do it outside of what we've told you could do. So that's where we landed on that. So.
can we still find a way to go back to this conversation? Like, if we can't just add more of these healthcare professionals to our buildings, can we just try to find a way to bring a student health facility then?
So one of the schools that I work with, or the districts that I work with, agencies come in and they have office hours. So we have someone on campus all day, they rotate, right? So like, there's a DHS worker, two different DHS workers, one is there in the morning, one is in the afternoon. We have 2 social workers, one is there for the middle school, one is there for the high school. But they're not employed by us, by the district is not spending any money on them, it's the agency providing those services, those community services through our schools. So like, we have our Sun School, right? A lot of, like, Programming Hispano, I know, have social workers, they have mental health providers. So would one of them, through our Sun contracts, be able to extend their hours to be that social worker or that mental health provider for the school that they're at? So that's an option. Actually, we have 7 sub-schools.
Yeah, I'd also really like to talk to these, mental health professionals that we have in our schools to see what they need or how things look, because honestly, I don't have a clue what it looks like. I'm not gonna say I don't have a clue. So,
Yeah, we can ask for referral information as well, to find out
like,
what.
I'd actually really like to speak to the people that are working in the schools.
No, I mean, ask them for the.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Yeah,
like,
who
let me
they're
bring in
serving.
somebody else,
Yeah.
sorry, okay.
Ask them who they're serving and what are those services, what are the kids' needs? And families' needs, because they're not just serving the kids, they're serving the entire family.
Yeah.
So,
Again,
yeah,
if
we can.
inform you of what we have and who we partner with, I think that would give you a better space to come from than not having information. not knowing. I think it's important that you have that information, to make an informed decision going forward.
Yeah.
Well, why can't you just answer the question, do we have a full-time mental health service provider in 3 of our high schools? Do we have that?
We have partnerships with mental health service providers that are not full-time employees of ours.
So, no, we don't.
But
Yes and no.
There's no yes
Are they-
and no,
so
but
They're
this
not
is-
employed by us.
no, it's like
Yeah.
Kate at Gresham High School.
Yeah.
So Kate, she's a social worker,
She's a social
and
worker.
she doesn't work for us.
No, she
Work-
does.
Does she work for
But
us?
mental
Okay.
health, I'm thinking clinical psychiatry or
Yeah.
therapist is what I'm
And
understanding.
we're getting them confused with,
Yeah, we
confused
don't.
with counselors, we get them confused with DHS, we get them confused with social workers.
So,
All of these aren't even part of this conversation, but they're, it's all convoluted.
Okay, so I think what you're coming to then is kind of the point that we're at, is I don't want to spend our resources on something that's done outside the school. I would rather have a better referral to have a mental health specialist, counselor, whatever that person is. We do education. Every dollar that we take away from a teacher or an EA or a classroom is a dollar we don't have. And if we take those dollars away and create these 22, because we have 22 schools, 22 employees that are mental health therapists, it's a lot of money, then the kickback to that is, now instead of having 28 to 30 kids in a classroom, we've got 32 to 34 kids in a classroom. Is that good for their mental health? I don't think so. So I would rather have us be better collaboration with our community. And you're right, it is an extremely slippery scope of so many things society has said the schools have to provide. We found that out with COVID now, that suddenly everything fell apart and people said, well, how are the schools going to feed people? How are the schools going to provide internet service? How are the schools going to do all of this? And after a while, it's like the schools are supposed to do education. And all of these other components have been added, trying to be a better society. But sooner or later, we have to say, how are we going to educate the kids? I'd rather have a smaller class size than have another person at our building.
We pay $200,000 in police contracts, we pay for other contractors, we pay for other services. I never said that the district has to pay for or provide the service, that these services should be provided. And it's all about like our values.
So,
We
wait,
put
but
money
who's
in-
going to provide it then?
We
In our
have
building?
partners. Yeah, we should.
Where? Where is our building?
Okay,
I say we start with a needs assessment, and we can find out what, because we're making assumptions. I haven't heard any family complain about not having health services provided. I haven't heard any family complain about the schools causing mental health issues for their kids. I haven't heard that. So if we have a needs assessment, and I hear it from families, and I hear it from kids, I'll support it.
Kids need it, like, kids speak to
Right,
this.
but right now, they're getting it
now.
through referral services and through our community partners. If we find
Okay.
that is not
Let
enough,
me tell you about mental health.
I know what it is.
No, because we obviously don't have a good understanding what mental health is, because if you have the ability to jump through this hoop, get this referral, wait 60 days, contact this person, then you are not in a crisis. It takes so much energy, and to ask our students to be able to navigate a process that can be very cumbersome. Well, that's great that you've done that, but we're
So I know
asking
what it's like.
16-year-olds, we're asking 15-year-olds to go through this process, who might not be supportive at home, where this is a great facility to do that. And if we feel like, okay,
I don't
this is,
disagree with that.
well, then that's what I'm saying. If we're agreeing, I'm not understanding why we're receiving pushback.
What I'm
to
saying
say
is,
that
my question is, are we not doing that right now? Is that not happening right now? I haven't heard that is not happening right now. I haven't heard of any of our students having to wait 60 days when they're going through a crisis to receive support. I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that need.
Have you checked for the need? Because
Yes, because I do visit schools regularly. I do talk to the people who work
So
here.
this isn't
I
an
do
issue.
talk to the kids.
So this isn't an issue, we don't need mental health specialists in our school,
With
is
that,
that what you're
can
saying?
we just request just a meeting from the specialists that work in our school?
Yeah, we can
Just
do, I
share what
think
they
we should
need,
do
and
that,
then
yeah.
I just wanna move on, because we only have 24 minutes left with Catrice. So,
And I would just be careful, I would be careful though, meeting with them. We don't have, we're not operations. So
I
I'd
just wanna
rather
know
get,
what's going on. I think that as board members, we have the right to know what's going on. I just said more than once, I don't know what's going on.
But
So-
we've said this to staff many times, that like mental health specialists, we've said it in policy meetings, we've said it up front in our staff meetings, we've said it in our work session meetings, that we are interested in this. And that still we go, and it's just like, well, I couldn't tell you, it's very disappointing, like to say the least.
Robin, you have said it in sessions, you have, but remember, I take orders from the entire board, not one.
This isn't an order, this
Yes,
is a
it is.
request for
Because you're asking me to
information.
do something that's on a
It's
list,
a
that doesn't mean that's the request of the board.
It's a request for information, and as an individual
the
board member,
board-
we need to have the appropriate information
That
to
is
be
the
able
board's
to make.
wish, I will.
And the school board, this is what frustrates me beyond nothing. The school board is the only entity, that government entity that I've been involved in, that I believe that staff is completely, like, deaf to just generic requests from, like, board members. Like, I have never experienced this at the county, I've never experienced this at the city, and I haven't been experienced this at Metro. And it's so frustrating where, like, I have an assumption if I say, hey, can we get information about this? Hey, this is important, and then people just sit on it like, no, 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 no. And it needs to be said in some special way and some special process to get any traction. And then now when we're, like, doing this, it's just like, oh, well, we already have it. Well, if we've already had it, and we've known that, like, this is an issue.
And you received the information when we were at Gordon Russell about it, and I recall this distinctly because you asked, why is this in the SRO presentation? We added it in there for a reason. It was in that presentation on SROs at Gordon Russell.
About school resource, or about?
No, about mental health providers.
No,
that
it
we
was
have.
counselors, and that's when I said it was manipulative.
It's not manipulative, it's the positions that we have, Robin. They do work with conflict. They do conflict resolution, they do counsel kids. They're not therapists,
So
you are right.
an
They're not.
academic and job counselor is going to be there to provide mental health services.
Again, what do you want me to do? To be a healthcare provider or instructional? And yes, there are other entities that we have. I should not be at the table negotiating with cable companies about Wi-Fi for my students, but I had to.
I'm
And
very
we
offended
have-
by what you're saying right now, and so I will just redirect the conversation because this is so inappropriate.
Well, again, I would ask you to listen, to know what we have before you assume that we don't, and make
And
assumptions
please,
about what we need.
when I have asked, and we've been asking
You
for
have
the last
not, the
6
board hasn't
months,
given me that directive,
6
Robin.
months,
But-
but you admit to hearing it on several occasions,
Yes, I
and just that
have.
it wasn't said
And I
in the way
provided it in
that
several presentations. Again, you haven't been here a year, Robin. You have to know what we do before you assume that there's something broken or wrong. I honestly do.
With the board members here, do we have a motion to ask the district to provide us information finally on what we have available for our mental health specialists from the district? If that's what we need,
we're making a request, this is not a motion.
well, that's what we need, because I've made many requests. Are you not listening? That it needs to be a directive from the board.
I am listening.
It needs, so we do need, so I move that we ask the district to provide us information on our mental health specialist program so that we can get this information, so that we can move on and that we're not called uninformed.
We don't have a mental health program. We have access to mental health services, and I'm happy to provide that. That is the board's wish.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear it, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, perfect.
Ableism in restrooms.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's something I wanted to go over, I put that on there, so, I'm not really gonna start naming names or anything, but I heard that there is a teacher at Gordon Russell that only gives out bathroom privileges 3 times a year per student. I don't know if that's a thing in our schools, because that is ableism, to say that you can only go to the bathroom a certain amount of time.
What? 3 times a year?
Yes.
3 times a year?
Yes, they get a pass 3 times a year, and for this specific teacher, and it's somewhere in Gordon Russell, I don't know their name, but, I'm hearing, yeah, that's not okay, so I don't know if there's still teachers out there that are on a power trip or something. They're saying like, nope, you can only go to the bathroom 3 times a year in my class. I don't know who's doing that, if that's a thing, if there are any rules against it. I'd just like to call that out, that is ableism, and that's very traumatic to students. So, if there's anything that we can speak to or work on to somehow ban that,
Would this be a restroom accessibility policy, or to allow?
So that, those parents, the parents of those kids need to go talk to their administrator. That's how those situations are handled.
okay, well, I mean, it's
So
still
when
trash
I,
that's
like,
happening.
like I said, I have
think
problems
teachers
with my
think
kids'
it's okay to say
teachers.
that at all.
I contact the teacher. And then if if it doesn't if it doesn't get resolved between the parent and the teacher, then you go to their administrator. They don't go straight to the board or straight to the superintendent.
So can we create a policy that says that, you know, educators must allow?
That's a personnel issue.
Oh my God, this is like a human rights issue. If you have to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom.
Right?
Oh my gosh, why, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I'm happy to ask, what's his name? Gracious, Rollins, lost his name there for a moment. If there's a scenario going on, obviously there are like 60 teachers there, so I really would kind of need to narrow down and know who it is, or even just a grade level. And I'm sure he could find out if it's happening
And what the deal is
yeah.
with it. Because there are teachers, I will say, mild defense, but that's kind of weird. There are teachers that they do limit in and out because it's disruptive to go in and out. But if you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta go to the bathroom. If you're in and out
I think
every
it's
day out of the
disruptive to put us in
classroom,
an argument that I have to go to the bathroom, then that's,
but if you're every day leaving that classroom, then that's a different issue that
then maybe I go to the bathroom every day. I go to the bathroom every day.
Why are you leaving my class? But
And some schools have built into their schedule, like, hey, we got a 5 or 10 minute break here to go to the restroom. So, and again, I'm not saying the kid has to go during that time frame. I don't know what the circumstances are, honestly. But I don't know of anything like this going on in our schools. Doesn't mean it's not happening. But I'm happy to ask Rowan if that's what you wish, we can find out and see if, but if you have more information as to who that is, that's a better way to do it, because
Okay,
you've
I'll
got
ask him.
60 plus teachers. I mean, that's hard to narrow down if he doesn't know either.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to call that out, that, you know, that is ableism, that's traumatic and humiliating to our students. If someone, maybe that's just when they're scheduled, like, to just go to the bathroom, I don't know. Some
I mean,
people
why
have
couldn't it be a
personality like that.
policy, like an accessibility policy?
we don't know if we need to have it. I think if you take care of talking to somebody, I think we'll know.
Okay, I'll get a name, and then
Yeah,
I'll
thank
just
you.
forward it to Catrice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have menstrual equity.
Woo! And that's pending legislation, should we just wait on that until?
We can still work on it. There are other school districts in this state that are already implementing menstrual products in their schools, so we
Okay.
can work on it too.
Okay.
I already actually sent you I sent both of you and Catrice, because you guys are on policy, and I can share it with everybody else.
Okay.
It's a document from Tigard to Tualatin. They have like the same amount of students as us, 12,000. And it's basically, like, if you look at the document, maybe I can just actually forward it to Sarah, and maybe she can present it. Let me find it again.
Well, so the question is, we're gonna bring it to the board, because we're not gonna make a decision on it now. I'd like to see it, I'd like to see what it costs to do it, and then,
Like $6,000 annually.
okay,
That's
all
nothing.
right, okay. No, it's not. And to take away from the Vacant girls if they forget or don't have it, or have to ask, or it's embarrassing. So.
Some don't, and I don't know a count off the top of my head, but I do know that every clinic at the school, the nurse's station has a
Well,
healthy
we
supply.
probably, I don't know whether or not, because I was thinking about this morning, probably should be in our elementary schools as well.
Yeah.
We have fifth graders that are, puberty,
time.
so.
The female products, they do partner with schools, and we receive big shipments of those every year before school starts. And it goes out to all the schools, but the bathroom is where I'm understanding where you want it.
Yeah.
So that they don't have to go to somebody to
It
ask
should be
for
just
one.
as accessible as toilet paper when you go to the bathroom.
They don't have to
Yeah.
ask for toilet
And,
paper.
I'm trying to think if we can add it to maybe like the janitorial budget, as sanitary products. And then if you look at the document that I just sent, I actually sent it to Sarah, I don't know if she got it yet to present.
I don't have any Wi-Fi, so.
And then I'm looking at this, budget plan from Tigard to Tualatin. They already calculated that it will cost about $17,000 just to get it started. And then after that, stocking it annually is about $6,000 a year.
Reasonable.
It's very inexpensive. I think people just freak out thinking that tampons cost like $50 a tampon or something. It's actually very inexpensive.
Okay.
And they already did a lot of work, and then they have a policy, they updated their policy at Tigard-Tualatin, the Student Health Services and Requirements, policy, where they include in red, on page 6 on the document, right there, effective 4 months after return to learn on-site for middle schools and high schools, menstrual hygiene products will be made available to students free of charge in all girls and gender-neutral restrooms located inside permanent facilities of district secondary schools. So, I think that's something very reasonable that we can work on, and just maybe get it by fall term, have those already set up, whether or not the Republicans come back to work. I think that, at least Gresham-Barlow, we can get this started.
Yep.
And going, and I think it's a very inexpensive and reasonable,
So it should be included in this budget cycle?
yeah.
Actually, it doesn't need to, I can take some care.
Okay, cool,
Alright.
perfect, okay.
So we have for resources, budget.
And there's somewhere in this document, I don't remember where it's at specifically, but Tigard-Tualatin managed to find a company to install the dispensers for free.
I'll talk to you.
Okay, cool. And then I also want us to be like, culturally sensitive to, cultures that may be offended by insertion. So, can we prioritize pads over tampons when stocking these?
Actually, that's all the nurse.
Oh, perfect, even better.
We don't give out tampons.
Okay, great.
It's only pads.
But yeah, if you all wanted to look over this document, maybe get some ideas from Tigard-Tualatin, and then maybe if we had something similar, let's see, who is this from? From Sharon Cox, School Board Director, to the Board of Directors.
So we can look, so you can send it to us, or we
I-
can look it up on their.
Yeah, I emailed it to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
But yeah, I would just like to implement something similar, and I really like this just because their school district is like the same size as ours, so.
Makes good sense. Right, yep, right.
All right, and just going back to the restroom accessibility, what is the timeline to get that information to us?
Just gotta get the name for me.
You're gonna get it?
I'm sorry, what?
For the restroom
Access to
accessibility.
the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, the name of the, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get it.
So what's the timeline? Should we say May?
I can probably find out their name by the night.
And it would be,
Is May a reasonable timeline to come back to us?
I can, I'll extend it to Rollins.
Uh-huh.
We haven't had kids, so I don't know if it's happened, when it's happened, but I'm assuming this was last year. And I'll let him address it,
Okay.
because that's where it's supposed to be addressed.
and I don't know whether or not this is something, might be, and if it's a curious but not our place, do teachers in any of the buildings say, because I know they have bathroom passes. All of them have bathroom passes, that you have to have the pass, and if you don't have the pass, you don't get to go to the bathroom.
No, that's
Somebody's
fine.
gotta bring it
That's
back.
not what I'm mad about. I'm mad that they can only do it 3 times a year.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that,
Okay.
but like I said, I know that our elementaries especially, this is true there. They have scheduled time for bathrooms, just as they do as we're coming back to wash your hands. So they take all their kids at once for class, so. And it may be, that you may not have to go at that time, and I understand, but I don't know that anybody's restricting, but that doesn't mean it's not happening either.
Okay.
And it's good that that you're doing a kind of a first step on this, because that might help us realize that we need something in a different way.
Thank you.
And then going back to the timeline on mental health specialists, what's the timeline to get that information on what is currently available?
I can have it for your April work session.
April work session.
So is that the April 1st or April whatever?
It's the third Thursday.
Third Thursday,
Work
okay,
session.
okay.
All right. So we're moving from health and safety to anti-racism. Myra, you had on there recruitment retention of BIPOC staff. I'm not sure.
Did we get that?
Well, that's what
we just
James
got today.
presented on.
Okay.
That's right, so 3,
All right.
whatever the date is today.
And then we did have an academic cultural calendar, which is on here, but was never moved forward. And, you know, as a refresher, that was brought up, you know, particularly looking at like our Russian, Orthodox community and missing a lot of school, during the springtime. And if we had those cultural days integrated into our calendar and were more accessible, that we would be able to.
So that one I have a question for you, because that one's on there, and I wasn't sure if that meant acknowledging other holidays or giving days off, because we are limited to the days off we can give, both in the days that we have to be in school, the number of days that we have to do, teaching days, teacher holidays. So are you proposing adding more holidays?
Yes.
So that would be difficult, because that would
require just a shift. Well, I don't think it would like impact the amount of days that we are in.
The impact I see is the contract with the teachers.
Uh-huh.
Because you're either extending contract to allow for those, because you have those 170 days, and you have to have in session for instruction. So you're either extending the number of contract days for a teacher and extending the calendar. So that is a contract implication.
How would we go about doing that?
I'd like to know how many days there really are that are, because there are celebratory days, and there are days that, sorry. Hey,
I just thought it's like mandatory by the state for them to be
okay, bye.
at the desk like for like, what, 180 days out of the year or something?
170.
170.
But we
yeah,
can,
that's
we
what
can
we have.
maintain that.
We have 170 instructional days in the calendar.
Okay.
So you have more days than that total because you have holidays and as such that are already built into the calendar and that are already negotiated through the contract. So if you are proposing to have another day for the holiday, 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, you're having to add those days onto the end or in extending the contract for the staff. So instead of 100 they have 190 days or 92 days because there are staff development days throughout the year that are required by the contract. So it's more than the instructional days. We have 170 instructional days. So if we are looking to have a day off for cultural reasons, specifically to a group of students and their families and our community, then you have to add on to the end of that contract or not. And that's negotiation.
Yeah, I think particularly with the Russian Orthodox calendar, with their Easter holiday, which is like their Christmas, it's, I think it's a week or 10 days. But yeah, we
That
could
seems
get
like that would be,
it would be extended to the,
That's a contract negotiation, and even if I said yes, we could do it, negotiation has to say yes,
yeah.
all parties.
So what would be the timeline?
I'm never opposed to extending the school year. I will just say that out loud to everybody here. I'm never opposed to going year-round. I will say that out here. But again, it is a contract implication, and that I can't just say yes to or no to, because it is a contract implication.
So would it be useful, for us to come up with like a calendar of days, maybe survey the community to see like, okay, are these days?
With the holidays that are important to them.
Yeah,
We do have a calendar committee that made up of staff.
Could they do
They're
it?
teachers, they're teachers, and with human resources, they work together on those. And then the GBA, as well as the district, approve those. On our end, you approve it as the board. On their end, their leadership approves what those days are, so.
Could someone like work with them and say that that's something that we're interested in, so they can take the lead on that? And then like as their teachers, they probably have more sway with, and can be more engaged with the union.
I'm not opposed to that. Again, it's a calendar piece. We have to start sooner rather than later, because if you recall, our calendar is a 3-year calendar.
Okay.
So when you approve it, each year, really, that's something that has been done a couple of years ago, that is now. So, and we do that at the request of our community, because they want to know when vacation days or family days or spring break, so they can schedule their vacation. So we do have a 3-year rolling calendar.
and so it is interesting, because it would be, because Russia observance of the holiday is different than what they're doing in this country, because it is an 8 days, but it's around the same time as Christmas. But it's not necessarily, what they do here. It's what they do in Russia.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking of like the community here, and, I mean, I'm basing it off of, you know, we had the conversation, I thought back to my time in Woodburn and Recital Believers and what time they were off and the times that they missed school and so forth. So I was just thinking of the impact. And in Woodburn, yeah, like that academic calendar reflects, you know, the community and the cultural holidays that are being observed. But, you know, I just want to make sure that we are being sensitive here. And I guess, I mean, the directive, if there is a directive, you know, if it is possible, you know, to have communication, you know, or to have, I don't know if if this committee, the calendar committee, can come and like have a meeting with us, and, you know, we can kind of, you know, speak about goals, and then they can take on the directive on their own and what that would look like, or what would be the.
I know that there are proposals made to them pretty regularly whenever they're meeting, but, I'd have to ask what their process is. I'm quite honest with you, I really don't know.
Okay.
And I don't want to tell you something that's not true. But I do know that there's a committee. I do know that we work on it. We tweak it every summer. Because again, remember, it's contract, but with contract comes also, if we extend the contract, that's not taking days, that's adding days, so that's also budget implications as well. So we have to make sure we have all those things in place.
And part of it could be, just for me, for some of the days, for instance, and I don't know if they'll celebrate them, but, Ash Wednesday, if that's an important day, then the student can take it off. And what we need to just decide is that the holiday that's an excused absence, because then the student is allowed to make up the work, the student can get access to any work they've done, as opposed to just, students can leave any day they want, really. But now the question is it an excused day? And I think that's where kind of the list of,
that's where the flexibility lies with the family.
and likewise with the staff member can say, I'm gonna use one of my personal days to do this, because this day is important to me. And I don't wanna pick a day for them, but how we just kind of figure out that cultural part. There are a lot of holidays that, I'm guessing we have no idea what they are, but they're important.
Well, we have a good portion of population of Muslim students as well, and so they do, and they utilize we give them excused absences, which means that they can make
For a full day? Well, they have Ramadan for a whole month.
They have the whole,
Yeah,
whole
but they're
month.
Yeah, but I mean, but like Ash Wednesday, I would
Yeah, but
think.
that's not.
No, I was using
But
that.
but Ramadan, yeah, but Ramadan, there are things that they do for those, students, so that they can participate in sports. We don't do as well with our Seventh-day Adventists as we could, but, there are some, you know, where there's differences for the Jewish holidays. We do very much for the Jewish holidays, but again, if we have that calendar and say, here are the holidays, that if you're gone this day, it's an excused absence, because that's where it really falls down to.
Whether
It
they can
could be
make
on
up
any
any
day,
time.
right, but if you're gone and it's an excused absence, then you have access to the work.
Which is why the work we are doing, you all, I mean, started it, you all started it. But it needs to be heard. And what I am applauding is that you're taking it on. And even though we might start grasping and grappling and, but no, it's happening. We can't ever make it happen as fast as we want it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's one thing to be an excused, you know, holiday or absence, but then it's just like, well, look at, it's an equity question, you know, like, imagine if we all had to take, you know, our winter holiday, Christmas off, you know, which is important to us, and just be like, oh, well, we still have school during the session, but you guys, like, it.
Should, actually.
I mean,
To be honest about it, we should.
I mean, yeah, but maybe just keeping that in mind, you know, like, what does that mean, and how what does that mean when we have our own culture reflected within the, you know, observed days, and that these other cultures have to go and take that, and so,
Ladies, I'm gonna have to get out, I've got gotta get home by 4:15.
like, thank you.
Okay.
What,
And Sarah will be able to lock us up, or
Yes.
whoever, there's,
custodian or
Yeah,
somebody.
custodians do it.
Oh, so if we go out, we're done?
Yes,
Run!
We're back to having a night custodian.
here.
Oh, great.
We're back to having a night custodian, because after the kids, you saw they must not the one that they
Oh,
cleaned, so.
okay.
Thank you all,
All right,
sorry,
thank you.
got a jet.
See you, boss.
All right.
Yep.
Action item, I'll reach out to you to see when you can reach out to the teacher for the calendar.
Yeah, that's a James thing, yeah, he does, but I wrote a note for myself, yeah.
All right.
Because it goes through HR, because again, the contract obligations, there's some.
Yeah.
Okay, see ya. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Yeah, because the holiday part is interesting, and there is a huge cultural
Yeah, well, we had like a conversation earlier about it as a board, and it was like, yeah, let's move forward on this, let's do it, and then
But I don't think
and then
it was
we
to
didn't.
take days off, I
What?
don't think. I didn't think it was to take days off. I
It
thought it was to acknowledge them, to do a better job so that a student gets at least recognition in the classroom that today is Diwali.
That's the
Today
second, that's what I was gonna talk about now, like
Yeah.
cultural proclamations and resolutions.
Well, except that's
I'm
slightly
leaving in
different.
like
That's
5 minutes. Just so
Yeah,
you guys know.
yeah, so that's just slightly different. I was just
Okay.
thinking more in terms of, we have, well, we really don't have Christmas in the building on Thanksgiving.
We used to,
Yeah,
we used to have them all,
yeah.
but it never hurt, I mean, we
Yeah.
didn't die,
Kwanzaa,
that we
yeah,
we
Kwanzaa,
didn't,
Yom
you know.
Kippur,
Yeah, all of them.
Hanukkah, probably not Yom Kippur, Hanukkah. So we've
Yep,
had it,
all of
but it's just more an idea of recognizing there is a holiday, but I wasn't necessarily thinking about if that's an
Yeah,
automatic day
well,
off.
we had a conversation about academic calendar and that, and then the other conversation was, which they're probably confused, was, yes, this, cultural holidays, monthly proclamations, and I know I brought this up and it was not favorable at first, but, you know, we just recently got an email from a parent that I thought was incredibly prejudiced, very bigoted, very racist, talking about Black Lives Matter, how they don't want their kids to be learning that, calling it political.
Learning at home.
If we can move forward with, you know, giving our cultural proclamations, you know, in support of Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, you know, and then further with like Women's History Month and Latino Heritage Month, and talking about, you know, a lot of migration issues, and the, you know, like, we are a, what is it called? City. Sanctuary.
Oh, yeah, sanctuary city, yep,
Or a
yeah.
sanctuary school, you know, things
Yeah.
like that, you know, to show support for our student population. I think that will also show support for the teachers that are being able to like promote this. I see the Black Lives Matter right here, so people are doing it. But it would also, like, when we get comments like that, because we know that there is pushback in our community from the community, that we have statements that we could share and say, you know, it's not even like, you know, oh, we're sorry, or, you know, we were, like, it doesn't even have to go to the principal. It's just like, well, this is board statement. And so, you know, I would like to work on a list of these proclamations that I think would be helpful, like, not like working on the proclamations themselves, but just like a list of things.
Things that we might like to have as a problem.
And I noticed you had on here, Amanda, the Black History Month curriculum every February. We do that.
Okay, the reason why I brought that up is because, I have a friend that, her grandkids go to East Gresham. And throughout February, they were learning about the 13 colonies. I think the 13 colonies is probably the last thing our students should be learning.
Yeah, and was that?
It's still
Is that
history, it's just the
Yeah, but
perspective.
it's- well, yeah,
I mean, there's a
it's
lot of
not-
Black history out there, and I'd like to prioritize that in February.
It should be, it should be. So that would be a recommendation to, the superintendent, but again, and we can do.
And then I was even like asking, like, Ricky, like, what does Reynolds do to like promote stuff like that? And they were like, well, we like to have schools, present like Black history projects to the board, just so they can see what they're learning.
Right.
And then if schools don't participate in like 2 years, they're like, what are y'all doing?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a good thing that we can do, and maybe we could just even do that for like, you know, September for like Latino heritage and just,
Yeah, and I envision something that, you know, the high schools could do some things around that, but just, we don't have limited time at our board meetings and those sorts of things, I think we really need to recognize that and so that we all are giving everybody their time to be heard.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we were supposed to have 3 school presentations at our last meeting.
Yeah.
So, again, it's still in progress.
I know, things are weird
Yeah.
with COVID again.
Yeah, because we did have, one of the things that we had started, a couple of years ago was having 2 or 3 schools come, presentation about what they were working on. So it wasn't necessarily month-specific, but it was just what was going on in their school, highlighted it. And they'd have students come and help do it. Again, trying to find that balance between, it's a business meeting and not turn it into an hour and a half long student assembly. Because that's not what people.
And we had some kindergartners come
With the
through, I
dual-
mean, they're
It
just
was the dual language thing that was on
so
last.
cute, you know, but again, it's, as we get out of
And there was a
COVID.
coding robot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was cool.
Yeah.
But again, when we get COVID gone, and so we maybe can, I hope is to get back to seeing all that kind of stuff, but we're behind the
And I
circle, it's difficult right now.
Yeah.
I hope as we get more into the ethnic studies part, that some of that, you know, it's a little bit tone deaf about doing the 13 colonies during History Month. Just kind of a.
Well, was that one of the ones that the state did?
I don't know.
If they have announced that as a, I don't remember if they even announced that.
But we're saying that we don't have time, but every meeting it's just like, oh, it's teacher appreciation, it's board appreciation, it's, you know, athletic director appreciation. Like, we are, you know, and like terms that were used when we're talking about proclamations and acknowledgements.
Yeah, no, we're not saying
Yeah.
that, but just having a 20-minute presentation by students is one thing, but we get, you know, the 5 minutes or whatever of a proclamation, which I think we're saying, let's bring forward some other things.
Yep.
Mhm. But I just wanted to call that out because, you know, there was a lot of pushback at the time, and it was just like, it was before, I think, that we had like the perspective of looking like, well, what are the proclamations that are given daily and that are just consistently on there? And like, you know, for me, that created a point of frustration because I'm like, if we don't get ad nauseam for, you know, like, you know, for talking about how great we're doing, and we are doing great, you know, I think that's great, you know, I don't think our communities will, you know, be like, oh, you're talking about us again once a year, twice a year, because we're so many communities to acknowledge, right? And I think,
Well, and, yeah. But I think we still have a way to go, but actually, this even made me think, we're on the right track.
Right.
Yeah, we're on the right track, we'll get there.
So
And
on
we
the-
might stumble a bit, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
So on the mascot?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that one up next.
Yeah, so that one's in process now.
How long do you think that'll be? I mean, I don't know if that's correct.
That one, what is going on with that one is the principal is setting up meetings with, the kids and some folks that were wanting to be involved in it and talking about getting rid of it, how to get rid of it and explain to the kids why it needs to go.
Yeah.
And which one
And
is
so,
it?
it's the, carved wooden statue that's in the cafeteria.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah.
And then like their mascot is the Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I think it would be cool to hear what the students and, you know, staff in that building would want to change their mascot to.
Uh-huh.
Like, I was gonna say Gophers, but that's already taken by the high school.
Right.
And we love our Gophers.
Yeah. And so again, some of that, it would be interesting to see if some of that comes up and we talk more about the ethnic, but as far as the, carved wooden statue, that should be gone,
Okay.
by the start of the school year.
Does anybody know where it is?
It's a,
When they remodeled the cafeteria, they made a special little
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
So for sure, they're looking at removing
Yes.
the totem pole, but.
Yes, it's not totem pole, it's a carved wooden statue.
That's what it's for.
Yeah.
And,
Carved wooden
but
statue.
then, what is the conversation, are they continuing conversations on, you know, the mascot or the other native imagery? And this is conversation that I don't know, because I see the imagery and I'm not native and it looks beautiful. So,
Mhm.
so I'm not a good, you know, and I don't know if we are good, you know, like.
Yeah, I don't know, that would be one I'd wanna bring somebody in and say,
From NAIA or something?
what do you think? Yeah, from NAIA, yeah.
Yeah, and
bring that in.
I would think from the more information I am receiving about,
Mhm.
you know, and learning about Native communities, is that they would want it removed because just of the tokenization without the integration of, you know, Native, awareness within curriculum or participation.
Right,
So that's why, like, I think that's probably what we'll get, but, you know, we are extending a curriculum, there might be more awareness. People might come and be like, actually, this is a really nice.
They've done a nice job doing it as opposed to a caricature cartoon of it.
Yeah, but we
I don't know.
don't know
I don't
that,
know.
we don't know what's nice and what's a caricature,
Right.
because we're just not that close to
Right.
the culture,
Right.
so.
So,
But,
yeah,
so
so the
leading the
wooden
conversation.
So, can I call the strategic planning part adjourned, and then you guys can continue talking?
No,
No, we're
no,
still
no,
strategic planning.
no.
You guys can continue
You're
talking.
calling the you'd have to end the meeting.
There's still four of us here, we still have a quorum, we can still
Oh,
continue
good.
to meet.
Okay, cool.
So,
But, yeah, so you
as
can
soon as
vote,
one
right?
more person leaves, then we're done.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So we all hold power.
Yes, you guys hold the
Feel the
power, just
power.
fill us in.
I will be leaving at 4:30.
All right, so
Okay, that's
that's an
fine.
hour, that's 15 minutes, okay, what's another theme? Yes.
Land acknowledgement.
Yeah,
Back to the wooden thing.
Yeah, the wooden statue?
Yeah, because I don't remember ever seeing it.
Yeah.
So what is it,
It was carved by Mr. Russell
Oh, yeah.
in his backyard by a tree.
Okay.
He took a tree with a chainsaw and carved it. So it is a representation of a totem. It has no cultural significance, it has no authority, it has nothing except it is a tree that he carved in his backyard. They donated it when they made the school, Mr. Russell, Gordon Russell.
Oh, okay.
That's why it came from him, and it was a beloved administrator who
Yeah, oh,
carved
yeah.
this thing in his backyard.
It was a well-meaning
Sure. Yeah. And it's also ugly as sin, but, you know, that's beside the point.
So is it all, who has it now?
It's at Gordon Russell's still.
Bill?
Yeah, yeah, it was, so it was, when we went there, it was our last in-person gathering before we started doing online, and, we went on a little tour to see what they had redone, and saw the new band room, and I think the STEM room, and then we walked into the cafeteria, and they have a plaque that has the newspaper article
Yeah.
that explains how it got there, and a picture of him with the chainsaw, and I went, no.
Oh, okay.
So that's where, and it's had conversation, and then we had COVID, and everything shut down. So there was a feeling of not just disappearing it, but having that conversation, at least with the students, to say, here's why it's going away, here's why it's not, appropriate.
Can I take it home?
Yeah.
Well, I'll put it by my Statue of Liberty.
Your cultural appropriation.
I just need to know.
All right, Amanda's got something, she's in power.
Okay.
I would still like to work on the land acknowledgement. I feel like,
So I have a question about that. I'd like to wait a little bit on the land acknowledgement till we have more of the studies, because the few that I've been to and the few that I've had people do land acknowledgement, it feels a lot like the Pledge of Allegiance to me. It feels like, are we being recorded right now?
yeah.
It feels like, and we talk about the Multnomah were here, and the Yakima were here, and the so-and-so were here, and we thank them for this, and there's no, respect, there's not even any understanding of who was here, and the part that does distress me on some of it, and I get it that I wanna do it, but
I mean, it doesn't
the
really.
people are still here.
Yeah,
The
it
way
doesn't-
that they're doing it makes it sound like they're gone.
Yeah, there's some very.
It doesn't have to be like that, because my idea of like looking at this land acknowledgement, like, let's say that like we have a plaque outside of the building,
Okay,
like, it says
okay.
that this school was built on Chinook and Cowlitz land.
Got it, okay.
But
Because I thought, the ones I've seen where they've done the pledge at the beginning of a meeting, it has felt very perfunctory and very, ancestral. And instead of saying, they're still here, we are still here.
Of course.
People are still here.
I think that there are probably some misled efforts
Uh-huh.
that are, you know, by
Mhm.
people who maybe aren't are not as aware, but there right now are so many like Native advocacy organizations that can, you know, have they're really good, you know, templates, you know, and it is like just starting meetings, and it's, you know, not that long, you know, like, and it does talk about ancestral lands, you know, and, you know, current, you know, lands of, you know, XYZ individuals, and that we acknowledge that. And it doesn't have to be very long, but I think that it's very impactful. But yes, working with those, Native groups to get accurate portrayals, because lots of times, you know, like the totem, you know, like, you know.
Can one of us, like, just as a board member, or maybe like Catrice or someone, I don't know how to go about this, like, maybe we can reach out to NAIA or something to say like, hey, how can we, you know,
Can I do that?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
why don't you put my name on that?
okay.
And then Carla's gonna annoy me about it to make sure I do it.
Yeah, and
Sarah will annoy me about it.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah, no, I'd like to do that
Okay.
because I
We
would
could
like.
go down there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you, and then like, I think at that time might be a good time to talk about, you know, the map, the Thunderbird, and bring the pictures, and like, maybe even schedule a walkthrough to see like, well, what do you think?
Right, because
What's going
I
on
don't
here?
think any of our other schools have that, I think that's the only one.
Yeah,
That is.
that's a
And at the very least, that falls within the guidelines of the law, because the law is, if you've had a Native American mascot, image, name, whatever, when the law came in, the first thing that you're supposed to do was go to your representative group and ask, what do you think? Can we keep it? Would you like us to change it? What can you tell us about this? And it was to ask that, because when they first did the law, the first time they said it was, all of them have to go away. Umatilla said, I'm not getting rid of mine. This is important to our culture. They didn't have a caveat in there that said the local tribe could decide we want to keep our mascot because it belongs to us. So that was where they changed the law and said, you need to ask.
I can forward you, an email. I did have a brief conversation with, I think, the Director of Education or Community Outreach about Puerto Rico, and she was like, I had no idea that, that was going on. I would encourage you to reach out to XYZ. Here, I just found it right now. And so, maybe it will work as a contact or a continued conversation. But she did say that there was, you know, some students in the district that might want to take the lead, and maybe these are the same students that are working at Puerto Rico on the statute.
Okay.
But awesome. Awesome.
All right.
When do you want to get back to us, timeline, when do you want to get back to us?
It was before the end of the school year.
Yeah.
Well, what month is it? March, April, May? May?
Before the end of the school year.
Oh my gosh, early June and some very late in?
Timeline, I'll say May.
Okay.
June, I already feel like the school year's over. But the school year, it sounds like the school year's gonna be extended because of COVID and all these, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds
And so it sounds like we know who to reach out to at NAIA about this, if we want to invite them to work with us, is that what I'm hearing? Okay, cool.
Well, I don't know if that person, but they could definitely, you know, it was.
I'm happy to contact me if you want.
Yeah, I mean.
Yep.
Okay. And so then you also had on there, Native, National Native American Heritage Month, it's in November.
Yeah.
So let's just put it on the calendar, put that list on there.
Yeah, that's gonna be in like
Well,
the
it's the
list.
one, I bring it up every year.
And then like, no, I would like to have like curriculum focus like for all those months, you know, like Black History for February, Indigenous History for, did you say October, November, I'm sorry?
It's November.
November.
Yeah.
And then Latinx History is on, you know,
Is that
September.
one October maybe?
It's September.
Is it September?
Yep.
Okay. They always have the break, that first day of
October.
October.
I feel like it's September. Latin American Heritage
I
Month?
thought October, but okay, I'm not sure.
I could be wrong. I'm gonna
It
Google it.
okay, here's why, it starts September 15th
That's
and goes to October 15th.
That's dumb.
That's why
Hispanic
it's confusing.
heritage.
That's Hispanic heritage,
It's
yeah.
dumb. Okay,
So,
It's
put my foot down.
Latinx has its own separate one then?
yeah, I'm gonna put my foot down, it's September.
Okay.
Call it.
Oh, this is weird. At a board
This
meeting.
is weird.
Typically, that's done at a business meeting, it would be the, I don't know, when do we
Because-
do that? The September one before it starts?
Yeah.
This is weird, yeah, absolutely, I'd rather do it then than do it after it's
Cause
done.
it, yeah, like after it
Yeah.
starts, then you're more than
It's
halfway through.
interesting,
but
when I
then you
typed
get
in to
afterwards.
look up Latinx Heritage Month, what comes up is National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, it's just.
It automatically,
They, like, that needs to be updated, that
Yeah.
language, definitely, but I think that's how it's, you know, that's how it's
Okay.
identified.
Asian American is May. So, yeah, I'm just finding all these other months in here.
Yeah.
okay, so yeah, Latinx is that September-October split, so it's that,
And
okay.
women's is March.
And then Asian, what'd you say the Asian?
May.
May?
Well, I'll start a document so we can get a
Okay.
list of all the
This is
days
so
and the
exciting.
cultures. Yeah.
Okay.
With the LGBTQ,
That's in June, that's too late.
do we have gender neutral restrooms
We do.
Yeah.
in all of our schools?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
I think it's a law already, isn't it?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm. And something else, and, I saw with a trans inclusive policy, I don't know if we have one of
Okay.
those.
I don't know that we do. Would that be, cause do we have an anti-discrimination policy? Does it just need to have language added to that?
Well, we do, it does say trans, but, you know,
Okay.
within, I think, or maybe
Okay.
LGBTQ. And it says gender, sexual orientation when we did our anti-harassment
Right,
policy.
right. Does that include transgender?
Best practices, I was looking at this, you know, to
Uh-huh.
support LGBTQ students, it does request specifically a trans inclusion policy.
I just
And
looked
I'm
through,
not sure what that looks like, you know?
I just looked through Gresham-Barlow School District policy online, and I typed in transgender,
Right.
and only one bill came up, and it was under suicide prevention. So.
One bill?
One policy, my
One
bad.
policy. Okay, sorry, okay, that's what
Sorry,
I thought you
bolus
meant.
on the
Okay.
brain.
So that one might be that we haven't caught up with it.
Yeah, we need to catch up.
Because there's also been, we might wanna get ahead of that because of the, question, did they pass it at the federal level? Can however someone.
We can research it. I haven't
Well,
started it
sports,
all.
it was coming up around sports. Who was gonna participate and who was gonna, the legislator that was all wigged out that a guy would pretend to be a girl so that he could compete in the girls' sport.
Who did, that never happened, did it?
Yes, last week.
Where?
Federal, they were trying to do that.
Someone pretended to be a.
No, that's what this
That's what
legislator,
his view was.
that's what his view
Oh,
was.
that's so,
Yeah.
that's so dirty.
Yeah, and
But-
so that's what his view was, and I don't know if it made it into, like, an addendum onto one of the big bills.
It's so crazy because.
And it might have been just a statewide one.
Yeah, you know, like women, you know, have been banned from competing in the Olympics, biological women, because their bodies naturally, produce too much
Yep,
testosterone, and
yep,
so
yep.
it's just like.
We got 6 minutes,
All right, so maybe, like, I can research trans inclusion policy or
Okay,
proclamations, and again, like, this is one of a high suicide, you know, group,
Mhm,
what can we do to
mhm.
best, support
Okay.
them?
Okay. And I would guess there's probably some federal, rules around that we can, find be a question for us, or, if they looked at a policy or,
Yeah.
or if someone else just has one, Portland Public or Tiger.
Even updating like our harassment. All right, and then, board operations.
Where's that one? Is that the first one?
No, this
No.
is something I had on my document. So,
Okay.
something that, you know, that I think would be useful, and I think that this can be updated in our board agreement, is when we receive like, so sometimes we receive a document and then that document is updated. But sometimes it's difficult, especially when you prepare before the meeting, to know.
Oh, you're
what
talking about the
changes-
board meetings? You're
Yeah, for
talking
the
about
board
that?
meetings, for
Okay,
us, for
okay,
us.
okay.
For a board meeting, you know, to see like what has been updated, if we could get like a red line copy sent to
And
us.
there used, see, that's kind of an interesting thing. In the old days, when we had paper,
Uh-huh.
when you came to the board meeting, there would be a blue sheet
Mhm.
at your desk, which meant a document changed. This document printed on the blue sheet
Yeah.
was different. And since we've got electronic, is there a way to highlight or do something or alert us
So
without?
I try, well, there's a couple different things. So when I add an attachment, there's a notification email that gets sent out
Right.
to letting you know that that agenda item has changed. The problem I don't like with that is there's no way to tell you what exactly changed on that.
Exactly, it just says the agenda
Typically, it's
changed.
that I've added an attachment that wasn't there previously. But I can't go in and say like, hey, look at this is what
Look at agenda item
changed
number
on it.
12,
It just says,
yeah.
this agenda item changed, and it won't let you know what changed on it.
Right.
If we add something like a blue sheet item, I typically put in parentheses next to the subject line, the date of, this item was added on this date, so you know if it wasn't originally on there when the agenda was posted.
But unfortunately, if we don't see that until,
But,
because if
And
I
that,
look at,
it
if I
does
look
send out
at
that
that
notification
Tuesday,
saying, oh, an item has changed.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't, it limits that ability of me, like, it would be nice if I could like put a little email note on it too, to let you know, like, specifically,
right, because
oh,
if
I
I've
added
read,
an attachment, they had more documentation they
Right,
added.
right.
Like that.
but I mean, I don't mind if it's like posted publicly, right? But even just like an email like just with, a red line or track edits or something, so it's just like, oh, well, what am I speaking to? And, oh, these numbers were updated would be useful. I don't know if we could, put that in our board agreement, if that would be useful, or if it's just, Sarah, you're like, oh, yeah, I can just do it. Like,
What if it's sort of like, they found a typo or something? Do you
No,
want
no,
that?
no, no. No, I don't think that's
Like, sometimes it's like,
necessary.
we'll find a spelling error, and like, oh, crap. and
No,
we can
like for
change
me,
that,
I
but-
think like, like when numbers are updated, when dates
Yeah.
are updated, when
Data
like,
change, or-
like when information, you are like, oh, well, we found different data on this. Like, I think that is important.
if it's gonna affect how
If
you
it's
decide,
gonna,
or affect the conversation.
Yeah, because I'm working sometimes with, or it happened once with another set of numbers, and I was just like, oh, and then I was just thrown off. I'm like, where are we going? And I don't know if we can, with these presentations as well, because there's a lot of the information that we include when we don't have like a staff report or an attachment, it's in the presentation. And so I think that they think, oh, it's like a conversation, but for me, I need to process information. And it would be good to have the presentations prepared, again, like, go out with the agenda, which is a week in advance. And I know the agendas are.
That has been a conversation for me. It's come up in the past, and Catrice has always gone with the line that she wants to give her staff as much time as possible to prepare for the presentation. And that's typically why it's always been added after either the day before or during the day of the meeting, rather than when the agenda goes out. So I think that would just be another conversation we need to ask, time-wise, because that's really the, like, wanting to make sure they have enough time to prep for it, but.
Specifically, it seems like when there's no other attachments, when the presentation is all we have to look at, is when they're the most important. Like, if it's like an additional presentation and we receive like a staff report or, like an attached item on the agenda, they're pretty well aligned, right? There could be background information.
Right.
But I noticed it's very often in our school board meetings when the presentation is all of the information, and we don't even know what it is, what it's going to look like, or at all.
So that's something, Sarah, that maybe needs to be brought to Catrice to talk about, because, again, before, if material wasn't in the board packet by, I thought it was Monday, it didn't get discussed, because even getting a blue sheet, even getting a blue sheet was difficult, because you weren't prepared. And so I know I've gotten into the bad habit of, I don't even go look at it until Wednesday. And if there was something I really needed to know about, Wednesday's too late, but I feel like if I look Monday, it's not there. And having it added that night is really not helpful. If we want to look at it, be ready for questions, do whatever. So and I'll give them a little bit of grace with COVID, but I feel like we've slipped into a habit instead of COVID. That it's really,
I mean, today I was literally getting the presentation.
When I looked at the agenda and I thought, where are the presentations?
What are we doing?
What are we doing? And then stuff kept popping up, and like today, I mean, most of today, I've not had internet.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to look at that, trying to look at this, It wasn't really,
I'll bring it up with her again, 'cause, I mean, I'm all for having it attached sooner, so I'm not.
yeah, and I don't
Happy to
really
bring
care
meetings,
what
yeah.
the format is. Lynn used to be really obsessive about it had to be formatted in a certain way and a certain style. I don't
Oh,
really
no,
care, I just
yeah,
want it.
PDF it and put it on there.
Yeah.
I rarely even spell check it.
Yeah, I
Time,
would,
maybe
that's
it's-
their problem.
I'm not
Typos,
something
their
with someone
problem.
who's gonna complain of a typo or grammar or
I'll see it
anything.
and it breaks my heart, but.
Even if
But,
the
yeah,
slides
there
are
you go.
out of order or
Yeah.
changed, even if like
Yeah.
the syntax is completely different, like, I don't care, as long as I know the context of what we're talking
Right,
about. If
right.
things move around, you know,
Right.
like,
And I feel like, you know, Catrice will call and be like, can I, cover anything for you on the agenda? I'm like, I don't know, each agenda topic is like a couple of sentences, what is there to cover? And then like the day before, it's like, here are all these presentations, like, now I have questions, so
right?
it's frustrating.
Yeah, so really that needs to be reinforced to the cabinet, that
Yeah.
we need to have that listed, even if it's not perfect, but otherwise, we're not gonna have a good conversation with it. They're gonna get surprised by the questions we're gonna ask, because we don't know what it is they're gonna present.
And my last point is community engagement. You know, I would like
yeah.
to update our operating agreement, you know, in a way to be more inclusive, but also like, if the board, if we're willing to have listening sessions, you know, with students or teachers, you know, as a board, so we, and like, that we can respond, like, community, like,
So-
engagement.
So, okay, I would tread super carefully with meeting because if we meet with more than four, then the board can make.
Have a great weekend.
Oh, no, you too, seriously, enjoy the sunshine.
And do it, and part of it, we don't engage when we have the public forum, when we have the public input.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what they're gonna bring up. It may be something that's already being discussed someplace. They bring it to the board because they wanna get the board to make a decision. That's, because they don't like the decision they got from the principal or from James or from somebody else. So that's why we don't do interactions during that part. But as a board, I would not meet with teachers.
Well, teachers, students, like, I'm not so
Yeah,
picky.
yeah.
Students, community, families, you know, because especially during COVID, I think we could have done a lot, we could have responded, been more responsive to just concerns through listening sessions, just having people, you know, like, during the day, like, and I know staff did, you know, but a lot of times, like, we're the ones who they think, like, they want us to hear it because they think that we're the ones who are making those decisions, and I think that's.
Instead of waiting till it came to the business meeting.
And then they
having
could
just a
only
separate-
speak for this and only certain people at certain times. So I thought, like, you know, if the board was open, maybe, you know, scheduling, I don't know, quarterly listening sessions or as
That could be
needed.
interesting.
Listening sessions is what, I'm sorry?
With
With the
just
community.
a quarterly,
Oh, I would love that.
non-business, it's more a listening session.
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Yeah.
I could maybe get behind that. What do you think, Carl?
Well, I think that doesn't
It's gonna be
Catrice do something
4:30.
like that?
That's what I'm saying,
She
like,
does,
staff
yeah.
have done it, but we
Yeah.
haven't done it.
Oh, yeah, then I think that would be something to,
And we would just have to be really careful if we're meeting as a board, that
right,
it's real clear that it's a discussion,
Hmm.
and it's not to make a decision.
And we're not allowed to talk at those either, are we?
What's that?
We're not allowed to speak at those
So
either,
we
are we?
have to be really cognizant of making sure we send out like a quorum notice saying, hey, a quorum of the board may be
Right.
present here, but, and participate in
Right.
the discussion, but no decisions will be made in the
Right.
meeting. It's not a
And that's-
meeting of the board. It's a
Right,
listening
and so we
session.
used to do that, so we used to have a meeting that we had at each, here was where you guys.
DAC, right?
DAC, the
Yeah.
District Advisory Council. It was made up of two parents from every school, and they met once a month at a different school. So over the course of a couple of years, we met at all the schools.
Yeah.
Board members would sign up, they went to those. Occasionally, we'd have 4 board members show up because it was an interesting topic. You just had to post a quorum notice that said there'll be a quorum of the board, and there will be no decisions made by the board.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible, but you don't want to be surprised by 4 people showing up, and you just have to be clear in the notice that's posted, so that people, when you say, thank you,
Yeah.
we will take that under advisement, because as soon as you say, that sounds like a good idea, and 3 other people go, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, you've just made a board
Well,
action.
I think we might be, like, treading too carefully, because other, you know, bodies do it all the time. City council
Just because
does
they do
it.
it doesn't mean it's right.
But these are very common practices, and they do have, you know, greater authority of like making decisions than we do,
Well,
right?
it just depends on, I mean, if it's the city council and four of the five get together,
I know, right?
yes, they are making a decision whether they admit it or not.
Yeah.
And so, you know, again, just because they do it doesn't mean it's right.
But people, like, I think as a board, we're like opposed to like having discussions, like almost sometimes in public where, you know, because it's just like, oh yeah, I agree with that. An agreement is not a vote, an agreement is not a formal action. And so I think that, you know, having, and if the agreement, and I'm supportive of, you know, having community discussions, and if so many people say that we agree, because we do agree, but then we vote another way, I think that, you know, it is a way for our community to hold us accountable, like, why do you say something in
is
one
that like a
forum and
town hall?
turn around and-
So what,
Huh?
so what is,
Would that be like a town hall, or?
Yeah, like a town hall.
you could do a town
I
hall,
love
but again, if you
organizing
work in
town
town hall, they tend to not agree on something. They have a discussion, which is where it brings up, it's my first item that's on that list, that everybody needs to have gone through the basic OSBA training. It's online training that talks about forum, meeting, consensus, voting,
Yeah, and we all got the orientation packet, it's probably just echoed the exact same thing in there.
No, there's more to it than that.
If I
There's more
leave,
to
is
it
the
than that.
meeting over?
Yes.
Yes, we're done.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
I really
We
gotta get
can't make
going.
decisions anymore, we're done.
Turned off?
So turn off, we're
So
done.
that ends discussion though.
Yep,
So
end
now you're gonna
discussion.
turn it off and you guys keep.
All right, so
we have
before
to
you leave,
adjourn.
so we're ending discussion, and I'm senior member, so you're leaving, I will adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good weekend, you
Yeah,
guys.
you too.
Sure, I'm unplugging this.
All right. Wait, I'll walk out with you. Thank you, Chris, and thank you.
Okay, Alicia.